What? The governor of Gaota province has been dismissed. Wasn't it just a resignation? The newspaper said Chief Henry had health issues and went to recuperate, didn't it? The man is still an elder of the Alliance establishment, so he deserves some respect. Being dismissed sounds so harsh, voluntarily stepping down to rest is a bit more dignified. Oh, I see. But how could such an elder be dismissed? Perhaps it's because he was ineffective at his job. Earlier, the newspapers were talking about the progress of the Alliance's first-phase infrastructure projects. Gaota province's progress was barely better than that of Tvu province, which was only established less than 2 months ago. The governor must have been dissatisfied. You can analyze so much from the newspaper, of course. I was one of the first batch of refugees who escaped from Green Valley to Wying City. I had already obtained official citizenship long ago. This time, I came back to Green Valley because I saw the results of the Alliance's infrastructure efforts and made up my mind to set up a transport team. My application plan was supported by the Beeching Valley Province Agriculture Bureau, and I received investment. Look, I'm not just a transport driver. My fleet already has 16 vehicles, running this line and linking more than 200 farms. The sounds of people talking passed through a vehicle. It was a modified iron bull truck, its bed extended and covered with a tarp, with a few windows open for ventilation, resembling an armored transport vehicle. About 20 people sat inside, listening to the driver boast. The vehicle sped along a hardened road in the plain area of Beeching Valley area. On both sides were lush green fields characteristic of summer. The breeze carrying the sun's warmth and the scent of early summer blew through the windows of the canvas, making Cohen Pulia feel almost intoxicated. The pain from his forced retirement, after losing his right arm, right eye, and right ear, seemed to diminish significantly. He was from Green Valley and had enlisted during the campaign by the Alliance to pacify the Green Valley region half a year ago. However, he had enlisted a bit late and barely caught the battles in Green Valley. After spending several weeks in the recruit camp, he was transferred to a regular unit. But unlike most who joined the units of the Green Valley Group Army stationed there, he was sent to the Central Army Group's 2nd Infantry Division and subsequently returned to Central Province, before moving eastward to fight in the eastern provinces. The combat in the eastern provinces was relatively easy, but that ease referred more to the overall situation. Specifically, at the level of each platoon and each soldier, it didn't mean there was no danger at all. At the time, Cohen Pulia's platoon was ordered to eliminate a resistant bunker. The heavy artillery bombardment wasn't very effective, so soldiers had to go in and deal with it. Cohen Pulia was on the assault team. His squad's attack went relatively smoothly, and under machine gun suppression, they approached the bunker's entrance and blew it up. Once inside, they eliminated many of the enemy obstructions, incurring only 4 casualties. But at that moment, they encountered a homemade bomb set by the enemy. An explosion burst beside him, and he passed out immediately. His comrades did not abandon him and rescued him back to the field hospital in the rear. After an amputation surgery, his life was saved, but he lost everything below the elbow of his right arm. His right eye was blinded forever, and his right ear was also blown off. With such severe injuries, of course, he couldn't return to his unit. The unit promoted him by 1 rank and let him retire as a private first class. In the strict sense, Cohen Pulia's military career of barely 3 months ended just like that, marred with disability. He was very despondent and hopeless. He had come from a family of serfs, and after coming to the army, he experienced a life previously unimaginable. Despite facing combat and danger, he loved his comrades from different places, enjoyed the squad leader's rough but caring shouts, loved the brotherhood with his fellow soldiers as they fought side by side, and appreciated the ramblings of the company political instructor, which often included lessons and stories. He didn't want to retire, but there was no choice. His current physical condition simply didn't allow him to continue in the army. However, the generous treatment the Alliance gave to retired soldiers and disabled veterans gave him hope and a light in the darkness. First was the promotion to the rank of private first class. This promotion was significant, as the retirement pay of a private first class was 1 level higher, and, when he transitioned to civilian status on the spot, he was directly granted the E9 civil service rank. This amounted to a guarantee for the future. Moreover, he was not just retiring normally but retiring due to disability. This meant that in addition to the standard retirement pay, he would also receive a generous pension. Additionally, he had a 3rd-class combat medal. Speaking of which, It should be mentioned that the Military Administration Department designed 3 new levels of combat medals, ranking below the Revival Medal and the Extinguishing Wind Medal. These medals represented not only honor but also an additional lifetime stipend. All of this together, the pension and retirement pay, allowed Cohen Pouliot to have a substantial sum of money after retirement to improve his life and to support himself for a long time. The E9 civil rank meant that as long as he followed the arrangements of the Military Administration Department Veterans Affairs Bureau and did some simple work, he could achieve a middle-class living standard. This included food rations, housing subsidies, medical care levels, and education for descendants. The stipend from the E9 rank combined with the stipend from the combat medal could provide a nice additional quality of life on top of his basic living needs. Cohen Pouliot finally decided to return to his hometown, taking his own money, his civilian grade, and his medal allowance. After completing the formalities, he boarded the train home. The just repaired railway tracks carried him swiftly from Shangya City back to Daegu City. Here, he first handled his demobilization procedures and transferred his identity to the Biqing Valley province. Comrades at the Demobilization Security Bureau would continue to pay attention to the situation of all veterans within the province, making sure they received what they were entitled to. Next, he went to the Provincial Civil Affairs Bureau, and there he found out about his family's whereabouts. His family had been relocated to a place called Microthermal Farmstead, where they were designated as agricultural workers. Having determined the location of Microthermal Farmstead, he followed the guidance of the staff, made his way to the suburbs, and found a canvas-covered truck. This type of canvas-covered truck, modified from an iron ox, could carry more than 20 people at a time. They were connected to Daegu City by a network of newly built highways and reached almost every registered farmstead via numerous transportation towns that served as hubs. He waited 2 days in Daegu City, and once the driver had gathered 20 passengers, he boarded the vehicle. After a 2-day journey, he was almost there. The driver was still boasting, the passengers were still chatting away, but he could already see his hometown from afar. Microthermal Farmstead, we are here. If I remember correctly, we have an old soldier among us who needs to get off here. Yes, he replied. All right, then get ready to disembark. Soldiers with your kind of combat honors are people our old Bree admires the most. Without you folks, where would we get the great situation of the Alliance today? Hope to see you again. Yes, hope to see you again. Outside the gates of the farmstead, he disembarked from the truck, dragging his luggage with his remaining left hand. During this process, the enthusiastic passengers all offered a helping hand, assisting him in getting his belongings down. After giving thanks, he bade goodbye to everyone and entered the farmstead. This was his hometown. He was a Biqing Valley native. At least since his grandfather's generation, they had worked as hired laborers at Microthermal Farmstead. The plantation owner provided food and drink, but nothing else. In the past, he hadn't thought much of it, even believing the farm's lord to be quite benevolent since neither his grandparents nor his parents had starved to death. But now he saw things differently. Having heard many principles and stories from his instructors, he realized that his family's past way of life was wrong. If that was what home was like, then he had no attachment to it. But the Alliance had changed all that, so he had come back. He observed the scene before him, both familiar and somewhat strange. The defensive walls that had been built to protect against the aberrant beasts and marauders had been partly dismantled, leaving only a symbolic gate emblazoned with the name, Microthermal Farmstead. In their place, tall wooden watchtowers had been erected, with people on duty. The function of this watchtower, he guessed, was to monitor the surroundings in advance. Of course, the person on duty in the watchtower saw him. It seemed he said something, and soon someone came hurrying over. Cohen, is that really you? You're back? The newcomer approached quickly with a warm smile, but upon seeing his hand, eyes, and ears, his expression changed. Momo, hello. These are scars from the war. You've suffered, Cohen. Do your uncle and aunt know you're back? I wrote them a letter, so they should know, maybe, but it might also have gotten lost. Anyway, I'm back now, and they'll find out soon enough. Then come with me, I'll take you home, Momo insisted, taking many of his belongings without further ado and leading him to his family's house. Along the way, Momo told him about the enormous changes that had taken place in his hometown during the several months he was away. Many people had left, at least 80% of them. It was said that there was still plenty of undeveloped land in the province, and with the introduction of large machinery, The planting industry at Microthermal Farmstead didn't require as many people. His parents were originally supposed to be relocated as well, but they insisted on staying there to wait for Cohen to return. According to policy, they negotiated and did not move. Now, they no longer lived in the communal dormitories for farm serfs. Instead, they had their own small house. As part of the plan to clear the jungles, there was an abundance of timber resources with no place to use them, all of which went to the synthetic starch factory. Of course, there was a lot left over, so a lumber mill was established, which could be used for building houses or for wood exports. In fact, using the timber in this way was more economical and sensible than crushing it directly into synthetic starch. Now, only the wood that was left over from the lumber and paper mills, and which was of lower quality, would be sent to the synthetic starch factory. His father and mother built a new wooden house not far from the farm, where they lived with his sister and brother. Their family had been allotted 1,000 acres of farmland, an unimaginable amount in the past. First, it was impossible to cultivate that much land, and second, it was unthinkable for one family to be given so much. But now it was possible. Farm machinery had changed the production model, and efficiency had become extremely high. Plowing no longer required dragging the old oxen back and forth. Tractors with plows could do it in one pass. Sowing seeds was the same, with the newly distributed high-yield seeds said to produce much more than before. Likewise, applying pesticides no longer required manual sprayers or toiling in the fields. Tractors pulling pesticide machines could cover the ground with just a few passes. In the future, when harvest time came, combine harvesters and agricultural stations would be able to solve big problems. With Priya's parents and the help of his brother, now 13, things were a bit tough but manageable to take care of those 1,000 acres. It wasn't just their family, most of the families who stayed had similar situations. The corresponding agricultural machinery had been distributed to the farmstead, and everyone was learning and using it. His underage siblings were ranked E3 with food rations. His parents were E5, prime working age, with not just enough food but also a stipend to save, whether for buying household items or saving up to purchase their own farm machinery to cultivate more land. And according to the annual production of agricultural products, citizen ranks would be reassessed every 6 months. Those who did well and produced high yields would rise quickly in rank. Even the average or even slightly lazy ones, as long as they were working and meeting the minimum production quota, could still rank up over time, just not as quickly and with a cap. Now, everyone's life had improved. Not just the basic rank provisions for food and clothing, but there was also extra money to buy novel items from nearby hub towns: a new piece of clothing, a fan, a radio, quality durable furniture. All of these had truly changed the lives of everyone at Microthermal Farmstead. Hearing his little brother talk about these things felt as warm to Priya as the wind laced with the scent of fresh grass. He became more optimistic, and a smile spread across his face. Although he could no longer stay in the army, returning home seemed to be a very good choice. With his severance and pension, his parents should be able to buy some farm machinery, avoiding the need to queue and scramble with others, and could even rent them out. Just like what he heard from the truck driver en route, if someone could run a transport fleet, perhaps he could manage a fleet of farm machinery. Later, he could hire people to help him, further expand the land he could contract, enlarge the production, and if the yield increased, his parents, sister, and brother could advance in ranks even faster in the future. Despite being handicapped with a lost hand, an eye, and an ear, and being half disabled, he could still do his part to ease the family's burden. A rank of E9 was considered high in the farmstead, and even though he was partially disabled, maybe Xiaoyeme would still agree to marry him. As he walked, he chatted with Momo and imagined the future. He could see a small wooden house in the distance. That was his home. His parents were waiting for him. He couldn't help but grab Momo and quicken his pace. "Hey, Cohen bro, don't rush like that," Momo said. "Take it easy, there's quite a lot of stuff, and your body is also." But how could his friend's advice stop him when his heart was flying home like an arrow? Yet, as he approached his home, his pace slowed. He heard his mother's crying coming from inside the house, mixed with his father's murmuring voice and some scolding sounds. Since setting out on his journey home, everything Cohen Pulia had seen and heard had been beautiful. He had spent the whole journey fantasizing about his future life. But what he had not expected was that the first discordant note would come from his own home. Could it be that my house is on fire? He suppressed the anger in his heart, stopped outside, and continued to listen to the conversation inside drift out. The fee for borrowing farm equipment, the tax on land, the poll tax, the amount your family has to pay has been reduced as much as possible. Don't be ungrateful. Thank you, my lord, thank you. But, his father's somewhat feeble voice came from inside. The notices posted in the manor and the officials from the provincial city, didn't they say all of these were free? They said from now on we are all agricultural workers, receiving benefits and subsidies, that all belong to us. They talked about collective ownership of means of production and that everyone could use them. And the grain produced isn't ours, it's public property, what we get are just our own benefits and subsidies. So why do we have to pay these fees with our own subsidies? Oi, Puglia old man, you've become quite the smooth talker, haven't you? Talking about some lord from the provincial city, a couple of years back, they were all peasants, worthy of being called lord. All this stuff about notices, go and see now, are there any notices posted now? Another burst of scolding came through. Cohen Puglia's expression turned extremely cold, yet his eyes were so heated they seemed about to spew fire. He turned halfway to look at Momo as if asking what was going on. Momo looked a bit awkward, his gaze shifting. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, I don't know either. How did it happen to be today that the Lord's people have come to your house? Look, Cohen, I have some other things to do. I'll just leave your stuff here, we'll talk another time. Clearly, this Momo didn't want to get involved in the matter and scurried off like a shot. Puglia didn't have the chance to hold on to him and ask more questions. Inside the house, his father's voice rose again. But, my son is about to come home. Cohen went to fight for the governor, and lost an arm. We need to save what's left of our benefits, otherwise what will we do in the future? Ah. Before he could finish, there was a crisp slap, followed by his father's cries of pain. Don't you have any respect? Listening to this, Cohen was filled with rage and could no longer stand waiting outside. With a forceful push, he entered the room. After a quick scan, he saw his siblings stealthily peering through a cracked door from the side room. His mother sitting and crying. His father, who had just been slapped, covering his face, and 3 arrogant-looking men. He knew these 3 men. All were so-called lords, former servants of the manor owner of Microthermal Farmstead. They didn't farm or labor but diligently served manor owner Zeklin, formerly heads of the manor militia team. Now, Zeklin no longer had ownership of Microthermal Farmstead, but he still managed to become the farmstead's administrative head by exploiting policies during the Green Valley Mutual Aid Society reformation by the Alliance. And his former servants, under his manipulation, had become civil servants in this village-level administrative unit. Outside the house, Puglia had more or less understood the whole situation. It was nothing but Zeklin and his lackeys still treating Microthermal Farmstead as their private property. Those who remained on the farmstead without moving were still his slaves. All this talk about fees for farm equipment use, land taxes, poll taxes. None of these existed in the Alliance, and yet, this guy was inventing reasons to collect them, using the government's administrative power. And would the collected taxes be handed over to the Alliance? Obviously not. Moreover, they wouldn't dare touch the land's produce. After the reform in Beeching Valley, all the land was state-owned. They wouldn't dare take anything from the hands of the Alliance government. But to brazenly rob the farmworkers agricultural workers of their benefits and rations, they had the audacity to do that. And quite a lot of it. Now, Puglia was extremely angry. He was not only angry about the unbearable treatment his family received and the slap his father endured but also angry that his ideals had been fundamentally challenged. Although he had only been in the military for a few months, he had come to identify deeply with his sacrifice. He had offered his maimed body in exchange for the happiness of all Rage Owl Star people. To break the cannibalistic environment formed in the wasteland, to rebuild a beautiful home. It was a noble mission, and he regretted not being able to continue fighting for this grand cause in the military. But as he returned to his hometown to continue the great cause in another way, he was greeted by this scene. This was a betrayal of the Alliance's ideals, a subversion of the governor's declaration, an insult to the countless people who went through fire and water for the entire planet. In his fury, he calmly asked, "Who hit my father?" The leader of the group sized up this markedly changed, disabled man, starting to remember. "Cohen? It's me, who took a swing just now. I did it, what about it?" one of the men blurted out. With a crisp smack, Puglia's good left hand delivered a slap in response. He had lost an arm, indeed, but he was honed through the miraculous training of the boot camp. truly experiencing the battlefield for 3 months, grasping the lives of at least 7 or 8 people in his hand, a veteran who was capable of being selected for the arduous task of conquering a fortress. The lost arm was gone forever, but the remaining one was still very strong. The man was somewhat prepared, but still couldn't dodge or withstand it, and got hit squarely by a slap, flipping directly onto the ground, unable to get up in a disheveled mess. Seeing this, the other two charged at Cohen Puglia. But they were no match for Cohen Puglia, a half-disabled veteran, and in 2 or 3 moves, they were all knocked to the ground by his one remaining hand. In the end, the 3 of them could only help each other up and flee in a wretched state. Think you're something special because you served a few months as a soldier, huh? Came back a cripple, missing an arm and blind? You just wait? Before leaving, they didn't forget to drop a harsh threat. After those few guys were chased off, the siblings who were hiding in the house ran out to embrace their brother from both sides. Their father put down his work, looking at his son who had changed so much in character since leaving home. Aside from the missing arm and disability, he didn't know what expression to show. Their mother, on the other hand, wiping her tears, approached him, caressing his amputated limb and the injured half of his face, sobbing uncontrollably. Cohen Puglia comforted his younger siblings and sent them back to their rooms before he had time to have a proper talk with his parents. At this moment, his mother had stopped crying, but still showed a pained expression upon seeing his right arm. We shouldn't have let you join the army. Don't be like that, Mom. Cohen tried to sound lighthearted. I've never regretted joining the army. In the East, there are many more people like us who need help. We were there to liberate them. Besides, although I didn't come back fully intact, at least I made it home, and the army's policies are quite good. I brought back a lot of pension money, enough to renovate our house, buy lots of things, even our own farming machinery. I'm still ranked E9, higher than most people at the farmstead. Life will get better from here on out. I would rather you came back without a scratch than need that compensation money, his mother replied. Cohen had anticipated his mother's response. A mother worried for her son would naturally feel this way. He could only continuously reassure her, and gradually her mood improved. At this point, his father, filled with concern, spoke up. Today, you drove away Zeklin's men. They won't let this go easily. Cohen turned his head and replied confidently, yeah, I think so too. But now, it's the alliance that rules, not the times when he could cover the sky with one hand. I'll write a letter later, and when a pony cart passes by, I'll have someone send it to the Veterans Affairs Bureau in Bagu City. They'll take care of it. When he said this, he seemed full of confidence, and it was precisely what he believed. What will happen then? That Zeklin will definitely get punished, and our whole farmstead won't have to endure his oppression and humiliation any longer. Hearing this, his father didn't look relieved but rather heaved a sigh and said, if you ask me, why not just give them the money, maybe even apologize to the people you hurt today? If they knew you had that much compensation and pension money, the subsidy they want isn't much, just give it to them. What kind of talk is that? Cohen said, displeased. How can we encourage that scoundrel's arrogance? The pension, though generous, was exchanged for one of my arms, and there's no extra to give them. The subsidies you two get come from toiling in the fields, and however small, they should not be given to him. Old Priya wanted to say more, but his son stopped him. That's enough, Dad. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to write that letter right now. That guy won't be hopping around for much longer. Afterward, the Puglia family set aside their worries and enjoyed a reunion dinner together, chatting for a good while more. Cohen wanted to help clean up but was stopped. You're in no shape to be helping out, go rest. Cohen didn't insist and returned to his room. The newly built wooden house on their property was not small. To facilitate work in the fields, the house was situated on the edge of the estate. There was a vast open space around it, and because of the special period, the lumber was very cheap, so when it was built, they had taken into consideration space for the children to start their own families, hence the sizable area and the many separate rooms. Back in his room, Cohen took out the paper and pen he had brought back and began to write. Before leaving home, Cohen Puglia could barely read and was considered semi-illiterate, but in the few months with the army, he had made substantial progress in education. The military had even provided them with stationery, including journals and writing materials. Writing a flamboyant article was difficult for Cohen, but with careful consideration and using common characters to clearly express the situation, it was not a big problem. It's just that his writing was a bit slow, but he had nothing else to do now. He had meticulously recorded in his diary the sights and encounters on his journey home, the infuriating incidents he faced upon his return, and his own reflections on these matters. The immense changes in the Beeching Valley region that had spontaneously given rise to feelings of happiness and anticipation. The rage and pain upon encountering the remnants of the old era's poison still festering at Microthermal Farmstead. The disdain for those shameless people, along with the expectations for the alliance. He scribbled down many words, taking a long time, late into the night, still writing under the light. He wished to put all these things down in writing. Later, when tearing out this section of the diary, paying a bit extra for a passing airship's driver to help send the letter should be feasible. If that proved impossible, he would simply make the trip to Daegu City himself. After all, the roads were now unobstructed, a mere 2 or 3 days' journey. His only concern was whether his parents might be in danger if he wasn't at home. As he pondered this, he heard a strange commotion outside. Having just been discharged from the military, his vigilance remained heightened. He cracked open the window and peered out to see aberrant beasts. No high-level creatures, just ordinary, melee-capable cannon fodder types, but at least 20 at a glance. Why were there so many aberrant beasts, almost surrounding their house? He instinctively tossed the diary underneath the bed and quickly got up, planning to wake his family. But just then, the tightly secured wooden door of his house was smashed open. Looking over, he saw a somewhat familiar figure in total disarray, running into the distance. Before he could give chase, 2 aberrant beasts tied up with ropes and now loosened charged in through the door. Cohen's instinct was to draw his gun and fight, but at that moment, he had neither blade nor gun in hand. "I have finished telling the story," Milia Durong said, exhaling deeply, closing the diary in her hands. She and her teammates were from the Demon Hunter Squad, a unit reporting directly to the Alliance's Supreme Court. Their team of 20 was responsible for heading south to investigate corruption in the Beeching Valley province. Milia Durong lifted her head, gazing at her brother-in-law in front of her. "Chief Jason Morgan, after hearing this story, what are your thoughts?" Jason Morgan, whose constant stress in recent months had begun to give him premature gray hair, lowered his trembling hands from the table's surface. He fell silent for a while before saying, "I am deeply saddened." "Anything else?" "I am very sorry." "Anything else?" "I feel a great sense of guilt." Milia Durong slammed her hand on the table and demanded, "All these are evasive answers. Do you have any idea that within your jurisdiction, neglect of duty, corruption, and even the murder of civilians by officials are happening on a large scale? The incident I've related is by no means an isolated case across the 3 million square kilometers of Beeching Valley. Do you even grasp the severity of these matters?" Milia Durong's fate took a dramatic turn after being convinced by her sister to attend the wind-extinguishing Jiangxi Academy, and then being selected for the advanced class. She had never cared much for what she considered to be mere ideological cultivation, only getting involved to appease her sister. However, at the Jiangxi Academy, she pondered many things. After graduating from the advanced class, she was chosen by the Alliance Supreme Court. At the moment, the political system of the Alliance can be roughly divided into 3 parts. The Alliance Army, which includes the military government sector, the Alliance General Staff Department, various group armies, brigade-sized units, with the Governor-General directly controlling all military departments. The second part is the Alliance Government, with the Prime Minister as the head and accountable to the Governor-General. It directly governs the various provinces and has direct departments for civil affairs, production, development, commerce, education, and so on. The third is the Alliance Supreme Court, with Lambert Hodgson serving as Judge Hodgson and responsible to the Governor-General. It oversees the Legislative Council, the Executive Council, the Disciplinary Council. The Demon Hunter Squad, a newly established organization, is part of the Alliance Tribunal. The Tribunal, an armed force that is independent of the 3 councils of the Supreme Court, is responsible for executing major events. The Tribunal can be understood as the Alliance's secret service organization. Demon Hunters have the authority granted by the new Alliance Secret Enforcement Law to carry out secret arrests, interrogations, and executions without going through the 3 councils. Initially, after graduating from Jiangxi Academy, Miss Durong was placed into the Anti-Corruption Bureau under the Disciplinary Council, and then, more recently, when the tribunal was established and they were recruiting demon hunters, she applied and was selected. After undergoing demon hunter training, Milia Durong now carries a pistol and a short knife as part of her daily equipment, and her squad is also equipped with grenade launchers, chainsaw swords, and exoskeleton suits, ready to take down fortified targets when necessary. Moreover, every demon hunter masters a little bit of unique abilities after completing training. For example, Milia Durong can make her eyes glow, causing creatures gazed upon by her to panic and feel dizzy. Tests have shown that some physically weak animals can even die of heart rupture. Her comrades have various powers too, like lie detection and inducing fear. All kinds, and while not particularly strong, they are somewhat practical. This ability seems to be called spiritual energy, but the Governor General, having met them, also said that compared to full-fledged practitioners of spiritual energy, their powers are incomplete, with only a single function and not adaptable for flexible use, and the intensity is not too strong. But that was enough for Milia Durong, who in her more than 20 years of life, had only fantasized as a child that she might possess extraordinary abilities. Besides combat skills and spiritual energy-related special abilities, there is also a considerable amount of knowledge in areas such as investigation, tracking, analysis, features of heresy, and other academic content. After the formation of the Demon Hunter Squad, they were split into two teams. One headed west to the distant western desert, and even further west across the continent to gather intelligence. Durong's 7-person team, on the other hand, patrolled within the Alliance territory, investigating internal cases of corruption. During their inspections in the Biqing Valley region, they encountered many cases. Although they had the authority to arrest, judge, and execute secretly, Judge Hodgson had also told them before departing not to wield this power unnecessarily or in non-urgent situations. The Alliance's normal system is capable of addressing issues, and in most cases, they just need to pass the information they gather to the relevant government authority for handling. Typically, their role is to supplement the investigative work that the Alliance's normal system fails to cover. Only when the Alliance's system has become so corrupt that supplemental investigation cannot achieve their goals would they need to invoke their special authority. This time, their patrol in Biqing Valley Province followed the normal procedure. In the Biqing Valley region, the kinds of incidents that befell retired veterans like Priya and his family were not isolated but occurred on a large scale. Certainly, not every case was as deplorable, but the presence of parasites and corrupt elements exploiting farmers on various farmsteads was not uncommon. Along the way, they couldn't possibly arrest so many people. They just took down some evidence and made a list of names. They had originally planned to spend a month or two to complete a full circuit and then directly send the related intelligence, lists, and evidence to headquarters for the Discipline Committee and to the Biqing Valley provincial government. Under the oversight of the Disciplinary Council, they would thoroughly clean up the outrageous grassroots management situation in Biqing Valley Province. However, when they reached Microthermal Farmstead, they came across the case of retired veteran Priya's family being massacred, acquiring the critical piece of evidence, this diary. At this point, the Demon Hunter Squad couldn't hold back any longer. Up to then, it had been mostly cases of corruption, oppression, bodily harm, and acts of violence. There were murders, but those were relatively rare. Not to mention, this current case involved a massacre targeting veterans who the Alliance always insisted on treating preferentially. This was a serious breach. The Demon Hunters were acutely aware of how angry the Governor General would be if the news of this incident reached his ears. They simply abducted him and then hurried non-stop to Baegu City. The diaries slapped onto Jason Morgan's face, as the Demon Hunters waited for the provincial leader to give an explanation. The matter was handed over to Morgan's sister-in-law, Milia Durong. If Jason Morgan's response failed to satisfy the Demon Hunters, they might actually use the secret execution laws granted by the Alliance to take the senior official back to the capital for review by the Discipline Committee and trial by the governor. At this moment, Jason Morgan, being interrogated, let out a long sigh and gave his response. I am aware of the situation at the grassroots level, but I did not anticipate it to be so serious. This is my responsibility. I will write a report and then personally report the specific situation within the province to the governor. Even if the governor accuses me of dereliction of duty and inefficiency, and I become the second high-ranking official to be dismissed in the Alliance, I will bow my head and admit guilt. However what? Before that, I have to personally capture all these rats within the province and create a clean environment for the next leader of Biqing Valley Province. Hey, why didn't you do it sooner? Sigh. Jason Morgan sighed. I will explain this to the governor. But first, tell me, where is Zeklin, the one you captured? He has been sent to the Supreme Court in Revival City. This is a case with extremely bad influence. Judge Hodgson is beside himself with rage. He wants to use this person to quell his anger, the governor's anger, and the entire alliance's anger. What were you planning? It's a pity. Morgan sighed. It seems I won't have the chance to strip his skin off myself. There's no need, this guy will definitely be sentenced to death. His skull will be turned into a servo skull and then thrown somewhere to serve. Oh, now there is also servant mech transformation technology. The Alliance has special uses for death penalty convicts. They won't just kill them off. That would be too wasteful of resources. Oh, so it is. Their vile lives can continue to serve the governor. They really got off easy. Indeed. But it doesn't matter. There are many more in Beeching Valley Province who need to atone in this way and continue to serve the Alliance. I will capture them. I hope you, the Demon Hunter Squad, can assist me in this task. Milia Durong hesitated, then responded, we generally do not accept tasks assigned by local officials of the Alliance, and we don't need to cooperate with others. However, since we initiated this matter, let the Disciplinary Council of Beeching Valley Province itself, the police, and government forces, cooperate with our action. Fine, whatever it takes, as long as those people are captured. Ji Yu Hang, of course, was aware of the anti-corruption campaign in the Beeching Valley region. That included the tragedy of the veteran. This case indeed made Ji Yu Hang very angry on a personal level. As the sole dictator of the Alliance regime, setting aside personal emotions, values, and moral concepts, he also found it intolerable from the perspective of reason and interest. The destructiveness of the matter was obvious. The exploited public's production capability would be suppressed, which is a direct impact. Their consumption capability would also be suppressed, thereby spreading throughout society and creating a negative effect. People's grievances would incite a wave of distrust in the Alliance government throughout society, which would have a huge negative impact on the implementation and enforcement of all future policies of the Alliance. In extreme cases, it could lead to rebellion in specific regions. Isolated incidents are limited in impact, but according to the reports sent by the Demon Hunter Squad, during their investigations in the past period, of the 131 farmsteads of Beeching Valley Province, 40% had varying degrees of managerial corruption. The situation at Microthermal Farmstead was the worst. The other places hadn't gone as far as to annihilate your family if you disobeyed. These grassroots managers would embezzle the public's subsidies, benefits, concoct reasons to collect extra taxes, charge for production materials distributed by the Alliance. The man from Microthermal Farmstead named Zeklin did just that. There were those who reached out to the Alliance as well. They would secretly alter the production targets set by the province's production bureau, increase the production quotas for the public, but when submitting agricultural products, they would use the normal targets to embezzle the difference for personal gain. They would then repackage it as black market goods to sell to the public. These corrupt conditions largely occurred when the Mutual Aid Society was restructured into local administrative organs, with acts committed by the original plantation owners. For the farmsteads that were split off to cultivate new lands, there was a much lower probability of such incidents. Many of those farmstead owners were elected from the grassroots pioneers, and some were directly appointed by the province's officers. The purity of the team was relatively better. But among them, other situations arose. For example, they would deliberately raise the production plan targets, demanding that the farmers under their management increase their labor hours. These grassroots managers wouldn't embezzle but submit everything. What they pursued was to obtain higher scores in the performance evaluations of the Department of Political Affairs, aiming for a quicker promotion in rank and position. But the people suffered greatly. The same E5 level farmers could end up doing twice the amount of work. The 8-hour workday was still in place, and according to the most preposterous production plans, Ji Yu Hang could tell at a glance that the farmers under that guy's control would all be worked to death without being able to complete his agenda. Is this corruption? Objectively speaking, the increased production advanced the province's agricultural development plans, but one must understand that most of the laborers in Beeching Valley Province were proletarians, not proprietors. The land wasn't theirs. It belonged to the Alliance. They were agricultural workers, not farmers. Agricultural workers are a kind of worker who essentially go to a job. Their rank, benefits and allowances can be considered a salary, and they live on wages. Farmers own their land and work in agriculture. Their livelihood depends on the land's yield, how much they produce, the taxes and rent they pay, and the rest is theirs. Major increases in agricultural worker productivity, of course, are good. After all, the extra produce, not a bit of which goes to the laborers, all belong to the alliance government. But Ji Yuhang didn't need to go to such extremes. If someone wanted to work 12 or 16 hours a day when 8 hours were clearly enough to meet the basic requirements, that's their choice, and the government could offer faster promotions to reward such behavior. But this is not something that should be forcefully required by administrative power. Yet, when it came to specific matters, Ji Yuhang found himself in a dilemma. The guy who falsely reported production plans and pushed his workers to exhaustion, that one needed to be dealt with. But what about those who really did raise the production plan targets, who motivated the workers with slogans like higher yields, faster promotions, more benefits, a better life, and encouraged everyone to work hard? And those who researched practical agricultural machinery technologies, imparted agricultural production experience, and raised production quota targets? There were too many scenarios. If everyone was punished indiscriminately, all their enthusiasm would be squashed. Handling vast lands and populations with a one-size-fits-all approach is an extremely difficult task. Appropriate plans must be considered. The lessons from this experience must be summarized. As for the specific anti-corruption work in Biqing Valley Province, Ji Yuhang actually didn't intervene much. He believed that the demon hunter, the disciplinary council, and the provincial government, working in concert, would give him a satisfactory response. Currently, the governmental institutions of Biqing Valley Province had already launched a sweeping campaign against corruption. When the time came, those who legitimately committed offenses would be sentenced as they deserved. Those who were sentenced to death could serve their time at the skull workshop, which was short on materials. Those not sentenced to death would be stripped of their positions, demoted and sentenced to labor for a set period. There were specialized labor camp prisons where they would serve their sentences with the lowest E2 entitlements. Even to avoid issues with local imprisonment, many people would be sentenced to labor in the mines of Wying City, the waste recycling facilities of the eastern provinces, or places like Ruin Mine. And Ji Yuhang looked forward more to Jason Morgan giving him a more rational, more systematic plan, to address corruption, to address disguised corruption, to address the behavior of increasing work pressure at the expense of agricultural workers' lives for the sake of promotion. These issues that had come to light were Morgan's test, deciding how Ji Yuhang would treat him personally. As there are quite a few new readers, I still need to talk about the updates. I upload 4,000 words every day, combining to 2 chapters, which are posted around noon. It's the normal full-time amount, and occasionally there are chapters that go up to 6,000 or more. It's not much, just a regular update. Then, some readers commented on water in the last 2 chapters. I felt quite discouraged. I thought long about the structure of these 2 chapters, with the first half discussing the discharge policy and the social situation in Biqing Valley, and the second half introducing corruption and the corresponding policies of the alliance. I trust everyone could tell, right? If you couldn't, then I'm just not skilled enough. Fearing that the perspective would dwell too long, I even condensed Koen Pulia's tragic content into about a chapter and a half. This is about farming, which must be written constantly with technology, arming, fighting, and technology. The cycle is very uninteresting. Of course, I could use other methods. For example, I could delete the specifics of the story, and from the governor's perspective, just write about agricultural production value, agricultural distribution, corruption in the alliance, and then how it is handled. This would be very quick, and it would be explained right away. But then, there's no sense of reality, no characters, no flesh and blood. If you really don't like the focus on characters, then I still have to write. What else is there to write in a novel if not about characters? It is only to say my abilities are limited, but I will continue to improve in the future, not to let you down. In the past 2 months, the Disciplinary Council, Biqing Valley Government, and Demon Hunters have jointly conducted a large-scale anti-corruption campaign in Biqing Valley Province. This operation investigated the integrity of more than 1,700 farms, from the Bagu city government to the entire province, accounting for 20% of Biqing Valley Province. A total of 614 individuals, including corrupt base-level management personnel from the farms and their accomplices, were arrested. Of these, 99 were sentenced to death for particularly heinous crimes. 515 were sentenced to varying terms of labor and stripped of all their citizenship ranks and privileges. Additionally, 852 people were subjected to demotion of varying degrees and deprivation of official duties. The main targets of this phase of the operation were the plantation owners from the local Beeching Valley province who had turned into base-level farm managers when the Mutual Aid Society was restructured as the provincial government a few months ago. Accordingly, those sentenced to death will be placed in death row cells, awaiting skull workshop and servant bot workshop to carry out the execution as per your policy. In the next phase of the operation, we plan to further expand the scope of investigation, predicting that it will take another 2 months to complete the anti-corruption work throughout Beeching Valley province. Ji Yuhang listened and nodded as he did. At the moment, 3 people were sitting in front of him. Lambert Hodgson, the highest judge of the alliance, Osena Chinko, the alliance premier, and Jason Morgan, the head of Beeching Valley province. The one currently presenting the anti-corruption work report was Lambert. His department, being the main responsible body for such tasks, naturally required him to make the detailed report. In fact, Ji Yuhang felt quite reassured about this. Lambert had experience in this field. Back when the new alliance had just been established, he had deftly handled the internal purge in Revival City. Now, he had even more resources at his disposal. Not only the investigation teams from his own discipline committee but also the exceptional abilities of the demon hunters, and the full cooperation of the local government in Beeching Valley province. His strategy was also sound. Since the preliminary investigations had clearly identified the biggest issues with the base-level managers from the old era, it was natural to start the investigations with them first. Ji Yuhang fully understood the policies previously implemented by Jason Morgan. To reduce resistance and mitigate opposition, the primary goal was to restore the agricultural production in Beeching Valley province, and so, at the beginning, it was not feasible to crack down on all the landlords who had once held de facto power in Green Valley region. His approach did indeed contribute significantly to the production and construction in Beeching Valley over the past several months. With production rapidly restored, land reclamation efforts smoothly pushed forward, and the process of restructuring local governments faced acceptable levels of resistance. Moreover, it must be said that the former wealthy landlords did have an above-average level of capability. Just look at Osena, who came from the landlord class, a young lady brought up in wealth and afforded a complete education. It was not as simple as just being literate. They were versed in calculation, accounting, law, management. In various aspects, these people were part of the elite class in Green Valley region. They certainly outmatched the serf class in terms of abilities due to their significantly lower level of education. To rule effectively in the short term faced with a vast environment of 6 million people over 3 million square kilometers, Jason Morgan really had no other choice. It would be the same for Ji Yuhang. When he first recovered Revival City, he conducted a slew of purging actions to establish authority, but in the end, wasn't he too dependent on the city's intellectuals, engineers, business classes for governance? However, it was now indeed time to sweep those historical issues into the dustbin. Lambert Hodgson's purge was quite severe. He examined more than 1,700 farms, arresting over 600, with more than 800 processed. It wasn't a bloodbath, but it was no light touch either. During this entire anti-corruption campaign, some of the former elite did withstand the test. They were not caught in any serious wrongdoing during the purge, or they only had minor issues that did not tarnish their reputation, and they maintained a decent reputation among the public. That was quite heartening. After all, not everyone was worthless. If all the elites of the old era were to be swept away completely, it would be impossible to replace them. Of course, the current intensity of the actions seemed about right. After Lambert had finished discussing the anti-corruption campaign itself, it was then up to the administrative officials Osena Chinko and Jason Morgan to discuss their matters. Firstly, there was the issue of how to fill the roles of so many people who had been dealt with during the anti-corruption campaign. This is where the education department needed to step up. Osena had provided plenty of help to Jason Morgan by reallocating a large number of graduates from the Comprehensive Academy to Beeching Valley Province recently. Now, the graduates from various academies were very much in demand. Governments in various places across the Alliance desperately needed a large number of talents provided by Revival City to fill the reconstruction of all levels of government. The Comprehensive Academy of the Alliance, over this period, had already trained a large number of candidates in various disciplines. This talent requires quotation marks. Because the training time is still too short, The abilities of these talents are quite doubtful. Although the Education Department of the Union has already established a relatively complete educational system in Revival City and Wying City, covering various aspects such as vocational education, technical education, and comprehensive education, it is still too early, and children receiving education can't possibly grow up overnight. For adult education, there could only be short-term, high-intensity knowledge training before they were hurriedly sent out to make their mark on the workplace. But after all, having some talent available is better than before. Moreover, these cultivated talents needed some positions to demonstrate their abilities. The vacancies created by these farms in the Beeching Valley region were just right. Even Ji Hang had sent many of those top students that his mother had previously arranged for him, putting them to work in the Beeching Valley province. By that time, Ji Hang felt his mother really had some good ideas. He couldn't quite trust these people. Given the situation on Rage Owl Star, where would you find 100 highly educated alien university students? Lack of trust didn't matter. After all, they were talents, so just deal with them as you see fit. Ji Hang couldn't resist this temptation either. You couldn't just waste them, could you? Time to get to work. If you want to be entrusted with important tasks, it wasn't impossible. Start from the grassroots and work your way up. If someone was truly reliable, Ji Hang wouldn't mind having a proper chat and recruiting them under his command. In summary, these methods had temporarily filled the gaps at those basic farms in the Beeching Valley province that were left without managers. While discussing this, Osenia also took the opportunity to inform Ji Hang about the current priorities of the Education Department. Currently, the educational work of the Union seemed to be going quite well. A series of educational systems from elementary to middle to university had been established in the crucial Twin Cities region. Union citizens, according to different ranks, could enjoy varying degrees of free education and subsidies. The first 6 years comprised the compulsory education phase. The children of citizens above E5 rank were free. To encourage enrollment, after admission, the rank of the children themselves would be E2 or E3, meaning additional benefits to reduce the pressure of upbringing. Those of higher ranks could get free education at the middle school level. Beyond middle school, students' good performances in school could directly lead to rank promotions. Normally, people only receive the E5 rank after reaching adulthood and being allocated a job. However, if students performed extremely well and were outstanding, they might acquire a higher rank while still in school, which clearly provided great help for them when leaving school and entering society. The so-called university level referred to the Comprehensive Academy, Technical Academy, and Loyal Air Academy. Here, ranks didn't matter. Education did come with fees, but essentially, students in university were not lower than E6 rank, and their allowances were almost enough to cover the expenses. Moreover, top graduates from various middle schools, particularly the best ones, could receive even higher subsidies. The thresholds for advancing from elementary to middle, and middle to university, all hinged on examinations. The three major academies also practiced a policy of easy admission but strict graduation, making it not easy to graduate. Even though the three major academies were taking on a lot of adult education work, the diplomas were still granted according to different levels. Adult education had its own certificate, so of course, if you could pass the regular exams, you could also obtain a standard certificate. In any case, everything was considered for issuing a BCD4 level certificates, based on exams, in-school performance, and practical results. Now, students from various schools, so whether they were just middle school graduates who didn't get into university or those who received adult education in middle school, were being eagerly sought after by all sectors of society. Enterprises and factories are competing for them, and government units are too. Even the military wants in on the action. The Military Administration Department under Tadius also needs a lot of civilian military officers. The three major academies are expanding their scale, and in addition to that, the primary and secondary school systems are also spreading outwards. For now, the Ministry of Education and Culture has started to implement the primary-secondary education system in some of the larger settlements outside the Twin Cities. For example, Daegu City, and many other settlements with around 200,000 people in the central province outside the Twin Cities, with a population of 2 million. And the long-term goal is to have primary school institutions cover every settlement of Union citizens, to have secondary school institutions cover every urban-level region. Ji Hang nodded frequently as he listened. Perhaps it was because of the ideologies he had even before his transmigration. Education held a very high importance in his mind. He hoped the Union could produce more and more talent, even if not all of them were of great vision and grand strategy, as long as they could shine in their respective positions. Undoubtedly, the improvement of the population's quality would lead to an increase in productivity. After Osenia, it was Jason Morgan's turn to speak. This provincial leader was about to present his report card. We will reform the assessment methods of the grassroots farms. Production targets will still be the most important aspect. We will optimize this by setting 3 benchmark lines based on the farm's population, arable area, and the number of agricultural machines. Passable, excellent, challenge. The corresponding planned production targets will fluctuate along these lines, but they should not deviate wildly from reality with inflated production plans. We will significantly increase the penalties for not meeting standards. The rewards for achieving excellent targets will be quite significant, however, the incentive to go from excellent to challenging targets will be reduced. And rewards will be more directed to individuals who complete production rather than the managers. In this way, we hope to require the farms to meet basic production targets, encourage overproduction, but not completely force everyone into a cutthroat environment. Apart from production targets, we will also include citizen satisfaction in the assessment criteria. Grassroots managers will need to improve citizen satisfaction while fulfilling production plans, otherwise their assessments will be negatively affected. In the appointment of grassroots managers, we are also ready to pilot a reform. Instead of being appointed solely by the upper government, we will offer several candidates who will present their policies, plans, and intended actions to the farm residents for them to choose from. Overall, we hope that by giving the public the power to make reverse selections and by caring about citizen satisfaction, we can increase the accountability of grassroots officials to the public and reduce oppression and corruption events. We are also aware that citizens may have unreasonable demands. It's possible that dissatisfaction votes could be used to blackmail grassroots officials, preventing the farm from fulfilling its production targets. It could also cause efficient officials to lose out to those who are more eloquent and better at campaigning. There are still many problems with the plan, but on the whole, it should be an improvement over the past situation. In terms of practical assessment, the Provincial Civil Affairs Bureau, Development Bureau, and Production Bureau will develop more comprehensive plans to supervise the actions of grassroots officials and set more reasonable objectives. They will also be mindful of the pitfalls and issues I mentioned before. A document was spread out in front of Jason Morgan as he calmly explained how he would proceed if he continued to serve as the leader of Biqing Valley Province. Jiyu Hang was listening attentively, and from time to time, he would ask questions about certain details as Morgan explained. There were many areas where Morgan was prepared. He would expound and clarify, but there were also aspects he hadn't fully thought through. He didn't get annoyed or nervous, instead, he would ask Jiyu Hang and the other 2 high-ranking union officials present if there were better solutions. At the end of the discussion, Jiyu Hang made a decision. There are indeed many potential problems, but overall, it sounds like an improvement from before. Let's go ahead and test it out, see what happens, and then tackle any problems that arise. Hearing the governor say this, Jason Morgan felt a sudden wave of relief. It seemed he had passed. Jiyu Hang always refrained from oppressing the populace to the extreme, making every person on the entire planet like a crazily productive machine, wound up and unceasing. Some empire worlds did just that, but it clashed with Jiyu Hang's philosophy. Mainly, there were 2 aspects. First, he had somehow discerned that within his system, the monthly fixed income of each territory relied not only on the enhancement of productivity and the development of the territory but also on the happiness of the population and their level of support for him, which were important contributing factors. Focusing solely on productivity while neglecting the improvement of the people's living standards was unacceptable, as his monthly income in blessing points would hit a ceiling and could not grow further and might even decline. As for the second aspect, Jiyu Hang's past experiences, memories, and philosophy all led him to believe that the main source for driving a person to create greater value was incentive and enthusiasm for work. Jiyu Hang preferred a governance that would stimulate motivation through such methods, creating greater value. Violent oppression, on the other hand, would lead to reluctance to work. Why bother trying hard if life was hopeless no matter what? Why struggle when you only get welfare rations and the minimum allowance each month? Without prospects for advancement and no chance of happiness, wouldn't people just scrape by, doing the bare minimum just to get through? Even more, such immense dissatisfaction might result in passivity and strikes, with rebellion being far from impossible. In his current state of rule, of course, Gu Heng feared no rebellion. Those who dared to rebel would all be killed, no matter how many. But it was very costly. Suppressing a rebellion costs money. The rebels were producers, and the time they ceased production cost money. Executing the rebels meant that the value they could have created throughout their potential futures was lost, which also cost money. Let alone large-scale, widespread rebellion. Consider a single farmstead, a few hundred people staging an uprising, slaughtering a low-level official. How would one deal with that? Rebellion could not be tolerated, but the loss of even 100 lives pricked at Gu Heng's heart. Especially since such losses were avoidable, rebellions born from public dissatisfaction should not even occur. Even putting all else aside, Gu Heng simply could not do such things. Seeing officials of his own making oppress the people and act inhumanely made his blood pressure soar instinctively. This was not the world he wanted to establish. Gu Heng was generally pleased with the series of reform proposals put forward by Jason Morgan and thought they were worth a trial. There would definitely be some problems, but overall it shouldn't be worse than the current situation. Any issues could be resolved as they arose. Moreover, if this approach achieved decent results when implemented in Biqing Valley Province, he planned to apply the relevant schemes elsewhere in the alliance as well. Some centralized, densely populated industrial hubs, such as Wying City and Revival City's urban and factory institutions, did not need this approach. Workers had piece rate assessments and a complete work system in place. Workshop leaders needed technical experts. Factory directors required higher management levels. Moreover, production and civil affairs were separate, with residential districts managed by their respective street or district governments, and factories having their own management. But places like Biqing Valley Province, spread out over vast lands with sparse populations, could replicate similar experiences. Like the eastern provinces or the northlands that will be reclaimed in the future. After reporting to the governor, Lambert Hodgson bid farewell to the two government officials and returned to his office. He still had many of his own matters to attend to. Although he had already reported, the purification operation in Biqing Valley Province had actually only progressed by 20%. Many farmsteads had yet to be investigated. Plus, since the operation had already started, Lambert didn't intend to limit it to just Biqing Valley Province but planned to carry it out throughout the entire alliance. In places like the eastern provinces and the central three provinces where settlements were restructured locally, many of the original ruling class who had not resisted or had resisted only mildly were retained. When they were retained as middle and lower management of the alliance's government, they had been warned by the discipline committee not to engage in any misconduct or else face serious consequences. Of farmstead owners in Biqing Valley had received similar warnings. Now, it was time to see if the warnings were effective. However, the situations in those areas were expected to be much better than in Biqing Valley. The situation in Biqing Valley was unique, with agriculture as the mainstay, extremely decentralized administrative power, and a sparse population. In other provinces, small settlements were mostly abandoned, with populations relocated. Larger, centralized settlements with industry were retained, with more officials from the alliance stationed there. Moreover, with industries such as manufacturing, mining, and centralized agricultural production, causing disturbances wasn't as easy as it was in the remote farmsteads. In fact, before coming to Biqing Valley, the Demon Hunter Squad had been on patrol in other regions. There were indeed some problems, but nothing as severe as what they found in Green Valley. A normal anti-corruption campaign would suffice. Overall, the disciplinary council's investigation teams would have to work overtime and stay busy. Naturally, Lambert, the chief judge, would not be idle. The disciplinary council was busy arresting people and conducting audits, while the Executive Council's Alliance Police Department, Security Bureau, and Penitentiary Bureau all had to take action to assist with arrests, reviews, and incarceration. The courts had to conduct trials. Everyone was swamped with activity. Osenia and Jason Morgan were not exactly having an easy time either. The relevant coordination work had to be done. The relevant aftermath work was even more critical. The anti-corruption campaign certainly cleared out the rot, but it was also unavoidable that it would cause political turmoil, bound to impact production and development across various regions. What they both needed to do was to prevent, or at least try to minimize, this kind of situation from occurring. The two talked for quite a while, mainly about how, after Jason returned, he should ensure political stability and how to implement the plans he had previously reported to the governor. Osenia had a lot to say, earnestly relaying her ideas. Morgan listened attentively. Although he was the leader of the Biching Valley province, Osenia was his direct superior, and it was only natural for her to guide his work. When the provincial government was established, Osenia used to run back and forth to Daegu City quite frequently. The entire framework of the provincial government was built with this female prime minister's help, and at the time she even personally inspected several farms. This prime minister was originally from the Green Valley region, and she knew the land very well. Even the proposals that Jason Morgan had confidently discussed before Mr. Gu were not conceived by himself alone. The female prime minister had provided considerable assistance. In Osenia's office, after they finished discussing official matters, Morgan sincerely said, "I really can't thank you enough for your support this time, Prime Minister. Without you, I definitely couldn't have made it through." Osenia waved her hand casually and said, "Actually, Mr. Gu had no intention of dismissing you. He can understand your difficulties and can see the remarkable results of your work in Biching Valley. The growth of corruption is indeed your responsibility, it's a stain, but it does not completely overshadow your abilities and achievements." Stopping there for a moment, she continued, "However, since it's a blemish, we cannot neglect to take action. Although Mr. Gu didn't mention it specifically, I have decided to demote your rank from C2 down to C1. You are not eligible for a rank increase for 1 year. And the role of the head of the province is eliminated, reduced to acting head for a period of 1 year. After a year, we will reassess the situation in Biching Valley and decide whether to restore your official position. Do you have any objections?" "No, this is already very lenient." Jason Morgan truly had no objections. The punishments were largely nominal. The rank demotion and the year-long prohibition on advancement definitely impacted his personal treatment, but there were no substantive changes to his position. Although he was reduced from head of the province to acting head, he was still in that position, not sidelined, and retained his actual authority, which wouldn't impede his ability to work. If he achieved results in the future, he would still be eligible for promotion and rank skipping as deserved. If he failed to produce results, or even more ludicrous situations arose, he couldn't blame anyone but himself, acknowledging he had not seized the opportunity. Seeing that Morgan fully understood her intentions, Osenia nodded in satisfaction and said, "Then work hard. Both I and Mr. Gu hope you will continue to advance our cause in Biching Valley. Don't disappoint us." "I will not fail the mission. I'm heading back to Daegu City shortly, and the related production and development work won't fall behind, I assure you." "Good. However, there's no need to rush back. Stay, and accompany a guest with me to visit the workshops at Wying City. After the guest finishes visiting, they would probably like to see the Green Valley region as well, and I won't be joining then. You continue accompanying them." A guest? An inspection? Jason Morgan felt somewhat puzzled. The fact that the Prime Minister referred to them so formally as a guest meant the visitor's identity was surely no small matter. On all of Rage Owl Star, there likely wasn't anyone else who could be addressed in such a manner. He cautiously asked, "May I know in advance who this so-called guest is?" "Of course, it's not particularly secret. Mr. Gu's mother is coming to Rage Owl Star." "Mr. Gu's mother?" Jason Morgan seemed puzzled, as if thinking, does Mr. Gu really have a mother too? Of course, as long as one is a person, they have a mother. His confusion stemmed mainly from the fact that he had never heard such information in the past. He only knew that Mr. Gu had come from beyond the skies, appointed by the Imperial Star Sector government as ruler. Morgan did not know much about Mr. Gu's past or history and certainly did not expect that one day he would be asked to accompany Mr. Gu's mother on an inspection of the planet's work conditions. What kind of person is the Great Mother who raised a governor of such grand strategy and prowess? What should he say when the time comes? How should the Rage Owl Star people display their grace so as not to be looked down upon by visitors from other stars? The issue brought up by Osenia had caused Jason Morgan to become inexplicably anxious. When Jiyu Hang was listening to the report, Miss Wang Chi's fleet had already arrived at the orbit of Rage Owl Star. As one of the important controllers of the Jiyu family, Miss Wang Chi still had to engage in some diplomacy. Luckily her son said that the troops accompanying her to Heijian Star were gathering, and she was not in a rush, so she decided to meet with 2 Imperial Navy officers aboard the starship first. especially to meet with Yelicia. The Fufana family's operation was trustworthy, and after 6 months of fermentation, the fame of Yelicia, the Navy's rising star, had also been established. With enough dependable military accomplishments laid out clearly, she had not only secured her position as one of the 7 captains of the forcefully promoted Tianma fleet, but also her reputation began to spread throughout the entire region, and even throughout the entire Eastern Cosmos domain. She was originally a key nurturing target of the Fufana family, otherwise she would not have been promoted to the position of a brigadier captain at such a young age. And now she had done herself proud with verified military accomplishments, which meant her status within the Fufana family had become even more significant. After all, if the family had been dissatisfied with her in the past, or if she had done something wrong, they could have replaced her, but now, her name was hung up at the Imperial Navy Department, and it wasn't so easy to change. And they wouldn't change it. The reason the Fufana family could become a Navy family was precisely because 4 generations ago, one of their ancestors had been an admiral of the Navy, right? Yelicia could potentially break through this limit. Without any accidents, she would become the symbolic figure of the Fufana family, the destined next generation leader. Such a person was, of course, worth making a good connection with. Even considering a marital alliance. If it were Yelicia, then the quality of the offspring should be quite good, right? Wang Qi didn't think there was anything wrong with contemplating this. As an old mother, isn't it only natural to think about these things? But there was no need to rush. Miss Wang Qi still skillfully maintained her status as an elder. As a family friend, she had a good chat with the female brigadier about the past events on Flying Wing Star. When I came, your mother asked me to bring you a few things. There's also a gift from your aunt. Don't refuse it. No preciousness can compare with the friendship between our 2 families. You and Ji Yu Hang are peers and work together. Besides official business, you should socialize more. You haven't visited the planet's surface as a guest yet? What's Ji Yu Hang doing? Sometimes that blockhead is quite silly. You must be more understanding. These kinds of words streamed one after another. In any case, the exchange between the 2 was quite joyful. After spending a wonderful day with Yelicia, the next day Miss Wang Qi boarded the landing craft and came to the planet's surface. As the spaceship's hatch opened, she walked out with confidence. Her sharp and dignified attire made her appear noble and authoritative. But when she caught sight of the young man standing some 10 meters outside the hatch, waiting with head held high, her steps involuntarily slowed somewhat. This was her son, whom she hadn't seen for nearly 2 years. The eyes and brows were still so familiar. That face, inheriting the best features from both herself and her late husband, looked exceptionally handsome. But the somewhat weak, aggrieved air of the past was gone, and the resentfulness that always seemed to hover on his expression in the last few years had also dissipated. In its place was a confident, spirited, calm, and restrained young man. On closer inspection, one could even feel a kind of subtle authority emanating from him. In terms of temperament, he was completely different from what she remembered. This is my son? Wang Qi seemed a bit bewildered. Mother, welcome to Rage All-Star. Ji Yu Hang's voice roused Wang Qi from her stupor. She saw Ji Yu Hang with his arms open, walking towards her. Subconsciously, she also opened her arms and embraced Ji Yu Hang briefly. But in her heart, she felt a strange sensation. Something was off, very off. Their embrace wasn't tight. After a mere touch, Ji Yu Hang released his hands. He introduced her to the surroundings. This place is Revival City. The landing spaceship touched down at the Revival City airport, an area dedicated for landing crafts. From here, one could see the entire city. Honestly, Revival City didn't strike Wang Qi particularly. She had visited many worlds, and the urban construction of Revival City seemed average to her. Not to mention comparing it to the Star Sector capital or Garden World Winged Star. Even many ordinary second-tier cities on other planets seemed far more advanced than Revival City. However, she hadn't forgotten that this was originally a wasteland world. Now, at least from what she could see, there was no trace of the desolate wasteland. It might not be pretty, but it was orderly and the streets were clean. All these changes had only happened in a year and a half, shaped by her own son. Even for someone as worldly as Miss Wang Qi, she had to admit that this was an extraordinary feat. Moreover, when she thought about the temperament that Ji Yu Hang displayed, it was completely different from what she remembered. Could this really be the same worthless son who had once enraged her for not being competitive, whom she had felt disgraced there and her late husband's genes? With complex emotions, Wang Qi followed Ji Yu Hang aboard a wind falcon, and moments later, they arrived at the Alliance building. It was the tallest structure within Revival City, reconstructed from the old Alliance Council building. Currently, this 8-story building was both Ji Yu Hang's residence and his office. The top floor was the Council Hall, now renamed the Governor's Hall, reserved for large-scale working meetings of the Alliance. On the same floor, Ji Yu Hang had a more casual space set up, his office. Generally speaking, this was where Ji Yu Hang worked daily. Dealing with documents, contemplating issues, meeting with visitors, holding some small-scale confidential meetings. Connected to the office was a series of rooms in the back, a living room, bedroom, dressing room, bathroom, and other living spaces, all designed for Ji Yu Hang, of course. The decor was not extravagant. Although everything necessary was there, it was clear Mr. Ji Yu didn't pursue luxury, comfort was enough. After touring the whole place with her son, Wang Qi stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in Ji Yu Hang's office, gazing at the cityscape, her thoughts drifting far away. In her mind, there were always 2 sons. One was the son in her memory, and the other was the son she was seeing now. The son in her memories loved luxurious things, always dressed in expensive and intricate clothes, lived in a place that glimmered with gold and glamour, and liked to use these external things to cover up his inner weakness. The son before her wore a neat military uniform, which accentuated his tall figure, without any extra decoration. Even his living space was simple, casual, even the colors were subdued. The son in her memories was cowardly, always full of resentment, haughty yet lackluster, without real skills but still pretentious. But what she saw now was a son with accomplishment, yet calm and steady, commanding respect and full of dignity. These 2 images appeared simultaneously in Wang Qi's mind and yet could not overlap. "What are you thinking about?" Ji Yu Hang's gentle voice echoed beside her, as he handed her a cup of hot tea. "I don't have much to offer you, but this is a gift from my cousin from before." Taking the hot tea from her son, she tasted it, but couldn't focus on the flavor. She said to Ji Yu Hang, "You never liked tea before." "Actually, I still don't like tea," Ji Yu Hang laughed, "but I remembered you enjoy it. You never used to care about these things." Ji Yu Hang was silent for a moment, then said, "I've changed a lot, haven't I?" "Yes, can just under 2 years of experience result in such drastic changes? If I had known, I should have let you go out and temper yourself earlier." "Timing matters," Ji Yu Hang said. "I myself am surprised by my changes. In those few months on the way to Rage Owl Star, it's like I suddenly understood many things. Maybe this is what some legends call a moment of epiphany." "Why couldn't your epiphany have come earlier?" Ji Yu Hang was quite composed. "I think it was just in time. Without that period of complete disenchantment, and summoning the courage to push forward again, it's unrealistic to have an epiphany out of nowhere. From this perspective, I should actually thank you, Mother. That slap before I left and the reality that our family truly did not provide any support after arriving at Rage Owl Star, the pressure of dying if I didn't succeed as the governor. Without all this, where would the change come from?" Hearing this, Wang Qi finally sensed something familiar: resentment. Her son in her memories seemed always to be complaining. Complaining about not having enough money, complaining about people not listening to him, complaining that things didn't progress as he wished he'd. This slight touch of familiarity unexpectedly made her blood pressure rise. This had always been her biggest disappointment with her son. "Don't speak in riddles. If you think I, or the family, haven't treated you well, just say it." Ji Yu Hang laughed heartily. "I'm not speaking in riddles, isn't this me speaking plainly?" If you want to be direct, be direct. Why mention, I still have to thank Mother?" "Please don't misunderstand, my thanks are not sarcasm but genuine." Having reached this point in the conversation, Ji Yu Hang's attitude became more relaxed. He looked into his mother's eyes and said earnestly, "First of all, I want to thank you for giving me this life, which is the most important thing. Without it, I couldn't be standing here. Secondly, I am grateful for the status of the family. Without it, even if Rage Owl Star were more broken down and more of a wasteland world, the position of military governor would not have fallen to me. I won't overlook the help that my family status has brought me. But that's all there is to my gratitude to you. I came to Rage Owl Star alone, armed only with an appointment letter, and with the support of the Imperial Navy. For these things, I suppose I shouldn't thank you or the family, since you were so opposed to me becoming this military governor in the first place. I started from scratch just outside the city, in the wild countryside, creating factories and cities from the ground up, defeating raiders, eliminating aberrant beasts, and killing rebels. I have reclaimed the original power of this planet. For these, I need not thank you or the family either. I cleared the major threats that emerged on this planet, from heretic cultists to green skin disasters, to the descent of demons. I led my troops into the stars, slaying the Beastman fleet general. My loyal subordinates expelled the formidable demon Unclean One. These things, I also do not need to thank you or the family for. By now, Wang Qi seemed to have guessed what Ji Yuhang was going to say, but still, she could hardly believe it. Regardless of the emotional storms inside, she just stared at Ji Yuhang, waiting for his next words. Ji Yuhang did not disappoint her, and said calmly and firmly, "You see, the part one need to thank for, a cup of hot tea, a word of care, sending an army out of concern for my safety, the upcoming close cooperation with the commercial fleet of the family, isn't that enough? I am expressing my gratitude through my actions, and you will always be my mother. But that's as far as it goes. The rebuilding and development of Rage Star, there's too much for which I need not thank you or the family. So, I think Rage Star's connection to the GU clan isn't that significant, and aside from our mother-son relationship, my connection to the GU clan is not that significant either." Wang Qi took a deep breath, her gaze sharp as a falcon's on Ji Yuhang. "Are you saying you want to break away from the GU clan? You don't want the position of GU clan leader either?" Ji Yuhang remained undisturbed. "You see, it seems you didn't quite understand what I said earlier. My relationship with you as mother and son won't change. I respect you. I love you. But as for other relations, they were never there, were they? Does the development of Rage Star have anything to do with the GU clan at all? As for the position of GU clan leader you mentioned just now, that is a different matter. You never planned to hand over the entire family to me straight away. On the contrary, if you want to achieve your plans, my becoming the clan leader is your only option. In other words, my dear mother, it's you who are asking me to take on this role, not me wanting it." Wang Qi clenched her teeth. "That was your dream before. But it's not my dream now." Ji Yuhang spread his arms. "I don't want to talk about dreams with you, because it's too big a topic, like speaking madness." Looking at her son, who seemed ready to embrace the entire starry sky, Miss Wang Qi was certain her son had changed, completely changed, and was no longer the person she once knew. This was something she had once dreamt of happening, but when it actually happened, she couldn't help feeling a sense of loss. But she quickly suppressed that inexplicable emotion. This was surely a great thing. After all, she had been battering through the commercial world for decades, managing to protect her late husband's legacy from being plundered by relatives. She regained her composure. "Whatever your dream is, becoming the head of the GU family would be beneficial in every way. Of course, I completely agree, which is why I didn't oppose your plan, and to ensure that nothing went wrong with the plan, to ensure your safety, I even dispatched the army. Then just be the governor of Rage Star properly, and as for your identity as the GU clan head, you can hold it. Attend some meetings when necessary. Otherwise, you need not concern yourself with other matters." "That would be best," said Ji Yuhang. "However, as the GU clan head, even though I may not be handling affairs, theoretically, it should be within my rights to use some family resources to aid the development of my planet. After all, that's only fair." "Did you not say that Rage Star has nothing to do with the GU family?" "True, but as the GU clan head, I should have that authority, it's what I'm due." His words were loaded with meaning. "So, I give you this nominal title of family head, convenient for managing affairs, and you demand compensation?" Of course, Miss Wang Qi could understand as well. She sighed, her hand caressing her son's handsome face. "In the end, all of this belongs to you." "Yes, I believe it does," said Ji Yuhang. Regardless of what he thought, he always had to say so. "Some things you give whenever you want, and I won't ask. I'll only take what I'm entitled to. That's not too much to ask." "It's not too much." Wang Qi withdrew her hand. "Your cousin will lead a new commercial fleet in due time. If you have any trade needs, go to her. Once you've built up the starport, the GU commercial fleet will list Rage Star as a regular trade route. The GU commercial fleet will offer Rage Star the most favorable trade partner status. With your authority as the family head, the private annual allotment of 5 million tax currency that you can use freely, I will not interfere with how you spend this money. However, if this sum yields a good investment return, the related financial amount might increase." Ji Yuhang's eyes truly sparkled now. for nothing else, that annual 5 million tax currency was a huge benefit. That's about the total taxes Rajal Star has to pay in a year. Now he was sure this was truly his mother. His mother said, "Come along, join me for lunch. I still have to check on your territory this afternoon." The lunch was sumptuous, featuring a great amount of delicacies and fine wine not produced on Rajal Star. Ji Hang could remember, almost everything was the previous occupant's favorite. Over dinner, mother and son talked some more. Not idle chatter, they didn't have that much to talk about. It was mainly about the family's circumstances. Ji Hang offered some insights. After the meal, his old mother even left him the cook and a boatload of ingredients, hoping he could eat well in the future. The 30,000 soldiers following their mother needed time to board the ship. During the process of the army embarking, Ji Hang, accompanied by Miss Wang Qi, toured the factories of Wying City and then took a quick trip to Biqing Valley Province with Jason Morgan, the provincial governor, aboard the Wind Falcon, skimming low over vast fields. Miss Wang Qi's eyes shone with excitement at the sight of everything on Rajal Star. If the orderly appearance of Fuxing City had reassured her, then seeing the factories in Wying City, not large in scale but steadily producing industrial goods and weapons. Seeing the 200 million mu of farmland in Biqing Valley Province that had been cultivated or was about to be cultivated, just her merchant's instinct alone allowed her to swiftly calculate the immense potential of Rajal Star. Beyond the instincts of a merchant's investment sense, a more primal emotion spontaneously surged in her heart. Pride. Even though her son had spouted a lot of nonsense previously about these achievements having nothing to do with her or the Ji family, but that was her son, she couldn't help feeling this way when she saw these accomplishments. Her son had changed, and for the better. Miss Wang Qi came and went in a hurry. After spending one night there, she boarded a spaceship and left the next day. Traveling from Rajal Star to Heijian Star only required one trip through the Star Realm Tunnel. Adding the normal time for space travel, the journey took about 6 or 7 days in total. There was still some time before the family conference began. However, she definitely wanted to arrive earlier. She needed to erase some uncertain factors before the conference started to ensure that everything was set in stone. After bidding farewell to his mother and 3 mentors, Ji Hang returned to his normal work routine. He was waiting for the outcome of the family conference, waiting for his coronation as family head, waiting for the 5 million tax currency his birth mother planned to give him. With so much money, he could buy a lot of good stuff. Such as interstellar warrior-powered armor, Terminator armor, key components for building starports, ones you can produce, but it's too slow, and with money, you can import them to speed up the progress. Even by saving up more or asking his mother for a larger sponsorship, he was even thinking of making some bigger moves. For example, terraforming the planetary surface. The central 3 provinces and the eastern 3 provinces, vast lands mostly wastelands, are hard to cultivate, with harsh environments, and riddled with low-energy storms. The Empire certainly has special technologies that can change planetary environments. This itself is a prerequisite technology for large-scale interstellar colonization. His ultimate goal was to make the low-energy storms settle down. Before the war, the greatest value of Rajal Star was energy extraction from the spiritualized gas fields. Now, the low-energy storms that ravage many parts of the planet are essentially spiritual energy forces leaking from the spirit realm crystal wall. Without being bound, they settle in one environment, unable to form spiritualized gas fields anymore. But this energy exists, hence they become uncontrollable storms. If it's possible to correct the wasteland environment of Rajal Star, find a way to restrain and settle spiritual energy, and form spiritualized gas fields again, the entire planet's value will soar tremendously. Of course, the price for this is very high. To accomplish a major transformation of the climate and environment of an entire planet, it could easily cost tens to hundreds of billions of tax currency. The Empire generally is reluctant to invest significant resources to change an environment of a planet for interstellar colonization. With that amount of money, it would rather build a fleet, which might be able to snatch more than one planet from the hands of the Empire's enemies in a war. Of course, if there is something of particularly great value, whether it's the value of the planet itself or the strategic value of its location, then the Empire would still invest in this area. For this reason, the related technological capabilities still exist. Ji Hang couldn't afford this sum. If he could come up with tens or hundreds of billions of tax currency for planetary environmental transformation, Then at that point, he probably wouldn't be lacking in income from the spiritualized gas fields generated from the low-energy storms settling. After all, no matter how coveted the output from the spiritualized gas fields may be, the huge upfront investment required would take many years to recoup. However, just because Ji Yuhang couldn't afford this money now didn't mean he couldn't look for it elsewhere. For example, the Ji Yu clan. Such a great investment project, wouldn't the Ji Yu family be tempted? I, as family head, am tempted. Before the result of the family conference held on Heijian Star arrived, Ji Yuhang received another piece of news. This news came from Coralia number 3 planet. The Coralia star system had 2 planets. Coralia I was a mineral resource planet, but was very inhospitable, with a permanent population probably only in the millions, mainly miners and some industries serving them. Coralia 3, in the same star system, is the largest, most populous nest capital world in the Tianma star sector. There, 41.8 billion people reside. Honestly, Ji Yuhang really couldn't imagine how a planet could accommodate more than 40 billion people. He had never personally visited Coralia 3, only heard that the planet's wilderness environment was basically gone, all barren land. The massive population was housed in about 20 nest capitals. The so-called nest capital, as the name implies, is a massive nest. A human nest. In essence, it's a city, but compared to the cities Ji Yuhang had in mind, there is a huge difference. It would often hollow out the entire underground area of a region as the bottom layer of the nest capital, where a large population of lower-class citizens lived. The middle layer of the nest capital might have some industrial value. The upper layer is mainly for administration, commerce, the homes of the powerful, important industrial zones, etc. For the majority of the population living in the middle and lower classes, they may not see sunlight for their entire lives. Chaos, death, disease, poverty. These things entangle the lives of the people of the nest capital. Their average life expectancy might be only around 40 years. Disease, overwork, malnutrition, vendettas. These are their main causes of death. Besides these, the most significant loss of population on Coralia 3 comes from imperial tax. If there is anything special about Coralia 3, it is its population. The empire defines the annual total value of production of an imperial person as 1 tax currency. Whereas a healthy, working-age living person, when used as tax, is valued at 5 tax currency. It was evident that in the empire's value system, human life had a price, merely the production value of 5 years. Coralia 3 had over 400 billion people, and the tax they had to pay each year reached 4.2 billion tax currency. More than half of that tax was satisfied through the exchange of population. They would hand over 500 million people each year to cover 2.5 billion tax currency. Then, they would pay several billion more in industrial goods and processed foods. That was the structure of their tax payments. Coralia 3 was poor and suffering, its people living in dire straits. But in reality, looking at the big picture, it was a powerful and wealthy planet. The largest source of wealth was its 400 billion population. Within the entire Tianma star sector, it was only Coralia 3 and Capital Wing Star that could reach the tax payment of 4 billion a year. Capital Wing Star achieved this through development, while Coralia 3 did so due to its large population. And at the moment, on Ji Yuhang's planet, there indeed was a group of guests from Coralia Ia, the battle nuns of the Saint Lily of Mercy. This interstellar call was looking for them. The caller was a bishop of the imperial state religion on Coralia 3, named Zhao Qinghong, who was the head of the church in the Coralia diocese. He inquired Ji Yuhang about the whereabouts of Superior Georgette. Upon learning that she couldn't be contacted for the time being, he left a message. Please have Superior Georgette reply to my message as soon as possible. I have urgent matters to inform her of. No problem, Ji Yuhang agreed first, but then couldn't help asking, however, may I ask what the matter is specifically? Bishop Zhao Qinghong hesitated for a moment but ultimately gave an answer. On Coralia, there are several nest capital worlds where uncontrollable cult incidents have erupted. We need the strength of Superior Georgette. She must return as soon as possible. This statement surprised Ji Yuhang. What kind of emergency situation required a superior from another planet to come back for assistance? It seemed quite serious by the looks of it, but if it was really serious, what significant help could Superior Georgette provide by returning with just 20 to 30 battle nuns? No matter how he thought about it, it seemed rather strange. It seemed that Bishop Zhao sensed Ji Yuhang's confusion, as he provided an answer. We need a superior capable of controlling the Valkyrie armor to solve some problems that cannot be resolved under normal circumstances. Valkyrie armor. That was indeed the first time Ji Yuhang had heard of it. But it wasn't appropriate for him to inquire further. The bishop clearly had other matters to attend to. After the communication ended, Ji Yuhang sent a message to Superior Georgette. Speaking of this group of battle nuns, they had once given great assistance to Ji Yuhang. During the recovery of Revival City, the nuns of St. Lily of Mercy, along with the interstellar warriors of the Phoenix, had supported the situation with their high-end combat capabilities. Afterward, these restless nuns, mourning the death of a sister, directly clashed with the cult members of the primordial Wrath Owl sect. Even more so, Superior Georgette had summoned another group from her hometown. Now, the number of battle nuns active on Rage Owl Star had surpassed 30. They were diligently investigating the conditions of the cult members, following leads all the way to the north, and it had already been a year's time. Of course, they were not always in the north. They would often return for periods of time to rest, resupply ammunition, heal, and gather intelligence. Meanwhile, the Alliance maintained a military force in the central North Province. The 9th Garrison Division of the Alliance had been there all along. In addition to suppressing the local area, they also had an important mission, which was to coordinate with the battle nuns' operations. Further north from the central North Province lay the so-called Northern Territories. According to the leads obtained by the battle nuns, the stronghold of the primordial Wrath Owl sect, and the place where they exerted the greatest influence was in that region. The 9th Garrison Division had been supporting their activities in the north all along. The alliance was not without its benefits. The most direct manifestation was that the area of the northern province had significantly expanded in that year, despite the 9th Division not having any major military operations. This was thanks to the efforts of these battle nuns. In this year, they conquered quite a few settlements, and not always by force, sometimes through preaching. Whenever they found clues or traces of the cult, they would rush over, root out the local cultists' influence, and then hastily depart for the next target. And the coalition forces would happily take over these settlements in their wake. Of course, the 9th Division wasn't just idling and profiting from the situation. In reality, the battle nuns sometimes encountered troubles they found difficult to deal with. In minor skirmishes, the battle nuns, equipped with nun-powered mechs and blessed by the imperial state religion, didn't fear the indigenous cultists. However, the primordial Wrath Owl sect was deeply entrenched in many places up north. Sometimes, they would mobilize the masses, harnessing the power of settlements to gather large numbers of people and armed forces to encircle them. And it was often at those times that the 9th Division would take action. Though a garrison division and a second-line force of the coalition, it was still a regular army, over 6,000 soldiers, 60 cannons, and more than 300 trucks at their disposal. Whenever the battle nuns operated, soldiers from the 9th Division were always on standby outside. When they encountered big troubles, a call would bring 155mm howitzer shells raining from the sky, blasting in front of their enemies to carve a bloody path for them. And when necessary, transport trucks would bring at least a battalion of soldiers, and if the situation called for it, several battalions would rush over. So far, this combination has proved to be invincible. In the Northern Territories, the primordial Wrath Owl sect's several encirclement efforts so far have failed to significantly hamper the battle nuns. Like the initial situation in Revival City, they were able to stage such a grand spectacle because they had been preparing for several years in advance, established windmill formations, and invoked the evil god. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, who could rival the battle nuns? To tell the truth, Ji Yuhang was quite reluctant to see the battle nuns go. Who wouldn't like free labor? The primordial Wrath Owl sect hadn't caused any trouble in the south in over a year. That's because the battle nuns in the north were putting a lot of pressure on them, leaving them no room to breathe, let alone stir trouble in the south. But now, with their departure, the pressure in the north would have to be borne by themselves. However, Ji Yuhang couldn't just sit on the news and say nothing. That would be utterly shameless. More importantly, it could easily turn a good relationship sour in the future. There's no need for that. If it had been earlier, he might have worried about the primordial Wrath Owl sect causing significant negative impact. But now, the coalition had long since outgrown its early vulnerabilities. The coalition, with a population of 22 million, had become a behemoth that the primordial Wrath Owl sect could only look up to. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they could only hide in the shadows like rats. Furthermore, he now had other options to deal with these guys. He planned to recruit another batch of heretic demon hunters, train them, and then send them to the north to take over the unfinished business of the battle nuns. 3 days later, Ji Yu Hang met with Georgette in Revival City. Through the sustained and open communication with Georgette through the Central North Province, Ji Yu Hang had already informed her about the letter from her hometown. Over the past year, they had met more than once in fact. When others were offering free labor and came back for a rest, Ji Yu Hang, as the boss, had to make a point of expressing his gratitude. This time was no different. Georgette appeared travel-weary as ever. Bishop Zhao is calling me back now, but it really isn't the right time. Superior Georgette appeared very frustrated. We've obtained crucial intelligence. My sisters have located a core stronghold of the primordial Wrath Owl sect and have even grasped their next desperate move. But it has to be at this very moment. She was very unreconciled. Facing Georgette's frustration and dissatisfaction, Ji Yu Hang felt helpless too. Superior Georgette, I am very regretful as well. The contributions that you and your sisters have made over this past year are witnessed by everyone on the entire planet. I truly appreciate your efforts and sincerely hope that you can stay, to help us thoroughly eradicate that group of heretical cultists from the primordial Wrath Owl sect. But I cannot be so selfish. You still need to communicate with Corellia 3, and in the end, whether you decide to go or stay, I will respect your choice. Ji Yu Hang's words were polite and earnest. This was indeed what he felt in his heart. No matter how reluctant Georgette was, she could only nod in agreement. Before initiating the interstellar communication with Corellia 3, she earnestly said to Ji Yu Hang, I will fight to stay, at least until those cultists are eliminated. Ji Yu Hang nodded with a smile. When Georgette was communicating with her old home, Ji Yu Hang respectfully left, not listening in. After the superior came out, her expression was awful. It was at this moment that Ji Yu Hang asked, how did it go? Is the situation still serious? Yes, Georgette sighed. Perhaps, Corellia 3 is facing a war. Ji Yu Hang's expression darkened. He asked, similar to that historical war on Rage Owl Star? I hope it doesn't get to that extent. We're going back to prevent that situation from happening. Huh. Ji Yu Hang exhaled deeply. He didn't know exactly what had happened on Corellia 3, but he didn't want that place to fall into chaos. The total population of the Tianma star sector, excluding Corellia 3, was only 40 billion across the remaining 8 planets. If Corellia 3 became unstable, it would mean half the star sector's population was thrown into turmoil. Business, trade, and communication would come to a halt. Ji Yu Hang was looking forward to using the Ji Yu clan's resources to strengthen Rage Owl's position in interstellar commerce once he became the Ji Yu clan head, even if he was just a puppet and the real power lay with his mother. Wasn't that the purpose of building the starport? It could bring significant economic benefits? But now it seemed a war was about to start. If it were just minor unrest within the star planet, that would be manageable. But if it spread to the scale of that terrible historical war Rage Owl Star had witnessed, requiring the mobilization of fleets, massive material investments, and the incessant deployment of the Star Realm army to stabilize the situation, that would spell disaster. Without resolving the conflict, commerce could hardly be restored. Moreover, if you looked at it more seriously, if the disaster on Corellia 3 were to spread beyond its borders, Rage Owl Star would likely be the first to bear the brunt. From Corellia 3 to Rage Owl Star was just one jump away through the Star Realm tunnel. If corruption, heretical traitors, or even demons started to spread and invade from Corellia 3, there would be no escaping for Rage Owl Star. A disaster capable of destroying a planet of 40 billion people would be unstoppable for Rage Owl, 1,000-fold smaller with a population of only 40 million. Ji Yu Hang still hoped that the issues on Corellia 3 could be resolved appropriately. However, there wasn't much he could do in the situation. It was another case where he could only wait for the outcome. But at this time, it was Georgette who was comforting him. You don't need to worry so much. On Corellia 3, each of the 20 nest capitals is so large and densely populated. There are many places and people that law enforcement and government departments cannot monitor. Disgusting things happen all the time, and cults are just one part of it. This time, it is just on a larger scale and more severe, but it doesn't necessarily mean it will develop to an irreversible stage. I'm going back to solve this problem. I hope you can resolve it properly, Ji Hang could only say in response. But Georgette seemed to have made up her mind about something and said to Ji Hang, however, we don't have a ship to take us back right now. Bishop Zhao Qinghong said he will send a church ship to pick us up from Rajal Star. It will take at least 6 or 7 days to get here, plus the return trip. He told me that it would be enough if we could return to Coralia within a month. So, I'm thinking, if we take action in advance, is there time for us to completely uproot the primal fury owl sect? It was clear that the superior was not content. After a year of effort, leaving without a result would be too suffocating and distressing for her. That's why she made this proposal. But Ji Hang was very calm. If possible, that would of course be best. But we cannot act too rashly. Right now, do we have enough intelligence? Do we have enough time? Is the timing right? Georgette candidly replied, it's not quite ripe, but it's not unfeasible. Listen to me. She carefully detailed their so-called recent big breakthrough to Ji Hang. Throughout this process, Ji Hang listened intently and occasionally interjected with questions. He seriously considered whether the plan proposed by Georgette was feasible. If they could indeed resolve this major concern and recapture the northern territories before the sisters left, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Although he had already formed a new heretic demon hunter squad of 50 people, spending over 1,000 points of favor and pouring half of this month's income into it, he was preparing them to take over the jobs of the battle nuns. But this was, after all, merely a backup plan. The capabilities of the heretic demon hunters couldn't match the ferocity of the battle nuns. They might barely keep up in investigation and exploration, but their combat strength was far inferior. Even if they were equipped with exoskeletons and the Alliance's most outstanding individual combat gear, in addition to their various spiritual energy talents, they were definitely no match for the battle nuns. These noble ladies, in single combat, could probably only be steadily suppressed by interstellar warriors. According to Ji Hang's army badge system in terms of capabilities, they had to be at least T1 level with a set of Emperor's Blessing buffs as super soldiers. Besides combat strength, the battle nuns had been investigating that cult for a year already and had been active in the northern territories for so long that their grasp of intelligence and understanding of local conditions were incomparable to the newly arrived heretic demon hunters. All were disadvantages. If it were possible to resolve the matter before the nuns left, that would of course be best. After listening to Georgette's detailed account, Ji Hang was pondering. Your plan does indeed have a possibility of being realized. Let me think carefully. Thaddeus, bring my chief of staff to me. I need to know how much force we can mobilize. 5 days later, Northern Territories, Polar Industrial City. Now, with the season approaching autumn, the residual warmth was still present in the Green Valley region to the south, where the main grain crops were ready for harvest, painting the landscape in golden hues as people began their hard yet joyful work. This would be a year of abundance. However, in the north, the season had already brought snowfall. The first heavy snow covered the area surrounding the extreme north industrial city in a blanket of white. But the city itself stood out amidst the snow, still drab and sweltering with heat. The northern territories are vast, even larger than the combined area of the Green Valley and Western Desert regions. However, the climate here is a bit more severe and it suffered greatly during the world-ending war. Life for its inhabitants is harsher and the population, sparser. According to the last census of the Old Alliance from a few years ago, during the era of the second Governor-General, the population of the expansive northern territories had dwindled to around 3 million individuals. Within the northern territories, the greatest force was a corporation named Polar Industrial Group. A large portion of the northern populace serves them, either as directly hired employees, which is a rather high-status position with better compensation and living conditions, or as informal workers, or simply those serving industries related to the Polar Industries Group, which is not as favorable. And then there are those with no ties at all whose lives are generally even more impoverished. With a decent industrial capability, the Polar Industrial Group produces various consumer goods, mechanical products, including vehicles, engineering machinery, and armaments. As for food production in the northern territories, it is minimal with only a few greenhouse plantations, which are not enough to ensure food supply for millions. The majority of food for the northern territories comes from imports from the western desert region. And this gray-black city, still smoking from metal smelting and industrial heat amidst the snow, is the headquarters of Polar Industries. Originally, it was unnamed an industrial basia until the scale grew, More people worked there, and it took on the appearance of an industrial urban area, hence acquiring the name, Extreme North Industrial City. At the moment, within a luxurious office at the top of the industrial city, Jerome Pierre sat with a gloomy expression, deep in thought. He was the current CEO of Polar Industries, arguably the most powerful man in the Northern Territories. In theory, not much should trouble someone like him anymore. But lately, one troubling issue after another had been cropping up. The latest news was of an army of unknown size, but not small in scale, that had appeared on the highways of the central North Province and was continuing northward. Frankly, since the establishment of the alliance, he had never been at ease. Polar Industries had fairly close ties with the primordial Wrath Owl sect. Although Pierre didn't particularly like those fanatics, troubles that money could settle didn't need to be overcomplicated. Moreover, that cult had been established in the Northlands even longer than they had, and at one point had built up quite a widespread following. Particularly many of the lower-class laborers believed in this cult, thinking that by worshipping the primal fury owl, they could reach an afterlife on Rage Owl Star as prosperous as the past. Falling out with the primordial Wrath Owl sect wouldn't do. Firstly, they lacked the strength to thoroughly eradicate the entire sect. Secondly, it would destabilize their industries. And thirdly, they would struggle to cope with reprisals. Paying a sum as a donation to maintain good relations and ensure peace seemed the better option. Once relations improved, they found it interesting that they could leave some dirty and troublesome tasks to the sect. But after the alliance was established, their good days became somewhat troubled. On the one hand, the industrial capacity of the new alliance mysteriously skyrocketed. In the past, they understood Revival City to be merely a trade center, a high-quality hub station. They imported many agricultural products from it and, at the same time, sold their industrial products through Revival City to the outside world in exchange for raw materials and production supplies. But now, within a year and a half, according to the latest intelligence, the industrial city called Wying City, which sprang up not far from Revival City, already gathered an industrial population of over 2 million. Its output even surpassed Polar Industrial City. Moreover, it was capable of producing many things they regarded as highly sophisticated. The best products that Polar Industries could proudly offer were threefold: the Challenger tank, helicopters, and fixed-wing jet aircraft. The production capacity for these three items was not actually high, and previously, by selling some of them at very expensive prices, they had earned a quite substantial profit. On Rage Owl Star, generally speaking, any power that could roll out a Challenger was almost guaranteed to hold an absolute advantage in a regional conflict. But now, that was far from the case. The Alliance's armed forces were now equipped with Wind Falcons, Strider armored vehicles, and Lion tanks. Weren't these much stronger than the toys rolled out by Polar Industries? As for their homemade guns and cannons, the Alliance didn't want them anymore. They had better products, and the costs were probably even cheaper than theirs. The profits from their biggest line of business, arms sales, plummeted especially after the eastern provinces were also reclaimed by the Alliance, leaving them with even fewer customers. It was fortunate that trade with the Western Desert was not too greatly affected. The Alliance had considerable restrictions on the export of weaponry. Selling little, the Oasis Lords of the Western Desert, wishing to strengthen their armaments, still saw Polar Industries as a decent choice. Although competing with Blackbird Heavy Industries to the west was also a very painful matter. And the arrival of those who called themselves Battle Nuns in the Northlands caused him a great headache. They had clashed with those cultists under his industry more than a few times. As a result, multiple settlements, which were previously heavily influenced by Polar Industries, were incorporated into the so-called Central North Province under Alliance jurisdiction. And the worst part was, they didn't dare to get angry. What were they going to take on the Alliance? Instead, Polar's President Pierre spent every day in fear that the Alliance might suddenly fancy to reclaim the North Territory. If that were to happen, to be honest, there wasn't much they could do. Pierre was clear in his recognition that they wouldn't stand a chance if it came to fighting. From production capacity to existing military strength down to war potential, the North Territory was not superior in any regard. Nor could they pull in any allies. Moreover, they couldn't take the Alliance lightly as they were nominally its members. The only bit of hope lay in using the current hostile relationship between the Alliance and the primordial Wrath Owl sect to rally more around the cultist base in the Northlands, to wage a people's war against the Alliance. But why bother? Instead of adopting such a strategy with a low success rate and a huge cost, it was better to throw in the towel and join the alliance. The moment the idea of joining the alliance occurred, it felt like the heavens and the earth suddenly broadened. In fact, he also had the opportunity. The battle nuns contacted him over a month ago, essentially asking for his help in providing clues about the primordial Rathowl sect and even offering assistance in their pursuit of those cultists. And the advantage was that those battle nuns had quite a bit of clout within the alliance, making it easier to arrange for the subsequent return of the Polar Industrial Group to the embrace of the alliance. He had been getting quite close to those nuns lately. But if I've decided to join, why has the alliance suddenly dispatched a large army northward? President Pierre was quite angry. Upon learning that the alliance suddenly had a large troop mobilization, his first reaction was to assume it was the alliance exerting extreme pressure. It was perfectly normal for him to think that way. He had already talked with the battle nuns for several rounds and provided them with some assistance. Afterwards, he had also communicated quite amicably with the government of the alliance's central north province. He had even been ready to send a secret negotiation team to Revival City soon to discuss with the alliance government the conditions under which Polar Industries would join the alliance and accept its jurisdiction. And now, at this moment, the alliance suddenly resorted to military action. What did that mean? Although there was no direct conflict and it might not even reach the borders of the North Territory, the mere presence of tens of thousands of troops at the border of the Central North Province and North Territory was a silent declaration. The alliance playing such a hand on the eve of negotiations was clearly meant to apply pressure, to lower the conditions of Polar Industries' subsequent incorporation into the alliance. He had indeed prepared quite a few conditions. After all, they were not surrendering in defeat as they maintained rare large-scale industrial production capabilities on Rage Owl Star, capable of effectively maintaining rule over the vast North Territory, with its population of over 2 million people who could be influenced by Polar Industries, more or less. Under these circumstances, they did indeed have the qualification to negotiate some conditions. For instance, could the management of the Polar Industrial Group, the ones making the decision to join the alliance, receive better treatment? Could Polar Industries maintain some degree of autonomy in the north? Could they receive technical support from the alliance? Would the alliance open its markets to Polar Industries? Such concerns, indeed, there were many points that could be discussed. In fact, the reason Polar Industries had delayed in sending an official negotiation team south to meet with Mr. GU was that they had not yet settled these issues within their own ranks. Pierre was the president of the group, yes, but he wasn't the sole decision-maker within such a large conglomerate. Factions and interests were complicated matters. And now with the alliance deploying troops, did it mean, "Don't talk to me about conditions, there are no conditions to discuss"? Were they really being so high-handed? But what could he do about it? It seemed there was nothing he could do. He could issue threats, refuse amalgamation, using the North Territory as leverage to resist the alliance's military movements. But he knew that such threats carried no weight. A fundamental factor could not be reversed. They had no hope of defeating the alliance's army. This was the most despairing and vexing truth. Just as he was scowling and fiddling with his beard, the door to his office opened. A tall lady in white and green-powered armor walked in. Tucked under her arm was a helmet, and she greeted President Pierre with a smile. "Mr. President, good day." Superior Georgette. Pierre was in no mood for pleasantries. He said grimly, "Your alliance has very poor manners. Our negotiations were progressing orderly. In the past, I also sought convenience for your actions and was gradually making a clear distinction from those cultists. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Why would there be alliance troops massing and heading north? I need an explanation." Georgette was not from the alliance, but she did not attempt to correct Pierre's assumption. She said, "You're correct, but there have been changes. My sisters and I will be leaving this planet soon. We promised Mr. GU that we would settle all issues within Polar Industrial City before we leave." Georgette did not withhold any information and gave the reasons. Then she earnestly advised, "Therefore, by tomorrow, the flag of the alliance must be raised over Polar Industrial City. Issues like conditions of joining, you can discuss them afterwards." Pierre almost laughed in anger. He stood up abruptly and said, "To negotiate after the alliance has taken over Polar Industrial City? How can you even bring yourself to say such a thing? By then, what would there be left to discuss? The whole group will be at the mercy of the alliance." Georgette sighed and said, "I'm sorry to say this, but I must tell you, this is an ultimatum. Forget it, Pierre retorted, then let the alliance try. We won't cower when bullied like this. We'll arm every one of the 3 million citizens in the North Territory. We will fully support the activities of the primordial Wrath Owl sect. Perhaps even if we do so, the alliance might still win, but they will bleed, they will pay a terrible price, and what they end up with will be nothing but scorched earth in the North Territory. His words were defiant. Putting aside whether these words were heartfelt or if Polar Industries would truly have the resolve to follow through as he said when it came to that point, at least he had to show such demeanor now, or else he would truly be easy prey. But Georgette was not swayed. President Pierre, is this the official response you are giving? She looked sternly at the group president. Pierre paused for a moment, his heart racing, sensing something ominous. But having reached this point, he couldn't take back his defiant words in a matter of seconds. He could only continue to stand his ground and say to Georgette, yes. If the alliance insists on military action, then this is the final answer on behalf of the entire Polar Group. Georgette's expression did not change at all. She simply said, you have 2 minutes to change your mind. I don't need those so-called 2 minutes, this is my final answer. That is your freedom, but I suggest you think carefully in these 2 minutes. Enough. Show her out. At his command, the office door opened once again. A whole squad of guards in gray-blue uniforms, armed with lethal weapons, marched in. The leader gestured to Georgette, inviting her to leave. Georgette sighed again. It seems the best outcome is unattainable. Her words more resembled a soliloquy than a statement. What? Pierre, who had already turned his back, turned around again. He saw the battle nun casually put on her helmet. In an instant, a very bad feeling flooded his mind. Wait, he wanted to say something else, but the resolute nun did not give him the chance. Georgette made her move. With one punch, she brought down the guard who had gestured for her to leave, and as the others raised their weapons and fired at her, she swiftly ducked, avoiding a hail of bullets, and her sweeping kick knocked over several of them. Immediately after, she disarmed a fallen soldier of his weapon. The man instinctively clung to his gun, but with one pull from the nun, both he and the weapon were yanked up. One punch to his face rendered him instantly unconscious, making it irrelevant whether he released his grip or not. By that time, bullets were already hitting the battle nun. However, the protective capability of her power armor was not easily threatened by the firearms made by Polar Industries. In contrast, with the weapons she had seized, her counterattack distributed each precise bullet evenly among those guards attacking her, without any waste. In such close combat, not exceeding 10 meters, she could, of course, hit exactly where she aimed. After eliminating the guards, the battle nun strode forward, closed Pierre's office door, and locked it from the inside. Of course, this was not particularly effective, for those outside had keys. But Georgette did not plan to hold out here for long. After closing the door, the battle nun turned around and did not see Pierre. She took a few steps, pulled him out from under the desk. Right after the battle nun had made her move, he had hidden himself mainly to avoid stray bullets, so as not to lose his life senselessly. And now, though still entangled, the group president was still trying to keep calm and maintain defiance. Even if you strike, even if you kill me here, it won't change the collective will of the group. We won't completely submit to violence. Your choice is utterly wrong. I know, but I never expected that taking you hostage would completely change the situation. Then you. Shish, be quiet, I just wanted you to wait for 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Earlier, the battle nun also emphasized that he had only 2 minutes to change his mind. At first, he thought it was just a way of applying further pressure by setting a very short final deadline when issuing the ultimatum. But now it seemed, this so-called 2 minutes might actually mean something? What could happen? In those 2 minutes, all he could do was sit quietly. Meanwhile, he heard noises outside the door, guards trying to break in but failing. The door to his president's office was quite sturdy. Then, faint voices came from outside, probably in search of the spare keys. 2 minutes are very short, only enough time for these things to happen. Then he saw Georgette open the window of the president's office. He instinctively leaned in for a closer look, and then, he heard a series of explosions echoing from all corners of the Polar Industrial City. The closest one was probably less than 2 kilometers from where he stood. After the explosions came the sound of artillery. It was as if the entire Polar Industrial City had erupted into chaos. Pierre's brain momentarily crashed. After a while, he managed to turn his head with difficulty, looking towards Georgette. Did you infiltrate the polar industrial city with your people? How many have you brought in? He hadn't expected Georgette to answer, as he had asked out of shock more than anything else. But Georgette actually answered, about 2,000. The 31st Airborne Division of the Alliance is in charge of this operation. 2,000 soldiers infiltrated the polar industrial city with your group's suppliers, blending in with the transport convoys. Pierre appeared quite shocked, but, so many people. Damn it, have all those settlements outside betrayed us? Georgette seriously replied, not all of them. Just over a dozen. In the last 2 days, their deliveries brought soldiers and weapons from the Alliance hidden inside. Of course, to achieve this, some inside your group also had to assist. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy. Fortunately, our efforts over the past few months in the city haven't been without results. Pierre didn't know what to say. So not only did those settlements acting as suppliers outside become traitors, but there were also traitors within the group, right? And not just a few. He gathered his wits, but if you don't mind me saying, 2,000 may seem like a lot, but they lack heavy weapons and the Alliance's renowned armor. To think you can take the polar industrial city with just these men is perhaps overly confident. He spoke with more civility than before. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Georgette nodded again in agreement with his point and continued, you're right, which is why we've made some other preparations. Pierre was about to ask what some other preparations actually meant. But soon, he saw it for himself. By the time the roaring sound reached him, it wasn't too loud, a bit like bees buzzing. But what was coming was far more frightening than any bee. From a distance, he saw a squadron of hundreds of aircraft diving down from the clouds nearby. In the blink of an eye, they were above the polar industrial city. The polar industrial city did have air defenses. But clearly, the Alliance's special operations were targeted. They had some understanding of the air defense layout of the polar industrial city. Many of the first wave of attacks by the infiltrating Alliance soldiers were near these air defense positions. In the unexpected assault, they probably didn't stand a chance to activate their air defenses again. Of course, the infiltrated soldiers could not possibly take out all the air defense positions throughout the entire city. After the Alliance Air Force arrived, there were still a few defense positions roaring at the sky. But their effect was very limited. Firstly, they were not dense enough, quite sparse. Secondly, their caliber was not sufficiently large. Such anti-aircraft machine guns could handle some light armored aircraft well enough. A hit could be lethal. But against the Wind Falcon, that armor at the level of armored vehicles was not something that air defense weapons with insufficient caliber could damage for certain. In turn, any time air defense firepower emerged, the Wind Falcons in the sky would launch a missile down there. Often, that would solve the problem. Some Wind Falcons, meanwhile, came to certain open grounds and opened their hatches. Then, ropes were lowered and dozens of soldiers clung to them, starting to descend rapidly. Pierre was stunned. Pierre found it hard to imagine such a thing. The aircraft called Wind Falcons possessed by the Allied Air Force were just too powerful. Not only were they fast, they were also large with thick armor for an aircraft, fierce firepower, and most importantly, they had a great carrying capacity. A single Wind Falcon could carry at least half an infantry platoon. About 20 soldiers rapidly descended, armed, and immediately formed a defensive perimeter, sealing off several entrances and exits, and opened fire on distant targets. Because it was too far away, Pierre couldn't see how effective their firing was, but he could see another Wind Falcon landing, releasing over 20 soldiers. Once it had unloaded the troops, the Wind Falcon gained some altitude, its machine guns firing at certain locations, supporting the ground forces and suppressing the polar industrial guards. Afterward, the ground infantry that had infiltrated the city came to join them, helping to further expand the scope of the landing zone. This made it convenient for subsequent Wind Falcons to deploy even more soldiers. At this moment, these huge aircraft even had enough space to land 4 or 5 at a time. There was no need for rapid descent. They could land directly on the ground, open their hatches, and the soldiers inside could just run out quickly. This was much faster than deploying soldiers by rappelling. What frightened Pierre the most was that if each of those Wind Falcon rapid attack vessels was carrying 20 to 30 soldiers, then, with 100 or so Wind Falcons in the sky, that would mean 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers could be airdropped? Plus the troops that had previously infiltrated the city. All in all, that would amount to almost 5,000 people. When there were only 2,000 people before, Pierre could stiffen his neck and say that these 2,000 men wanted to capture Polar Industrial City was a bit presumptuous. But now, with the numbers more than doubled, he found it difficult to say the same. Yet, at this moment, Superior Georgette was about to deal another blow to his already heavy heart. The 31st Airborne Division's operation is just a prelude. Their task is not to fully capture the entire city. They're only the advance force, only needing to occupy and control the main parts of the city, or even just the core area, with the support of the Air Force, and that would suffice. Afterward, they will switch to defending these areas and await reinforcements from the main force. You've received intelligence before, right? The Allied has a main force continuously moving northward. Let me tell you, that's the 9th Garrison Division, the 30th, 32nd, 33rd Infantry Divisions, and the 36th Mechanized Brigade. A total of 50,000 troops, with all types of artillery and armored forces fully equipped. The newly produced and put into service Lion tanks, there are 18 of them. They will head all the way north to the outskirts of Polar Industrial City. With the cooperation of the 31st Airborne Division inside the city, they will ultimately capture the entire city. Superior Georgette detailed the subsequent strategic plan to Pierre very thoroughly. As she was recounting this, a knock sounded at the door of the president's office. The visitor was not the guards Pierre had been expecting, but battle nuns. After the door opened, a squad of about 10 nuns entered his office. One of them even carried the weapons that Georgette had left in security when she came to see him. A bomb gun and the holy golden halberd. Armed with these two weapons, she was fully equipped. What made Pierre's heart race even more was wondering how these nuns got up here. Was their headquarters building also doomed? What was the overall situation like now? Why was it that at this moment, from the scene he saw outside the window to the situation in his own office, not a single thing was in favor of Polar Industrial Group? Was everything truly over? Just as he was thinking this, Superior Georgette turned her head and posed a soul-searching question to him. Mr. President, have you now seen the situation clearly? Pierre didn't know what to say. Georgette spoke on her own accord. It's all right if you can't see clearly, as I have already made things quite clear to you. If you wish to turn the situation around, you first need to pray that someone can rescue you from my grasp so that you can restore the command system of your entire group. Or, you need to hope that someone within your group can step forward, who, in the face of your headquarters' inability to communicate, can consolidate the full strength of your group. Only by achieving this can you be qualified to return to the negotiating table, ending the scattered state of guards throughout the Polar Industrial City. Then, within 3 days, facing the fire support of the Allied Air Force, you must drive the 31st Airborne Division out of the city. If you can't accomplish this, when the main forces of the Alliance arrive 3 days later, you will no longer have a chance. And even if you do manage to do so, it remains to be seen whether you can withstand a siege by several hundred cannons of the Alliance, plus uninterrupted air raids, as well as the Lion tank-led siege operations. Alright, having heard all this, Mr. Pierre, do you have any further thoughts? Pierre sighed deeply. What more thoughts can I have? I dare not contemplate anything. Georgette revealed a smile. Then let it be. If you have made up your mind, please use the citywide communication channel of your headquarters building to broadcast a cease resistance order to the entire city, in your capacity as the president of the group. Pierre appeared to be struggling quite a bit. Georgette could see that the president still harbored unwillingness. So, she pushed a bit harder. President Pierre, I disdain lying, and everything I've said previously is true. However, your attention seems a bit scattered, as if you've overlooked an important piece of information I mentioned. The reason we expedited our operation and launched such an aggressive assault on Polar Industrial City is due to changing circumstances, because we are about to leave this planet and wanted to deal with the cult issue before then. These factors are not aimed at you or at Polar Industrial Group. Although the Alliance has objectively started using military force, you still have room for negotiation. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner you issue the order to cease resistance, and the sooner you drag this into the negotiating process, the more leverage you will be able to obtain. Conversely, ending the battle as soon as possible, defining it as a conflict, and seeking a peaceful environment will all give you more room to negotiate with the Alliance next. How to choose specifically, I believe you, Mr. President, will surely figure out in your heart. However, you don't have much time left. Pierre pondered. His eyelids twitched incessantly as he watched the changes in a small part of the battlefield outside the window, and his spirit gradually broke down. Superior Georgette had spoken nothing but the truth, and all her deductions were the most probable. What else could be done? And ultimately, what completely shattered his spirit was seeing a Wind Falcon land, deploying 12 giants in red-powered armor. He knew what it meant, which is why he finally despaired, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope at the bottom of his heart. Finally, he spoke with difficulty. All right, I'll make the citywide announcement." Georgette checked the time. From the start of the official action, a total of 1 hour and 22 minutes had passed. She smiled and said to Pierre, "You've made the right choice. Employees and residents of the Polar Industrial City, greetings, I am the group president, Jerome Pierre. It is with a heavy heart that I announce to you. The Polar Industrial City has been severely infiltrated by the cult organization, and the situation has gone beyond the control of the group. We have requested aid from the Alliance headquarters, and the Alliance has not forgotten that Polar Industries is also a member of the Alliance. They generously responded to our call for help and sent support troops. However, inside the city there is a small number of heretical traitors obstructing our joint operation with the Alliance, misleading the masses of our group, resulting in gunfire within the city. All employees and residents, please be aware, in my capacity as group president, I ask you to return to your homes, to your dormitories. When you encounter Alliance troops, do not resist and lay down your weapons. Alliance soldiers will ensure your safety. All group security guards, take note, lay down your weapons, return to your stations, secure your doors and windows, and do not engage in combat with Alliance soldiers under any circumstances. I repeat, all group employees, guards, and residents, stop resisting, return to your homes, and await further orders. I repeat, all group employees, guards, and residents, stop resisting, return to your homes, and await further orders. Pierre's voice echoed again and again throughout the entire Polar Industrial City. The city's broadcasting system faithfully transmitted his commands. This was effective. The guards inside the Polar Industrial City, the armed employees, and residents, were mostly unsure what to do. First, they had not been prepared for battle at all and had no idea that the military would enter the city. Second, after the fighting had started, they had always lacked information from the upper echelons of the group, without a unified command or someone to tell them what to do next. Under these circumstances, the vast majority of them received their first unified order and information from the upper echelons of the group, which was exactly what President Pierre had said. The status of Pierre was high enough, and his words, although a considerable number of people didn't quite believe it, if they could avoid risking their lives and it was the boss speaking, then why question it? Pack up, head home or back to the dorm, and take it easy, isn't that wonderful? At most, pick up the gun, lock the door. As long as no one kicks down my door, whatever happens outside is not my concern. There were also those who were already fighting outside and couldn't conveniently go home. For them, the Alliance army thoughtfully provided an option. Just lay down your weapons obediently, find a centralized place to stay put, and that would be fine. Of course, there were also those who, under Pierre's announcement, wouldn't listen, continued to stubbornly resist, and kept up the fight against the Alliance army. And these guys were first of all in the minority. Among them, there were indeed a very few confused youngsters. They might think that Pierre was under duress, or believed that the group should not kowtow to those people from the south. For these broken-headed guys, the soldiers of the Airborne Division didn't pamper them, just eliminated them completely. And then there were some who were completely organized, determined, and had a united will. These guys, the places they defended, were also quite sensitive. But their problem wouldn't have to be solved by the 31st Airborne Division. I understand. Just block off that area, no need to attempt another assault. Brigadier General Tadeusz, whose command post was set up 60 kilometers away, gave such a response after receiving the report from the commander of the 31st Airborne Division. But the Colonel Regiment commander on the other side was clearly discontent. We can still try again. We have regrouped a new team. We only need our comrades in the Air Force to help strike again. No need, Tadeusz interrupted. Mr. Derek, you have completed your task very well, do not complicate matters. Next, what you need to do is to take control of the situation in Polar Industrial City, enforce martial law. If there is still resistance within the city, try to quell it, but if it can't be quelled, there's no need to further waste the lives of our soldiers. Just ensure that, when our main corps arrives later, we do not have to fight another battle to take the city. Yes, I assure the completion of the task. After cutting off the communication, Tadeusz clenched his fist. He was not one to favor particularly risky or aggressive strategies in his operations. But now that this operation was a fact, having a careful person like him in the role of overall commander was quite suitable. After all, there were not many left in the alliance capable of taking on this task. Brigadier General Yan Fangshu was still in the Eastern Province with his Central Group Army, undertaking the reorganization of the local militia into the Eastern Group Army to guard the area, and could not be spared for the time being. After Yan Fangshu returned, he would be promoted to the rank of Major General. As veteran military commanders, the leader of the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade and the brigade's political commissar, Perbove and Jordan Leroy, had already been urgently pulled from the 1st Brigade to take up the role of commanders and political commissars of the Interstellar Expeditionary Force, and had already set off into space. Thaddeus himself was not originally a frontline military commander, but he was the prime candidate for the position of overall commander of a joint operation involving many newly established division and brigade-level units, multiple armed services, and even other forces from non-alliance army departments. Throughout the operation, he maintained a calm and steady demeanor. But in reality, how could his heart not be the slightest bit tense? After all, ever since being promoted by the governor from an ordinary battalion political commissar to being awarded the Wind Extinguishing Medal, his position had risen rapidly, but he had mainly been involved in military and political affairs. Recruitment, logistics supplies for the entire army, construction of military systems, management of military ranks and titles. These were the major parts of his job in military and political affairs. He had hardly participated in frontline combat anymore. Now, it was his first time taking charge of frontline command, and it had to be a big operation. The newly formed 31st Airborne Division was set for covert infiltration and airborne raids. Multiple infantry divisions coordinated with an armored division to race across more than 1,000 kilometers in the North Territory within days, and after the airborne troops completed their task, smoothly take over the cities that were captured. There were too many possibilities for mishaps in this. Would the airborne forces fumble? Would the main ground attacking force be delayed? Could the road conditions in the North Territory support the advance of motorized and mechanized troops? But fortunately, none of these concerns came to pass. The combat achievements of the 31st Airborne Division combined with the Air Force were even more pleasing than expected. Now, there was actually no need to worry about conventional military operations anymore. His conventional task was completed. What was left was to be handed over to another group, those from non-military sectors. He dialed another commander's communication. Comrade Martin Solis, leader of the battle group, we can now confirm the situation. The underground space marked as Area C7 should be the place we are looking for. The rest of the task, we leave to you. Okay, leave it to us. The so-called C7 zone is not a district defined by Polar Industrial City itself, but rather a part of the combat areas designated by the Alliance Staff Department when formulating operational plans, based on the maps of Polar Industrial City procured by the nuns in early stages, in line with their own combat habits. In terms of the industrial city itself, this should be the location of a raw material storage area of Polar Industries. Meanwhile, this C7 zone was also an area of focus during the preliminary investigations conducted by the nuns of the Holy Mercy Lily. According to the intelligence obtained earlier, there might be a secret underground space beneath this area. The nuns are fairly confident that this is the headquarters of the primordial Wrath Owl sect. These cultists played a trick by concealing their headquarters right underneath the storage center of Polar Industries. Clearly, they had deeply infiltrated Polar Industries. This space had remained hidden for so long that even Pierre, the CEO of the group, was unaware of its existence. The nuns managed to uncover this information through the high-ranking members of the primordial Wrath Owl sect they had captured on numerous occasions at the periphery. Even so, there were still many areas of doubt, and it was not entirely certain that it was this C7 zone. However, in the current surprise attack on Polar Industrial City, the resistance in C7 zone is particularly staunch. This determination remained unchanged even after Pierre, as the CEO, had given orders. That was very strange indeed. After gradually overcoming the resistance in other areas, Georgette's 30 battle nuns split off to briefly investigate the 4 areas they had also suspected to be the underground headquarters of the primordial Wrath Owl sect, but they made no particular discoveries. Indeed, there were traces of cultist activity in those places and quite a few live captives were taken. However, in terms of size, These places absolutely didn't fit the bill for a headquarters, and were probably just a few areas set up to create confusion, in addition to serving as some connection points. To be honest, their ability to hide was very strong, so much so that even after almost a year of investigation, the battle nuns could only identify 5 suspect areas and dared not confirm any one location as the true one. However, what's the use of hiding so well? All the primordial Wrath Owl sect's methods of concealing themselves probably never anticipated a day when the table would be flipped over. Who has the time to investigate which of those 5 possible areas is real and which is false? Breaking one might be feared to cause the others to scatter like startled snakes. Simply take down the entire polar industrial city, and take it swiftly before anyone can react. Block the paths of leaving the city to relocate bases, then have the regular military attack all 5 areas at the same time. Caught off guard and unable to run, nor wanting to be decimated in one fell swoop, the cultists, who had always been very secretive, finally could not hide at all. C7 Zone, as the headquarters, has been exposed. They even destroyed their own chances, with some cultists possessing special abilities openly donning blue robes, using rudimentary but sufficiently effective storm sorcery to hold off the assaults of the Alliance soldiers. If it weren't for those in blue robes, the 31st Airborne Division wouldn't have been so helpless against this place and wouldn't have left behind more than 200 corpses, which infuriated Colonel Derrick and made him even consider taking this place down himself. Of course, Thaddeus, as the overall commander, persuaded him otherwise. The 31st Airborne Division could possibly handle it, but even with Air Force assistance, the complex indoor environment underground still required soldiers to explore. When facing cultists with sorcery abilities, there was no need to waste the lives of soldiers unnecessarily. Now, within Polar Industrial City, there were teams more specialized to deal with this kind of situation. At this moment, at the blockade line of C7 Zone, 4 teams had gathered. Only one belonged to the Alliance forces, the Special Forces elite of the 10th Brigade. This time they brought over 500 men. That's almost half of the entire 10th Brigade. The other half was incorporated into the Expeditionary Force, which by now has probably already reached Hagian Star. As for the remaining 3 squads, strictly speaking, none of them belonged to the Alliance forces. There's no need to mention the battle nuns. They can't even be considered part of the Alliance. 12 Phoenix Interstellar Warriors arrived. Apart from 4-century-old veterans who had gone through the Rite of Atonement, there were 8 others, all new blood of the battle group. At present, there were actually more than 30 Phoenix new bloods in total. However, these new bloods were all discovered and groomed by the governor successively over time. The later batches were not yet mature, with their superhuman organs still growing inside of them. Even for the first 3 batches, totaling 12 individuals, half a year had passed since they were implanted with the gene seeds, but only 8 had completed the growth of all their superhuman organs. Especially the black carapace, which is usually the last of the 19 superhuman organs to develop. The black carapace generates nerve bundles inward, connecting to the brain and many different organs. Outward, it forms numerous insertion points on the surface of the body, which can connect to the power armor. This is also why the Interstellar Warriors' power armors are referred to as their second skin. In a sense, the power armor really does grow together with the Interstellar Warrior. They control the power armor as if it were a part of their own limbs, and without the assistance of the black carapace, the power armor of an Interstellar Warrior is almost entirely useless. Ordinary mortals and elite troops like the battle nuns alike are unable to use real Interstellar Warrior-powered armor and can only use adapted reactive power armor. These 8 who have grown black carapaces, signifying that they have matured into new blood, can now don the power armor, which was last purchased by the governor and has completed its exterior paint job, and fight side by side with their predecessors. Commander Mattins took them all with him on this mission. He had to admit, the new blood of the battalion, cultivated by the governor in his mysterious and even unfathomably deep ways, had a very high level of tactical proficiency, even surpassing that of the recruits during the battalion's heyday, T1 level training. But no matter how mature the tactical proficiency may be, the experience of war, the instinct for war, and the mindset honed through countless skirmishes cannot be produced through pure training alone. One must personally experience the blood and fire. So, let the experience of battle commence. As for the 4th team, it belonged to a new institution of the Alliance of the Heretic Demon Hunters. A mysterious squad of 50 people, Currently, the entire operation team totaled around 600 people. Commander Martin Salas was the commander-in-chief of the special operation, responsible for the mission to eliminate the primordial Wrath Owl sect. Superior Georgette was the chief consultant. All other teams were under their command. When necessary, Mattins could contact Brigadier General Tadius, the battle commander, at any time. The latter would do his utmost to fulfill all of Mattins' requests. Now, Mattins and Georgette were standing at the very front of the entire team, chatting about something. "I didn't expect you to be so persuasive," Mattins said with a hint of a smile on his face. Georgette responded seriously, "Not at all. When dealing with President Pierre, I never boasted about my eloquence. I simply laid out the facts one by one. He isn't an irredeemable fool. Faced with all the established facts laid before him, he made the right choice, nothing more. But that's the key, isn't it? Being able to weave facts into a coherent argument and present them to the right person, that's a skill in itself." Georgette glanced at him sideways. "Commander Mattins, must you flatter me today?" "Ha ha ha." Mattins laughed and said, "It's not flattery, I'm simply stating the facts as well." Georgette also revealed a smile. "Well, thank you for your honesty." Suddenly, a faint, beep-beep sound rang in both their ears simultaneously. This was the signal that the agreed-upon time for action had come. The two immediately dropped all expression from their faces and put on their helmets. From this point, the only qualities left in them were ice and fire. Action. Begin. Action. Begin. Listening to the command from the battalion leader through the helmet's communication signal, Anat flicked his hand coolly and led the team forward first. To be honest, this was his first real battle. Although he had deeply realized through past training that he was no longer the same concept as the frail young boy who had fled from the Green Valley region, he was still nervous. However, no matter how tense he felt inside, it would not show at all on his face, in his speech, or in his actions. He is the Phoenix, the Emperor's death angel, the Governor's strongest warrior. He ought to be the best, and at the moment, fighting alongside him were 30 Special Forces elites in exoskeleton armor and 3 demon hunters in custom leather armor. They were the first forward vanguard team. He took the lead, charging at the forefront. Once crossing a certain line, the enemy's counterattack began immediately. Ahead, storage buildings about 5 to 6 meters off the ground had numerous firing ports open from within. The traitors hunkered down inside had likely hastily constructed firing platforms at those locations. Noticing another onslaught from the Alliance, many of those platforms opened fire. A kind of homemade heavy machine gun let out bursts of fire with a tat-tat-tat sound. These closely monitored firing windows, just a few hours ago, had brought significant casualties to the warriors of the 31st Airborne Division. But at this moment, in front of Anat, they meant nothing. He had long since spotted these firing windows, and the moment he vaguely saw shadows moving inside, his bomb gun had preemptively fired explosives into those windows. The bang 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 of bomb blasts instantly silenced 7 or 8 firing windows without a single shot fired from them. And the flames that did come towards him, when they fell upon his body, had no chance of penetrating the protection of the powered armor. Instead, the visible muzzle flashes only served to point out the direction of attack for him. Even Anat himself didn't need to act. The elite troopers following him, who had already prepared their individual rocket launchers, mercilessly shot them into those firing holes when the interstellar warriors in front drew the enemy's fire. The enemy's troublesome counter-fire windows were all blocked up just like that. With quick steps, Anat had already reached the tightly shut doors. This place had previously withstood the firepower of an entire battalion from the 31st Airborne Division. Currently, the Alliance was implementing a move to equip the heavy bomb guns as fixed firepower points down to the company-level units. Heavy bombs, 88 caliber mortars, all had bombarded this location. The side door of what was originally a storage building had been blown apart, but now it was once again tightly sealed with various debris. But there was no need to worry. Anat quickly ran to the side of it, and attached a thermite bomb to the edge of the building's wall. Boom! After a flash of orange light, a 4x4 meter irregular hole appeared where the thermite bomb had made contact. At this time, another group of comrades had fought their way up, also led by an interstellar warrior. Anat recognized him. That was Kalia Gabriel, a new blood absorbed by the battalion a month later than he was. The two nodded to each other, and with great tacit understanding, threw tactical grenades through the hole, aiming for the positions to the left and the right. After the blast rang out, Anat was the first to enter, with his gun pointed directly to the right. In a flash, he spotted 7 or 8 targets. He strode forward, avoiding blocking his brothers in arms from following up, and fired as he moved. His brain quickly analyzed the threat level of these 7 or 8 targets, and instantaneously, the built-in aiming system of the tactical helmet painted each person with different colors. Then, the bomb gun methodically took down the enemies according to the results of the analysis. The first to fall were 3 in blue robes. As mentioned in the intelligence, they possessed storm sorcery abilities which could potentially threaten powered armor. Next, those attempting to pull out grenades or had individual rocket launchers, as heavy firepower was also a threat. And those who were dazed, holding ordinary firearms, were left for last. However, as lengthy as this explanation might seem, in reality, it all happened almost in an instant. From the cultists' perspective, they saw a red giant come in, and before they could recover from the initial blast of the tactical grenades, he swiftly took 3 to 5 steps. With 8 taps from the bomb gun, 8 of them who dared to raise their heads were struck down. On the left side of the breached hole, the same thing happened. The 2 interstellar warriors expanded the forward position where they stood, taking up positions on either side of the hole, finding temporary cover, and with their bomb guns suppressing anyone who could possibly threaten the wall opening. Meanwhile, elite troopers and demon hunters entered through the hole in single file. When enough people had come in, they began to extend inward, slaughtering everyone who dared appear before them. At the same time, an additional 5 blasts from other parts of the warehouse were heard. The same situation that occurred here happened in 5 other places. Under the leadership of the Interstellar Warriors, arguably the most elite group in the Alliance, they broke through the warehouse defense line that had previously caused much trouble for the 31st Airborne Division and made their way inside. And in this process, the casualties were minimal. Your new blood. They've been trained well. I almost thought they were all veterans. Georgette said to Maddens. After the capture of the surface portion of the storage center, while the troops were clearing the building interior of the remaining resistance, the operation's highest commander and advisor lady finally had some time together to have a casual chat. Maddens felt both proud and a bit embarrassed by Georgette's compliment. Indeed, they did perform commendably. These new recruits were trained and cultivated by the Lord Governor himself. With the training methods of the Phoenix, we couldn't have achieved such results so quickly. However, they don't deserve your veteran praise yet, they still have too many immature aspects. Exactly, Georgette conceded, which is why I said, almost. They do indeed have areas where they are lacking, such as not being ruthless enough when striking, a lack of flexibility in adhering to doctrines, and they don't know how to protect themselves better on the battlefield. She listed quite a few shortcomings, and Maddens nodded again and again in agreement. Indeed, all of it was true. Not being ruthless enough indicated they had not seen enough bloodshed, were not sufficiently hardened, and did not know how to use the horrific conditions of the battlefield to deliver a stronger psychological blow to the surviving enemies. Not having been beaten severely, they were unaware that even those enemies who had surrendered could potentially pull out a weapon and shoot from behind. Their adaptability was insufficient because they had too little experience and were reluctant to deviate from the mental inertia instilled during training, and also because they lacked the ability to quickly think of better solutions and make more targeted judgments combining the uniqueness of each battle. In terms of not knowing how to protect themselves, it was evident that they were not proficient enough in using their own power armor clearly. The Lord Governor's training did not cover this aspect, and half a year of exclusive training for interstellar warriors was not enough to make all the skills become instinctive to use at will. Additionally, when making operational decisions, they were not accurate enough in assessing risks. Being reckless was not the problem, being recklessly ignorant was. But even with these issues, Georgette continued, they are merely nitpicks, the kind that you could point out by demanding the standards of a truly battle-hardened veteran. But in reality, I've seen several battle groups where even fresh recruits who have been official interstellar warriors for several years exhibit similar issues. And if they could truly eradicate all these faults, your battle group wouldn't just consist of new blood, or merely official warriors, but rather a group of veteran elites. At that point, Georgette smiled at Maddens and went on, truthfully, a year and a half ago, when I first saw you on Rage All-Star, my heart sank. Although I hoped that you, my old comrades in arms, could stand up again, reason told me that given your dire state at the time, extinction was the inevitable outcome. What I didn't expect was that, In the span of a year and a half, there really would be signs of revival among you, and I am truly happy for you." At this point, Maddens felt a twinge of nervousness. On the one hand, an old friend's well wishes are, of course, a happy affair. But he dreaded Georgette suddenly asking about the origins of their genetic seeds. Yet, he quickly realized that Georgette likely had no such questions. Though the two had never had a detailed exchange about the situation of the Phoenix battle group, Georgette was unaware that the battle group's gene bank had been entirely lost. Now, seeing the 8 new bloods of the battle group, she naturally assumed that the Phoenix battle group's accumulated genetic seed bank had been effective, and would not suspect the governor's involvement. No one would think in that direction because it was an unrealistic notion. Even if Georgette had suspicions, it would be about why the success rate of the new blood trained by the Lord Governor was so high. But these inquiries were ones Maddens would not bring up intentionally, much less provide answers to. If the misunderstanding that the battle group's seed bank still existed continued, that would be to their benefit. Indeed, Maddens no longer dwelled on this issue himself. As long as the genetic seeds were pure and definitely from the Phoenix, that was enough. He was not inclined to delve deeper, let alone expose the matter. He, Priest Rizzo, and 2 other veterans had resolved to bury this secret deep in their hearts. Maddens and Georgette were free to have their casual conversation now because they were waiting for their subordinates to find further clues. This storage center's surface part was clearly not the headquarters of the primordial Wrath Owl sect itself. According to intelligence, their headquarters were underground. These cult members were fiercely defending this place, which likely proved that this was the essential route to their headquarters. It was just that they hadn't located the entrance yet. The battle nuns and demon hunters were all engaged in this task. And the first to yield results was the demon hunter squad. A lady interrupted their casual conversation to report. Maddens remembered her. This was Milia Durong, one of the squad leaders within the demon hunter squad. Maddens also knew that she had made significant contributions to the Alliance's counterinsurgency operations recently. At this moment, the young team captain, with her cheeks flushed, reported to him. "We found an entrance leading underground." "Oh, that's good. Thank you for your work," Maddens began, then turned his head and teased Georgette. "It seems, the demon hunters of the Alliance are a bit more skilled in this area than your battle nuns." Georgette didn't mind. The more straightforward, the better. Maddens turned his gaze back. He saw that Milia Durong seemed to have more to report. He frowned. "If there's more information, please report it in detail." "Yes." Durong jolted. She was known to be fearless, but facing the death angel of the Emperor, and looking up at his towering figure, barely reaching up to his stomach, she had to strain her neck to see Commander Maddens's imposing face. She still felt a profound sense of oppression from the depths of her heart, which made her speak with a bit of caution. She cautiously said, "It's not that the report isn't detailed, it's just that this situation, we're not too sure about it ourselves." Then, she provided a detailed explanation of the demon hunter's discoveries to the commander. After hearing her out, Maddens also furrowed his brows tightly. According to the demon hunters, when they found the underground entrance to the cult's headquarters, other than their specialized searching and scouting skills, another important factor was that one of them had the special ability to perceive souls. This individual, upon activating his power, discovered that the slain rebels, particularly those in gray and even blue robes, symbolizing the cultist spellcasters, had white specks signifying their souls which were vaguely drifting through a certain pathway into a location. His claim seemed strange to the other demon hunters, but taking it as a potential lead, they decided to let some people follow these so-called soul specks to investigate. And indeed, they found something. At a ventilation duct, they discovered a very concealed passage. Following the duct to the position of a thick support column inside the building, they found that the column was fake, actually hollow, and that it was a downward pathway. They didn't act rashly but sent people to guard the spot. When necessary, they could blow up the column to widen the passage and then launch a surprise attack downward from there. But before that, the demon hunters were quite concerned about their comrades' findings regarding the passive movement of souls back to the cult's headquarters. "We believe this is a very bad omen," Durong said, now less tense, her expression naturally carrying a serious look. "Those cultists are clearly up to something, which could well be their desperate struggle in the face of despair. But, with so little information currently in hand, we can't be sure exactly what they're doing." Maddens obviously took this clue seriously. His numerous past experiences in battling various heretical cultists had taught him to never underestimate these human traitors who had sold their souls to some unknown existences. They could always cause a major incident somewhere, leading to terrible losses. Mattins turned his head to consult his advisor. "What do you think?" Georgette responded with furrowed brows. "I'm not certain, but it might be related to some information we've collected before." Then, Georgette shared the information she knew. She spoke rapidly and urgently, insisting that Mattins order the troops to assemble and prepare for the attack. According to her, if the conditions observed by the demon hunters right now were indeed related to the information previously investigated by the battle nuns, then they needed to act as quickly as possible. Mattins was amenable. While ordering his troops to assemble and prepare for demolition, he also listened intently to Georgette's account. The primordial Wrath Owl sect, this native cult organization, had the same core goal as many other cults seen in the stars: to summon their venerated evil god into this world. And when it came to them, this possibility was not a vain fantasy, but a very real one that could come true. For the evil god they worshipped, the primal fury owl, was an entity with a form, faith, and the convergence of spiritual energy. This was evident from the incarnation of Rage Owl that had been summoned during the major event they had carried out in Revival City. As this was a deity born from indigenous beliefs with an actual form, its power could truly project into the real world. This monster should currently be in the spirit realm abyss, yet it is intricately connected with Rage Owl Star. The primordial Wrath Owl sect believed that if they did certain things right, the evil god would be called into this world. One aspect of that is the sacrifice of a great many souls. Great many here might refer to a number in the millions, or even tens of millions. This was why they targeted Revival City a year and a half ago. At that time, Rage Owl Star was only there, in a small area congregating enough population. If they had to do something similar in the North Territory, the scattered population would pose a big problem. Even in Polar Industrial City, the largest city in the northern province, there were only 500,000 people. But after the failure of their operation in Revival City, they also faced immense pressure from the battle nuns allied with the garrison of the central North Province, making the normal advancement of their plan to bring the evil god into the world extremely difficult. The battle nuns had once captured a high-ranking figure within the cult who revealed that within the sect, the radical faction, or rather, the faction of despair, proposed a plan to forcibly initiate the revival of the evil god. Sacrifice as many people as possible, even if it meant sacrificing all the cult's spellcasters as seeds. They would spare no expense. This proposed action led to a huge divide within their sect. The opposition believed that such an action was purely an unwarranted sacrifice since it was not guaranteed to awaken their god completely. At most, it would only summon a powerful avatar. But if it merely came to that, sacrificing the entire sect as the price to pay was certainly not worth it. But according to our current intelligence, such a crazy idea should still be an absolute minority within them, however. Mattins continued her words: if they reach a critical moment of life and death, they might have no choice but to make a desperate bid. So we need to act quickly. Georgette said, the only good news is that they can now only sacrifice those who died today within the scope of Polar Industrial City, and the number won't be very large. Their main force will still be those heretical cultists themselves. We must destroy their plan as quickly as possible, otherwise, even if they only summon an avatar, our troubles will be immense. I understand. In the midst of their conversation, the demolitionist was ready. The interstellar warriors, battle nuns, and demon hunters were also standing by. Without wasting time, Mattins gave the order, and the structure that had been disguised as a support pillar but was actually a passageway to the underground was blown open. The explosion was conducted by a veteran interstellar warrior who was quite skilled. The amount of the explosive and its placement were just perfect. An irregular round passageway of about 6 revealed itself in front of them, complete with a ladder leading downward. After the passageway was blown open, the cultists hiding below clearly reacted, and voices could be heard from inside. But at that moment, there was no need for excessive concern. Down, 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 Mattins called out as he, clad in Terminator power armor, was the first to leap down. Event activated. The storm approaches. The cultists who revere the primal fury owl, in the face of imminent destruction, have erupted into their final madness. They are about to summon the owl god, now one with the evil god of the abyss, regardless of consequences. Your most valiant warriors are struggling to prevent all this, and your subsequent actions will have a decisive impact. Looking at the messages flooding the event interface, Ji Hang took a deep breath and decided to personally head north. He was, of course, aware of the situation in Polar Industrial City. The headquarters were constantly reporting information to him. He knew that the city could now be said to have hoisted the banners of the Alliance. He also knew that his most elite warriors had descended into the so-called subterranean space of C7 zone, engaging the cultists in gunfire. He knew that this time, following Georgette's proposal, although at a higher cost, the Alliance mobilized immense power in an instant, pouring their cutting-edge forces into a single effort. But as it stands, this choice was the right one. The full force of the Alliance delivered a powerful strike, exhibiting formidable strength in a manner unforeseen by the local forces of Rage-Owl Star, achieving a rapid surprise assault that indeed completely subdued Polar Industrial Group, and the entire North Territory was within easy reach. Although stabilizing other regions and rebuilding the Alliance's governance system would take some time, overall, it would definitely be shorter than the time spent reclaiming the eastern provinces. Moreover, there was a significant value to this operation that was to sweep away the primordial Wrath Owl sect, a thorn in Ji Hang's side. Ji Hang knew that things might not always go so smoothly, and he had prepared for the possibility of accidents, with contingency measures in place. And he himself was part of this contingency measure. Indeed, he had spent a long time toiling over government affairs, but that did not hinder his status as the most powerful psychic caster within the entire purview of the Alliance's forces. With the identity of a level 5 psychic caster, he could exert fatal control over opponents at the level of the Beastman Fleet General using solely spiritual energy. Not to mention, he had long accumulated enough experience to advance to a level 6 psychic caster. However, he had not upgraded up until now. Advancing from LV5 to LV6 required a bit too many grace points. LV5 only needed 500 grace points, but to level up to LV6 required 2,000 points. This was an expensive price to pay, and even after obtaining that sum of 10 to 20,000 grace points previously, he did not rush to upgrade. One can always level up whenever there are enough grace points. Conversely, every second of development for a territory is precious, golden time. Without foreseeing any battles that would require his personal intervention, he had not made such a choice. 2,000 grace points saved up could be used to acquire technology, expand the military, conduct multiple rounds of political officer training to fill his government departments, or expand the Demon Hunter Squad to be the main force of the anti-corruption campaign. His own personal strength wasn't that urgent, but now, it seemed about time. On the Wind Falcon flying northward, Ji Hang used the grace points saved over the past 2 months to raise his personal level to LV6. Firstly, both his physical and spiritual attributes increased by 1 point each. Secondly, among the options, Ji Hang chose the spiritual direction as his specialization for this upgrade. And this provided him with a brand new ability, Iron Will. Iron Will. You will have an iron-like will. From now on, you won't feel fatigue, wavering, or fear before you reach your limits. Your emotions will become more stable and strong. Effects targeting your spirit and soul will be reduced depending on the difference in spiritual attributes between you and the caster. When the caster's spiritual attribute is more than 4 points lower than yours, all such effects will be invalid. When the caster's spiritual attributes are more than 4 points higher than yours, the reduction effect is fixed at 35%. You gain an additional point in spiritual attribute. Ji Hang was overall quite satisfied with this newly acquired trait. Spiritual defenses are never a bad thing. He had protective spiritual energy to block physical and energy attacks, and now this was perfect for countering mental damage. The two complemented each other. Not to mention, the extra strong resistance against normal states of fatigue, wavering, and fear could be of great help to him outside of combat. The additional point increase in his spiritual attribute was expected. As a result, his personal attribute panel now looked like this. Hero. Ji Hang, Faction Leader, LV6, insufficient experience to level up. Physique. 11, Spirituality. 22, Traits. Psychic Caster, Supreme Commander of Rage-Owl Star, Enemy of the Storm. Talents. Protective Spiritual Energy, Advanced Telekinesis Control, Mind Manipulation, Iron Will. A full 22 points in spiritual attribute, which was an increase of 2 points and effectively 2.25 times what it was at level 5. Undoubtedly, his strength had once again been significantly enhanced. Upon testing it out, he felt that if he were to encounter that Beastman fleet general again from the previous star battle, perhaps he wouldn't need any assistance. He alone could use his spiritual energy to break the general's will, or use the energy to tear his body apart from the inside of his heavy armor. With this newfound power, Ji Hang arrived at the polar industrial city a few hours later. The speed of the Wind Falcon was demonstrated once again. A distance of 5,400 kilometers was covered in just 2 hours. In fact, this was more than twice as fast as the Wind Falcon's regular cruising speed, as it flew throughout the entire journey at a speed of 2.5 Mach. Normally, the Wind Falcon would not fly so recklessly at more than twice the speed of sound for so long because, after all, it wasn't a single-person fighter, but an air warship weighing hundreds of tons. Operating the anti-gravity engine at full speed for such a long duration was terrifying in terms of energy consumption. However, the Alliance was quite affluent in terms of the limited amount of energy it used. The low-energy storm collection plants and energy compression plants in Gaota province could conveniently produce super-energy crystals. This advanced energy source was more than enough for the Wind Falcon, easily supporting the consumption needed for long-distance, full-power flight. It was the mechanical structure of the Wind Falcon itself that might not hold up. If it flew like this a few more times, it would likely need to go back for major repairs. But the essence of war is speed, and there was no time to worry about that. If it needed repairs, so be it. The elite troops of the Special Warfare Brigade, who were on duty at the perimeter of the seized and cordoned storage center in C7 zone, were very surprised to see the governor arrive. They had no idea that the governor was coming. In fact, when Ji Hang left, he had certainly sent a message to the frontline command. When Thaddeus knew he was coming, he strongly opposed it. With the governor's important status, he should not be at the front line. If anything went wrong, it would be unacceptable to the Alliance. However, he clearly could not persuade Ji Hang. As a last resort, he could only pass the message to Commander Mattens, who was even more on the front line. Yet, the message did not get through. Mattens had already lost contact. Afterward, Thaddeus tried to send a message to the 31st Airborne Division, asking them to rush to C7 zone to inform them of the governor's imminent arrival. However, messages take time to circulate, and the 31st Airborne Division had just received the news. Their messenger had not arrived before Ji Hang did. The shocked elite soldiers standing outside, despite their surprise, reacted first with a salute. Most members of the Special Warfare Brigade had been selected from the Phoenix Interstellar Warrior selection. Every one of them had seen the governor during their training. They even believed that the miraculous changes that had happened to them were greatly related to the governor. In fact, a considerable proportion of them had attended classes at the wind-extinguishing Jiangxi Academy and were extremely loyal to the governor. After returning the salute, Ji Hang summoned the person in charge at the scene, a major from the 10th Special Warfare Brigade, to inquire about the current situation. Ji Hang learned that Mattens and his team had gone down about 2.5 hours earlier. In addition to the 12 interstellar warriors, 31 battle nuns, 20 demon hunters, and 20 special forces elites had also gone down, totaling over 80 people. That was about the limit. The entrance was just a 6A6 opening, and the preliminary exploration revealed that the terrain below was narrow, with various underground passages connecting many rooms. Sending any more people down would not allow for effective deployment of forces. Instead, a small team of elite operatives was more suitable. In theory, this number of operatives should have been sufficient. But they had not sent back any messages for a long time. Fearing something was wrong, the major had dispatched another team 2 hours earlier to investigate. Before setting off, this team was ordered to report back as soon as possible after seeing Commander Mattens, no matter what. Yet, they too had not returned. This had made the major very anxious. After that, he sent down another team after a certain period of time. He had already sent over 100 people inside, but not one had come out. "Governor, that's the situation now," said the major, his forehead covered in sweat. He could tell that the governor seemed intent on going down himself. Despite knowing that his own rank was not sufficient, he still mustered his courage to advise, "Governor, I will personally lead a team down to check again. As long as I don't die down there, I will ensure the message gets back. Please don't go down and take the risk yourself. The Alliance cannot be without you." Ji Yu Hang raised his hand, stopping him from continuing. With eyes closed, he was feeling the surge of spiritual energy below. Something terrible was brewing there. It wasn't a complete breeding, but more like the madness before death. If left unchecked, its damage would be relatively limited in terms of the entire planet, that is. It would likely form an incarnation of an evil god that could exist for about a week. It could create a vast storm that would sweep the entire North Territory. The polar industrial city would surely be destroyed, and most people would not survive. Aside from the polar industrial city, of the over 2 million population of the entire North Territory, perhaps 60% to 70% could die directly or indirectly as a result. In total, this might amount to a population loss of around 2 million. Switching to the ruthless mode of a ruler, Ji Yu Hang could calculate that this was not an entirely unacceptable number. Sure, this would nearly annihilate the value of the North Territory, but after a week, the catastrophe would end and would not spread further. However, this was the very worst case scenario. Ji Yu Hang believed the situation was far from that point. Even if it truly came to that, he had to rescue the people below and withdraw his troops first. He was confident in this, because he could feel that, below, nearly 200 fires of life were still burning in the tumultuous sea of spiritual energy. That was evidence his warriors were still fighting. Ji Yu Hang opened his eyes and said to the major, "I'm going down." Having said that, he floated forward. Of course, the major could not stop him. Nor did Ji Yu Hang leave any instructions behind. There was no need. He wouldn't fail to emerge. He had strong confidence in himself. After entering through the underground entrance, Ji Yu Hang floated along the corridor. He saw many bodies, but they were all of the cultists. Clearly, during the incursion led by the Phoenix Interstellar Warriors, these cult members had put up a stubborn, yet futile resistance. The Alliance warriors advanced, unstoppable. As Ji Yu Hang moved along this path, he felt as though he was walking towards the deep sea from the shore. With each step he took, the power of spiritual energy became denser. The frenzied power from the abyss was like an actual storm, violently lashing against Ji Yu Hang's psyche. But with the newly acquired protection of Iron Will, these forces had no substantial effect on him. At the same time, he soon encountered the first Alliance member. It was a few elite soldiers, lying by the corridor sides, breathing rapidly, their minds clouded. After a quick check, Ji Yu Hang deduced that their consciousness seemed to have entered a peculiar zone. It was as if they were engaged in battle, intense, with quickened heartbeats and muscles twitching involuntarily, yet they did not awaken. If he used mind control, Ji Yu Hang could wake them from this strange state. But after considering it, he didn't do so. He continued to float forward, encountering more Alliance warriors. Until at last, he reached an expansive underground space. In the center of this space, surrounded by a multitude of bodies arranged in a circle, was an elderly man dressed similarly to the high priest Kui Kao that he had met in Revival City. The old man was also dead. Beneath those bodies was a blue and white, rapidly flickering chaos octagram array. Simultaneously, Ji Yu Hang saw Mattins, Georgette, the demon hunter, and dozens of elite soldiers' figures. They stood, eyes tightly closed, bodies trembling, their heartbeats were rapid, breathing was hurried, just like the warriors he had found earlier, in the same condition. There, Ji Yu Hang could still perform a wide-ranging mental intervention to awaken them all. But he still did not do so. He probably already knew what had happened. Upon entering the area blanketed most intensely by the spiritual energy sea, he should have fallen into the same state as them. But his powerful spirituality, together with the reinforcement of Iron Will, had allowed him to avoid that situation. However, he was about to dive into it of his own accord. Anat had fired the last bullet in his grenade gun. That bullet pierced through a wolf-shaped monster, formed from the visible white winds, and exploded, shattering its entire upper body, causing the entire form to crumble and dissipate. After dispatching the last bullet, Anat didn't hesitate to throw the grenade gun aside and drew the combat blade from his waist, charging forward a few steps. With a swift slicing motion, in a matter of seconds, another monster was dismantled by his blade and faded away. This creature, like the previous one, was made up of the same material, only its form resembled a standing evil cat with 3 heads. After that one was eliminated, even more surged forth. Anat fought tirelessly like this, and he was not the only one, everyone around him was doing the same. All those who had entered this underground space, without exception, were fighting here. They roughly maintained a circular position, at the very center of which was a flickering blue-white chaos octagram array. They were defending this place, while outside their barricade were nearly endless storm beasts. They had various forms, many resembling humans, but also a multitude of animal shapes, and even many other things twisted into strange shapes. But without exception, besides their different forms, their core was the same, unstable entities purely composed of blue-white spiritual energy storms. They crazily assailed the human warriors' defense line, unrelenting in their attacks, even as they were continuously being destroyed. This battle had been going on for over 2 hours now. 2.5 hours earlier, they had entered the headquarters of the primordial Wrath Owl sect through the opened underground tunnels. Along the way, they encountered numerous obstructions from enemies, including storm sorcery, traps, and explosives that were especially powerful in the narrow passageways. Nevertheless, none of these were able to stop the advance of this elite coalition force. Commander Maddens, clad in Terminator power armor, had firmly blocked most of the space. With him personally leading the way, whatever means the cultists resorted to were pointless, crushed beneath his might. In about half an hour, they had eliminated countless cultists blocking their path and finally reached the core area of the cult's headquarters. There, they saw what those cultists were desperately trying to protect: an already carved, infuriating chaos octagram array, which had absorbed many souls and was pulsating at a high frequency. A large number of cultists swarmed over it, their zealotry evident as they chanted their belief in the evil god. In the eyes of many demon hunters and battle nuns, the very real soul lights of these cultists were connected to the chaos array beneath their feet. This was not even because they had the ability to see souls or spiritual energy. The link between these people and the chaos array was so deep that their souls were almost entirely extracted from their bodies, visible to the naked eye of anyone with even a slight spiritual talent. Clearly, these cultists were conducting a very evil ritual. Upon reaching this place, the warriors of the coalition did not hesitate or even need the orders from their commander. Almost instinctively, they launched an attack on the cultists performing the ritual. The sooner they could stop the cultists' ritual and disrupt their plans, the better the outcome would be. However, it was still a bit too late. Surrounding that array, walls of wind flickered, blocking their initial assault. The wind wall was obviously hastily formed. Even though the cultists of the primordial Wrath Owl sect had been preparing for a potential attack on their headquarters, time was still too short, and the hastily constructed wind wall wasn't very strong. Not to mention the ferocity of the coalition warriors' firepower. In addition to their grenade guns, they were equipped with heavy bombs, plasma-charged handguns, and such. Should it come to the point where they couldn't break through, they still had thermite bombs at the ready. Of course, in reality, there was no need for such drastic measures. The wind wall, after withstanding a barrage of firepower, was already on the verge of shattering. Just a little more effort, and the cultists behind it would be completely exposed to their firepower and swiftly eliminated. At that moment, within the precarious wind wall, the high priest, an elderly man, chanted the storm prayer louder and more frantically. Suddenly, all the cultists fell down at once, including the high priest himself. However, even as he fell and his body went silent, that evil prayer continued to echo throughout the space. In the eyes of those with spiritual talent, the souls of the cultists were rapidly extracted. The next moment, the blinking blue-white chaos octagram array suddenly became incredibly bright. A white gale burst from its center, violently sweeping out in all directions. Everyone's vision was engulfed by a blinding whiteness, and their bodies felt as though they were being pushed to the ground by an immense force. After several breaths of time had passed, their vision finally cleared. Struggling to get up from the ground, they realized they were no longer in the same place. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, with lightning flashing and thunder booming. The ferocious winds made it very difficult for them to stand. The ground was devoid of sand or stones, revealing bare, gray-black rocks that seemed to have been buffed smooth by the endless winds over countless years. When Anat managed to stand, he noticed that only 3 people had not been toppled by the sudden storm. Maddens, the leader of the warriors, Priest Rizzo, and Superior Georgette were all looking in the same direction. Anat naturally followed their gazes, only to freeze in place. He had managed to stand up the fastest, and the others, gradually getting up one by one, also looked curiously in that direction and then likewise turned to stone. They saw a massive creature, towering as if it reached the sky. Its body was like that of a giant bear, but it was covered with feathers. Those white feathers had a tinge of blue, as if blue electrical arcs were flickering within them. Its head, however, resembled that of a large bird, somewhat like an owl. Among the group, most were natives of Rage Owl Star. Seeing the enormous creature before them, they couldn't help but associate it with a mythology prevalent on Rage Owl Star, one that was widely known, even among non-believers, originating from the ancient times of this world. The Primal Fury Owl. The Primal Fury Owl. It was real. While they were still shaken by this realization, the Primal Fury Owl moved. It took steps toward them, or rather toward the chaos octagram array they were surrounding. Its pace was slow, as if bound by some force, yet it was determined, moving forward despite the slowness. After a short while, it seemed to grow furious with the sense of binding as it roared up at the sky. Instantaneously, wild winds howled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Amidst this, one storm monster after another began to form and appear all around the Alliance warriors. The beasts roared as they charged at them. At the same time, the orders from Maddens, Rizzo, and Georgette were passed on. Hold the line. Do not let any of the creatures breach the array behind us. We shall be humanity's front line shield, and we shall not allow any beast from the abyss of hell to break through our defense. Despite everything that was happening challenging their fragile nerves, they were all elite warriors. Upon hearing their commander's orders, they quickly formed a circular defense to isolate the Chaos Octagram array from the assaulting monsters. They fired their weapons with all their might, vanquishing monster after monster. And this battle continued for nearly 2 hours. During this period, they made no mistakes. Whether Star Warriors or Battle Nuns, even Demon Hunters and Special Forces soldiers in the army, all fought with their utmost effort. Superior Georgette and Priest Rizzo continually boosted the morale of their fighters during the battle, making them keenly aware that this fight was crucial to the future of Rage Owl Star. They were all resolved to fight to the death. But despite this resolve, the harsh reality did not yield to their will, at least, not for the people here. The ammunition in their hands dwindled as they fought. With the continuation of the battle, they grew fatigued. By the 2-hour mark, most people had run out of bullets and were forced into close combat with the monsters. How long could their tired bodies maintain the battle line? Although it seemed like because of their disconnection, friendly forces on the ground had dispatched reconnaissance squads, who were also inexplicably pulled into this space, resulting in a few hundred reinforcements arriving one after another. But altogether, things seemed to shift towards the worse. Anat fought off the unstable creatures of wind charging at him while feeling anxious. Of course, he could still hold on. He was a Star Warrior, a phoenix. He possessed extraordinary strength. The Battle Nuns appeared slightly worn out but seemed to have no major issues. However, the Demon Hunters and Special Forces were beginning to show signs of faltering. Close combat was undoubtedly taxing for those who had fought for a long time. They were full of courage and determination, but after all, they were only mortals. Without the help of these mortal heroes, and even when the Battle Nuns could barely hold on, could just the 12 Star Warriors ensure that not a single creature was missed? And it was at this moment that he suddenly felt behind his head a powerful, yet oddly comforting energy fluctuation. He couldn't help but turn his head for a glance. He saw the governor. Dressed in a red military uniform and standing tall, Mr. Gu floated there quietly. The wild storm, upon reaching his surroundings, was suppressed by a magical force, becoming almost insignificant, only causing his robe to flutter slightly, unable to do more. Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu. Why had he come? At that moment, Gu Hang didn't immediately respond to these doubts. He took a deep breath and then raised his hands. A wave of spiritual energy belonging solely to him radiated outwards from his center, completely different from the storm's energy. The areas it brushed over were instantly calmed of the storm. And the monsters formed from the storm dissipated as it calmed. This only covered an area of about 300 to 500 meters centered on Gu Hang and couldn't last very long, but it at least solved the most pressing crisis. Then, Gu Hang frowned slightly, and the warriors present suddenly felt their fatigue vanish into thin air. At the same time, they discovered that their ammunition, which had been depleted, had suddenly become abundant again. Long live the governor! A demon hunter shouted fervently, which triggered everyone, including the Alliance warriors, to start chanting, "Long live the governor!" It was only after the Battle Nuns called out, "For the Emperor," twice that they added those 4 words following, "Long live the governor." But Ji Yu Hang didn't really pay attention to this. The primal fury owl roared in anger, thunder and storm grew even fiercer. The 300-meter calm zone that Ji Yu Hang had created was quickly suppressed back, and at the same time, a large number of storm monsters formed and surged toward the human defenses again. This time, Ji Yu Hang didn't try to tough it out. His elite warriors, after being inspired, relieved of fatigue, and replenished with ammunition, were enough to keep those things out, just as they had done in the past 2 hours. And at that moment, Ji Yu Hang, floating in midair, had blue flames flickering constantly in his eyes. Mattins looked on with concern. In fact, he had been worried since the arrival of the governor, but the intense combat had left him no time to speak. And now, as the situation seemed slightly calmer and seeing the governor in a questionable state, he wanted to ask. But he was held back by Rizzo and Georgette, one on each side. Rizzo said, "Don't disturb. Mr. Gu is thinking." Georgette's expression was even more complicated. This Mr. Gu. Was he always such a powerful wielder of spiritual energy? He has grown too fast during this period. Or has he always possessed this strength but never revealed it before? Her question remained unanswered, and as Rizzo said, Ji Yu Hang was indeed pondering at this time. After arriving in this part of the space, a massive, incredibly chaotic knowledge poured into his brain like a tidal wave. He had to exert a lot of effort to extract some useful information from it. Among this might be the method to resolve the current problem. But before figuring out the method, Ji Yu Hang first determined something. This was the fabled Hell's Abyss. When Ji Yu Hang arrived in this spacia, one which didn't belong to the reality of the universe but was wildly violent, a torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind as if it were a deluge. Initially, he thought he was under some kind of attack, and he strived to use his spiritual energy, in conjunction with Ironwool, to fend off the countless fragments of knowledge from his consciousness. But soon, the bits of knowledge that leaked through made him realize he shouldn't be doing that. Of course, he didn't simply drop his guard. Instead, he used the capability of Ironwool as a filter, beginning to sift through the knowledge. What was useful was absorbed, and then stitched together to form a coherent and valuable body of knowledge. The useless, incomprehensible fragments were kept at bay. To tell the truth, there were far more of the latter than the former. In fact, this was not some serendipitous adventure, but rather an enlightenment, or a curse, received by psionicists of a certain standard when they came into close contact with Hell's Abyss. The intrusion of insane knowledge into the brain, a slight carelessness, could be fatal. An excess of information could burst the brain of a psionicist. Much of the knowledge was poisonous. It could corrupt the souls of those who bore it, driving them mad. Psionicists who were not strong enough died for various reasons. Even those who were sufficiently powerful had to exert all their strength to keep the ceaseless inflow of evil knowledge out of their souls. But Ji Yu Hang's current level of strength, especially with the addition of Ironwool, had surpassed the point where he could only defend passively. He even had the capacity to actively filter out the understandable and useful parts of those knowledge fragments and absorb them. From the many pieces of knowledge he pieced together, he learned that the place he was in was a corner of Hell's Abyss. Hell's Abyss was the dwelling place of demons, but it was also a part of the true realm. The so-called true realm, different from the real world, or material world, was the foundation of the universe. All supernatural power, so what is referred to as spiritual energy, originated from there. Even humans' cutting-edge technology essentially involved extraction and utilization of spiritual energy in various ways. Yet, the true realm was divided into Hell's Abyss and the Star-Spirit realm. There was no such distinction in the past. The entire, true realm, was a frightful sight, brimming with terrifying monsters. It wasn't until at least 10,000 years ago, when the human emperor who had established the empire ascended to godhood, that a part of the true realm was cut out and the spirit network was established, allowing that portion of spiritual energy to be used in a pure, stable, and safe manner. Before the spirit network was established, utilizing spiritual energy was a terribly frightening and dangerous matter. A slight mistake and one could be possessed by indescribable entities, altered in personality, explode due to overuse of spiritual energy, or have their coordinates located by demons that tore through spatial rifts into reality. Even interstellar travel was extremely hazardous. Star realm tunnels were made of spiritual energy, also located in the chaotic space, and protective fields had to be covered and strong guidelights had to be used for navigation during travel. Even so, many terrifying incidents still occurred during the journey through the Star Realm tunnels. It was common for ships to arrive missing a few people or with a few extraneous passengers, and often entire ships were lost within the Star Realm. However, with the establishment of the Star Spirit Realm propped up by the Spirit Network, the safety of using spiritual energy greatly increased. Intergalactic travel became safe, psionicists became safe, technologies utilizing spiritual energy became safe, which significantly expanded humanity's potential. Yet, all this safety was predicated on the existence of the Spirit Network. A considerable part of the true realm still remained unsafe. That part was what was known as Hell's Abyss. It was filled with uncontrollable spiritual energy, residual energy from usage, chaotic demons, and even the most dreadful evil gods born from chaotic cosmos. The evil gods each occupied a part of Hell's Abyss, with the four most terrible among them. Hell's Abyss frantically tried to infuse those four names into his mind, but his spirit was sending out frenzied warnings. He knew these were names that mortals weren't supposed to know. These four names were of the sort that, once known, would attract unwanted attention. Ji Hang did not have a death wish and decisively kept this knowledge at bay. But the information about another evil god was less of an issue, within his threshold of endurance. Primal Fury Owl, the storm evil god. In the earliest of times, it was the leader of the last wild Rage Owl tribe on Rage Owl Star, the strongest Rage Owl on the entire planet. Of course, no matter how powerful, a Rage Owl was merely a primitive animal on that planet. When human colonists came and developed a star-level civilization, even the most powerful animal tribes were either put into zoos for people's amusement or designated into nature reserves. The so-called nature reserves, ostensibly protecting the primitive ecosystem, were essentially just larger zoos. It was no exception, and it and its tribe lived within a reserve. However, something happened to it. The humans on this planet held a form of worship for the Rage Owl, a primitive creature. Initially, it might have merely been people's affection for the Rage Owl, a unique native species. After all, their cool and cute appearance, combined with being local specialties, naturally attracted affection. Over time, a type of religious veneration really did develop from this affection. But if that were all, there wouldn't be any impact. However, the barrier between Rage Owl's star and the true realm is especially thin, even capable of creating rare resources like spiritualized gas fields. The affection and worship people feel for the Rage Owl have thus become powerful, taking root in the strongest living Rage Owl on this planet, making it stronger and more vibrant. And so, people were even more fond of its formidable and beautiful appearance. But if that was all there was to it, there would be nothing more. It would merely be the birth of a somewhat mystical beast. Moreover, this was not unique to it alone. Every once strongest Rage Owl on Rage Owl Star had experienced something similar. Even if its body was infinitely strong and it had some spiritual wisdom, that was all. What else could it do? It could still only stay in a nature reserve. However, the opening of the demonic rift, a global cataclysm, changed everything. It fell into Hell's Abyss and was accepted by it. The worship it had once received had given rise to a sect on Rage Owl Star, and in Hell's Abyss, it occupied a small space. It was the master of this space. That meant it had truly become a god. This was indeed Hell's Abyss, but of course, not all of it. It was just its own unique space as an inferior among inferior evil gods. Compared to the whole of Hell's Abyss, it was less than a speck of dust. But here, this was its divine realm. In the previous cult rituals, it came exceedingly close to the real world, just short of stepping into the Chaos Array itself. Its power, through the array, could already affect the real world so much so that it directly pulled all those who approached this channel like Chaos Array into its divine realm. Maddens and others came in this way. Fortunately, the good news was that it was not strong enough. When Ji Hang approached the Chaos Array, he was unaffected. The reason he came in was that he had done so voluntarily. The warriors here, with just over 100 of them, could staunchly hold off the assault of many storm monsters. After Ji Hang arrived in person, he even freely used spiritual energy, and because he was in the true realm and deep within Hell's Abyss, his spiritual energy abilities were greatly enhanced. He could dissipate an evil god realm with a radius of 300 meters in a thought. He could manifest his will and supply ammunition to his warriors out of thin air in this non-real space. All these changes, even the primal Fury Owl, this formidable evil god in its own homeground, couldn't stop them. Its majestic body in the distance, taking steps towards the real world, was still being strongly pulled, making its pace very slow. Of course, one should not underestimate it just because it was an inferior among inferior evil gods. Its strength, although much less than the great unclean one that invaded Rage Owl Star a few months ago, was still that of an evil god. If it really crossed into the real world and wildly unleashed its power, it could still bring about catastrophic consequences. Even if it only made a brief journey to the real world, but harvested the souls of 1 or 2 million people from the Northlands, even if it was later expelled back, becoming stronger, a more powerful evil god would undoubtedly cause a second calamity. Its connection with Rage Owl Star was too deep. The power of Hell's Abyss would continue to infiltrate the real world through this connection, brainwashing people in the shadows. It probably wouldn't be long before a new evil primordial Wrath Owl sect emerged. After understanding a great deal of relevant information, Ji Hang also had some idea of how to deal with it. Originally, his worst-case scenario was to evacuate people, withdraw troops, relocate as many people as possible, let the storm rage in the Northlands for 2 or 3 months, wait for this evil god to lose power and be expelled back to its divine realm, and then consider the subsequent issues. But this would mean the loss of a significant number of Northlanders and the production capacity of the Polar Industrial Group. And there would also be severe repercussions. The primordial Wrath Owl sect would inevitably resurge, and in a peculiar manner, a considerable number of people on Rage Owl Star would turn into cultists. If it really came to that, let it happen. If need be, they would solve these problems as their future development continued to improve. However, now it seemed he had a way to handle it, and there was no need to go that far. If this second rate among the lesser evil gods is no more than this, then Ji Hang didn't mind showing it the shock of mortals. Colonel Derrick received an order to assemble his troops, except those necessary to guard the key areas of Polar Industrial City. All others were to head to C7 Zone and prepare for battle. At first, he didn't quite understand the order and even made a phone call back to ask Commander Tadius for clarification. Tadius didn't say much, only instructed him to get the troops ready for pre-battle mobilization, to use all political commissars to explain to the soldiers that they were going to a marvelous place for combat. Under the governor's leadership, they would fight shoulder to shoulder with the interstellar warriors. Derrick was invigorated. Out of the nearly 10,000 personnel in the 31st Airborne Division, he pulled 2 battalions, 2 artillery battalions of over 5,000 people. This was more than half of the combat troops, and they arrived at the designated location. There, he met the major responsible for the defense of C7 Zone from the 10th Brigade. The major instructed him to arrange his troops into combat formations and be ready for immediate battle. The fight would start in 15 minutes. Derrick was a bit stunned. He didn't quite understand what was meant by, the battle would start in 15 minutes. Nor did he understand why, of the nearly 600 people that Commander Mattins and others led in the Special Operations Team, now there were only a little more than 30 people guarding C7 Zone. But time was tight with only 15 minutes, so he didn't have the time to ask more questions and rushed back to organize his troops. The paratroopers took out their weapons. The artillery units, which had just been airlifted in a few hours ago, deployed their guns. Everyone, although they did not understand what was going on, meticulously followed the orders to gear up for battle. As soon as the 15 minutes were up, Colonel Derrick suddenly felt a ferocious wind pick up, and all he could see was a blur before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he saw a scene that instantly tensed him up. He and all his soldiers had unexpectedly entered a space filled with dark clouds and thunderstorms, with strong winds whipping around. Not too far in front of them, the governor floated in midair. Below him, 400 to 500 of the Federation's most elite warriors were battling with strangely shaped storm beasts under the lead of interstellar warriors and battle nuns. In the distance, a towering rage owl was furiously roaring skywards, but why did it seem to be raging helplessly? The sudden change not only left him confused but also caused some panic among his soldiers. Then, the governor's voice rang clear in each person's mind: eliminate those weak demons, protect our planet. The governor's voice seemed to carry a special kind of magic power that instantly dispersed the bewilderment and panic in their hearts. As the commander, Derrick issued orders for combat. Officers at all levels commanded their units. The soldiers began to move into action. The soldiers of the 31st Airborne Division, in terms of individual quality, were definitely far from being on par with the 400 to 500 people beside the governor, but their number was 10 times greater. Guns roared, machine guns rained bullets, and the artillery troops directed their firepower to where the storm beasts were most concentrated. Then the infantry charged forward, and after clearing the enemies in one area, they established small defensive positions there. It was just unfortunate they couldn't dig trenches in the stone ground that had been blasted by the storm for who knows how many years, or they definitely would have. But overall, the men of the 31st Airborne Division established a stronghold step by step, seizing an area and forming a pincer with the governor and his elite warriors, covering each other and even making joint assaults to eliminate all the monsters between them, finally connecting their positions into one continuous line. Jiyu Hang, hovering in midair, watched with satisfaction. He then found time to send another message to Tadius. How much longer until the Northern Frontier Army Group arrives? Tadius quickly responded, guaranteed to reach the target location within 32 hours. The Chaos Octogram Array that connected to the real world was guarded by humans as impregnable as a fortress. Even when there were only around 180 space warriors and others, they were able to hold their ground and prevent those storm monsters from breaking through. It was only due to the passage of time in battle, fatigue, and ammunition reserves that they gradually became unable to continue. But Jiyu Hang's arrival wiped out these two negative issues entirely. At the same time, he ordered the remaining 500 or so elite special forces stationed in C7 zone to also step into the underground space and join the domain of the primal fury owl. With these additional 500 people, the ceiling of the Chaos Array became even more like an iron fortress. However, Jiyu Hang was still not satisfied with this. Assembling the 31st Airborne Division and having Tadius lead the Northern Frontier Army Group to the designated location were preparations for subsequent plans. He planned to pull the entire army in. The primal fury owl likes to pull people in, right? What's the point of only focusing on areas around the cult's array with such a small-minded approach? Let's go big. Actually, it wasn't the primal fury owl who intended to pull the humans into its domain. It was completely accidental. After the Chaos Array broke down the barriers between the domain of the Rage Owl evil god and the real world, the connection between the two became incredibly tight. The aura of Hell's Abyss naturally spread out, passively, hauling those who were too close, halfway, into this place. It's said to be halfway, because those pulled in still had their real bodies in the real world. It was their thoughts, wills, and souls that came to this place. But Hell's Abyss, or the entire, true realm, is not purely a world of energy. Here, physical laws are in chaos. Spiritual energy is dense, and energy, will, and matter are entangled in chaos. Upon arriving here, people will have bodies just like in the real world, and the things they carry with them will also be brought in some way. Ammo fired here cannot be used in the real world anymore. When someone is injured here, the same injury will manifest on their body outside, and the same goes for death. Previously, what Jiyu Hang did to eliminate fatigue was to purely use spiritual power to intervene in the warriors' sensations, replenishing their stamina with spiritual energy. Those rounds of ammo were transported into this place from the real world and placed on the warriors. Afterward, the act of pulling half of the 31st Airborne Division into the evil god realm was Jiyu Hang intentionally expanding the influence range of the evil array, specifically extending it to the assembly area of the 31st Airborne Division and dragging them all in. Dragging an entire airborne division with artillery and over 5,000 people wasn't just about sealing the Chaos Array. If the goal was just that, the people already present would have been enough. In fact, Jiyu Hang's target was the Rage Owl god itself. At this moment, human warriors had already occupied a large area within the Owl god's domain. Half an infantry division, over a 2-kilometer perimeter, set up multi-tiered defensive positions. Previously, the goal of human warriors was to stop those monsters from breaking out of the Chaos Array. But now, forget about breaking out. Those monsters can't even get within 300 meters of the Chaos Array. However, those ordinary monsters made up of storms were never a part of Jiyu Hang's considerations. They may be numerous and endlessly spawning at any moment, but they are scarce in long-range attacks. A small part of them can fire wind bullets, causing some casualties, but as soon as these things appear, they will be wiped out from afar. In contrast, the firepower on the human side is much fiercer. The real world has a real impact on the true realm. When those cannons were transferred over, the 155mm howitzer shells they fired still possessed terrifying lethal force. And these attacks didn't require any expenditure of Gu Heng's power. On the contrary, with so many humans steadily holding this 300 meters deep position, some special changes occurred here. The dark clouds above dissipated a bit, the solid ground softened, and shoveling into it caused cracks in rocks. A few more digs would carve out a pit. This was the transformation of domain laws. Areas occupied by humans for a long time were gradually breaking away from the concept of the evil god's domain and were no longer under the control of the primal fury owl. That was Gu Heng's goal. After he acquired much knowledge that could be understood, this was the solution he came up with. He wanted to completely eradicate the rage owl evil god, dissolve its divine realm, and resolve the issue of the primordial heresy that loomed over the rage owl star from its source. As a considerable part of the area was occupied by humans and stripped of the divine realm properties, the primal fury owl's forward progress became even slower. Although it originally belonged to the real world as a rage owl, over the past few centuries, it had embraced Hell's Abyss and was also accepted by Hell's Abyss, becoming a part of Hell's Abyss. For it to cross over the veil between the true realm and the real world was incredibly difficult, subjected to many restrictions, and even with the door opened, it had to slowly unveil the curtain itself. Originally, this process would have taken just 3 to 5 hours, but the interstellar warriors' sabotage of the cult ceremony forced the high priest to prematurely push the ceremony to its climax, greatly prolonging this timeframe. But despite all this, after 15 hours, 20 hours, it inevitably had to come to an end. And with more and more human warriors joining in, even stripping the portion of the area where the Chaos Array, equivalent to a gate, was located from his divine realm, this made the journey take even longer. The clearest indication of this was the rage owl god's boundless rage and strenuous efforts to move forward, but he found himself moving slower and slower, and indeed, the more he walked, the farther away he got. But Gu Heng was still not satisfied. At the current rate, the primal fury owl would need about 32 hours to reach the humans. This was already enough time for the main force led by Thaddeus to arrive at the battlefield. But he did not want it to be this close to the limit. Now was the time to start preparing for the upcoming battle in advance. Under his will, the humans continued to advance. Interstellar soldiers and battle nuns formed spearhead squads, suddenly breaking out of their positions and expanding the space. The elite special forces immediately followed, consolidating the position. And then, the ordinary soldiers of the 31st Airborne Division took over the secured ground. At the same time, the interstellar soldiers and battle nuns would continue to charge outwards, and the elite special forces would follow up again. This process repeated. They were further expanding the territory they occupied. On one hand, this delayed the primal fury owl's arrival at the gate, giving them more leeway for subsequent plans. On the other hand, as the occupied territory expanded, it also stripped away more parts of the divine realm, weakening the primal fury owl's strength. However, when the position had been expanded to a depth of 600 meters, they still stopped. Gu Heng also needed to conserve his own strength. Although his spiritual energy had increased by several levels since he was in the true realm, it was still finite. Later on, he had to bring in 50,000 people and countless weapons and equipment. He did not want to consume too much before then. So, apart from transporting ammunition from outside to replenish it, he did not plan to do any more to eliminate the soldiers' fatigue. The consumption was not huge, but with an excess of 5,000, it was still substantial. The soldiers began to rest and fight in rotation. Maintaining this 600 meters of defensive depth was enough. There was no need for more. But even though 1/3 of the soldiers were always resting, the ordinary storm beasts were still unable to break through the human defenses. Artillery could always reduce their numbers from afar and in large amounts, preventing them from concentrating their forces for a charge. As soon as they revealed such intentions, whistling artillery fire would descend upon them. Those that charged separately could not withstand the blockade of machine gun fire. If they got even closer, they were shot by rifles. The monsters that died dissipated into the wind, waiting to reconstitute. Therefore, these monsters could not even use accumulated corpses as cover to charge over. Of course, the human side was not without casualties. In those 32 hours, the soldiers of the 31st Airborne Division suffered nearly 8,000 casualties. The reason for this nearly 20% casualty rate was mainly because the storm beasts were too ferocious and fearless of death, and they did not need rest. These 32 hours were an uninterrupted battle, not to mention that the human soldiers needed to rest. The monsters mindlessly charged forward, even if they could manage to launch a wind blast upon their arrival. The most threatening attack method of these monsters was still the swarm charge. Although most of their attempts were dissolved under the bombardment of artillery fire before they could charge, the artillery ammo was not infinite. Even though all the shells transported to the polar industrial city had been moved to the evil god realm, they still could not maintain the dozens of cannons firing non-stop. Even with the wind falcons constantly delivering shells, they could not keep up with the current rate of consumption. Even if there were enough shells, the lifespan of the gun barrels couldn't withstand it. In such circumstances, the storm beasts always found opportunities to carry out massive swarm charges. The artillery couldn't keep up, the machine guns couldn't sweep them all, the rifles couldn't kill them all, and still, a large number of monsters charged into close quarters. Although they would eventually be annihilated before that, the human warriors still incurred certain losses. 32 hours later, the loss figures had reached the scale of 1,000 people. A casualty rate of nearly 20% would normally deal a serious blow to morale. But on this unique battlefield, the situation was still acceptable. First, there was the governor, the star warriors, the battle nuns, the political commissars. All of these were hugely morale-boosting for the ordinary soldiers. Furthermore, and more fundamentally, they were not engaged in a purposeless fight to the death here. They had a clear combat objective, and according to the governor, reinforcements would arrive within 32 hours. By then, it would be time for them to launch a full counterattack and utterly annihilate the evil god monster ravaging the planet. The soldiers believed this to be true because the governor himself remained here and never left. And indeed, the governor was not bluffing, or rather, Thaddeus was not bluffing. When he said 32 hours, it meant 32 hours. Apart from the 31st Airborne Division, which had already infiltrated in disguise, conducted a 100 machine airdrop, and even completed the occupation of the polar industrial city, Thaddeus had 5 more divisional and brigade-level units under his command. The 9th Garrison Division, the 30th, 32nd, and 33rd Infantry Divisions, and the 35th Combined Brigade. Altogether, that was about 50,000 people, and they were quite well equipped with heavy machinery. They were the army that Pierre, the president of Polar Industries, learned was gathering at the border of the North Territory. Even before the 31st Airborne Division and the various elite alliance forces took action, they had already driven into the North Territory, racing towards the polar industrial city. Along the way, there were indeed some armed forces. For instance, the polar industrial city's Guard Corps, as well as militias from various settlements. However, Thaddeus completely disregarded them. As long as those local armed forces did not lose their minds trying to block their path, Thaddeus would not create unnecessary complications. His primary objective was still to coordinate with the airborne troops and reach the polar industrial city as quickly as possible. If anyone was presumptuous enough to try to stop them, then Thaddeus would mercilessly order his troops to simply roll over them. Nobody could stop their force in open field battle. Especially when 18 Lion tanks lined up in a row and charged forward, followed by hundreds of Strider combat vehicles. They simply did not need to stop. Just pressing down on the accelerator and charging forward across the fields was sufficient. The presumptuous fools could not withstand the heavy artillery from the Lion tanks, nor endure the bombardment from the machine guns and heavy explosive rifles mounted on the Strider combat vehicles following behind. Of course, since the enemies along this path had not been cleared, there was indeed some risk. If the subsequent battle did not go smoothly, the army's supplies would become a major issue. But at least for the short term, there was no need to worry. Thousands of supply trucks from the Joint Logistics Unit moving with the Corps were loaded with ammunition and followed the army. Even with extreme caution, Thaddeus did not think anyone could hold out in the North Territory until they ran out of ammunition. Of course, if the target were an evil god, that might be a somewhat unnerving prospect. Therefore, Thaddeus also summoned the 8th Division and the 25th Division from the Central Province, escorting even more supplies en route as backups. By the time the governor issued the orders, the Beijing Corps was not far from the polar industrial city. And after 32 hours had passed, his forces had not only reached the designated position on the west side of the extreme north industrial city. They had even managed to blow up the city's western wall and then moved a kilometer into the city. Ji Yuheng highly appreciated this. Initially, the designated target location was the outskirts west of the polar industrial city, considering that it would take too much time for the large forces and heavy equipment to enter the city. But now, blowing up the wall and rolling straight in was clearly a better approach. The closer to the Chaos Array, the easier it was for Gu Hang to bring people into the evil god realm. 50,000 soldiers, along with all their accompanying technological weapons, heavy arms, and vehicles, were now all in position. And Gu Hang had also started to take action. Spiritual energy roiled, leaking from the Chaos Array that connected the evil god space with the real world. The aura that could cause human souls to be drawn into the evil god realm suddenly became even more intense, vastly expanding outward. But this expansion was not chaotic, instead, it extended only to the west. There, all unrelated persons had already been evacuated by the soldiers of the Alliance army. Stretching out from this point, the only living humans left were the 50,000 warriors of the Northern Frontier Army Group. And when this aura enveloped them from above, just like the 31st Airborne Division before them, their vision blurred and they soon found themselves in the evil god realm. They saw the dark clouds covering the sky, witnessed lightning flashes and thunder roars, and saw countless storm beasts besieging the defensive positions formed by their comrades. At this moment, the governor's command also resounded in their minds. Advance! Advance! March towards the evil god. Today, we are the extinguishers of the storm. We are the god slayers. We are the true masters of Rage All-Star, and this world needs no gods. With each word, the governor's voice grew louder and louder, resonating deep within their souls. The soldiers were utterly invigorated. Quell the storm! Quell the storm! Quell the storm! Slay the god! Slay the god! Slay the god! Chanting fervently, the soldiers hurled themselves into the fight. Of course, they were not so carried away by the fervor to lose their minds. Commissars, political officers, and military instructors reminded the warriors to stay calm, maintain discipline, and not get too carried away. The officers at all levels, in turn, carried out the combat plans laid out earlier, in accordance with the training routine they had always done. Despite suddenly finding themselves in an unfamiliar environment and about to engage in a battle that could be deemed epic, the 50,000-strong army kept their morale high, maintained discipline, and advanced forward following the governor's orders. The 35th Mechanized Brigade took the lead at the vanguard. Their heavy armored vehicles were the sharpest spear of the entire Alliance army. 18 Lion tanks, formed in groups of 3 to make a wedge formation. With 3 groups forming a large assault arrowhead, they constituted 2 armored assault columns. Infantry fighting vehicles followed closely behind the main battle tanks. Together, they formed the Alliance army's armored assault column and plunged fiercely into the clusters of storm beasts. They were utterly fearless. The storm beasts were simply powerless to stop the advance of the vehicles. Their means of attack did not even affect the Lion tanks, let alone the Strider armored vehicles, which could disregard them entirely. The power of the storm projectiles was minor, akin to rifle level. At most, they were equivalent to the impact of a grenade launcher. The former is not worth mentioning, and unless truly unlucky and struck at the Strider's weak points, the latter couldn't breach the defense either. And the most formidable method of these monsters was to swarm and ram into the vehicles up close, trying to topple them over. But overturning the Lion tanks was an impossibility. Even for infantry fighting vehicles, being swarmed by a dozen or so beasts at once would at most cause some shaking. Overturning them would not be so easy. Besides, gathering a dozen or so monsters close enough was exceedingly difficult, wasn't it? Whether it was the Lion tanks or the Striders, the weapons they were equipped with were not just for show. A single shot from the Lion tank's main cannon, fired in direct line of sight, could clear a gap straight ahead, obliterating all monsters in its path. The laser beam secondary armament on top didn't even bother Faringa waste. The heavy grenade rifle, acting as a parallel machine gun, was more than enough. The same went for the infantry fighting vehicles. The autocannon swept everything in their path with lethal killing power. Even if a large number of enemies got close where the fighting vehicles couldn't cover for a moment, they would quickly be eradicated. Each advancing arrowhead was an unstoppable knife with invincible firepower, penetrating the tofu-like resistance with ease, feeling no hindrance whatsoever. The infantry following up, riding in troop transports, also fired at the few remaining enemies already cleared out by the vehicles. At the same time, the trucks would drop off loads of soldiers, establish positions on site, stabilize the formation, and create a safe passage for the comrades who followed. catching up to the speed of the armored forces. Thus, with armored power as the spearhead and swiftly following infantry, the human army formed a very structured offensive posture, irresistibly breaking out nearly 4 kilometers in just an hour. Within this distance, that huge evil god was almost within reach. In this wave, aside from the 31st Airborne Division staying behind to guard the Chaos Array, avoiding the storm beasts from emerging amidst the chaos, the entire assault team almost acted in unison. Supply trucks transported several divisions, and a joint artillery force, under the protection of the infantry brothers, began to build an artillery position. The reason for building here was to later pound that evil god's head with tons of 155mm howitzer shells. On this 3-kilometer-wide front line, over 500 artillery pieces were densely arranged. Some fired, aimed in the direction of the troops' advance, acting as fire support during the assault. However, a significant portion remained silent, quietly raising their barrels, coldly aiming at the tremendous body of the evil god that had entered their range. At the same time, a large number of infantry were constructing positions nearby to protect the artillery, preventing storm beasts from breaking through. The armored forces, another part of the infantry, and the elite units composed of star warriors and battle nuns who had also gathered, continued to move forward. 2 hours later, they advanced nearly 10 kilometers further. And there, they truly encountered a threat. The Rage Owl evil god, with a sudden wave of its hand, detonated a ball of lightning among the 3 Lion tanks acting as the spearhead of the assault. All 3 tanks shook. In the end, 2 continued to advance, but 1 was completely immobilized. Jiyu Hang, following the troops and drifting forward, knew it was time. They had now entered the striking range of the primal fury owl. There was no need to hold back anymore. Fire at will. Target, evil god. His command was accurately relayed to the artillery troops in the rear. 500 artillery pieces began firing in unison. The mountain-like body of the evil god was instantly covered in firelight. Jiyu Hang heard its angry and pained howls, filling the entire space. It was wounded, but Jiyu Hang wasn't too happy just yet. It was far from time to celebrate. The real battle of gods was just beginning. Primal Fury Owl was injured, a sensation it hadn't experienced for a very long time within its lengthy existence. It was a divine being. How could it get hurt? Yet now, the sensation of hundreds of artillery shells raining down on its body was extremely distinct. It felt a hint of panic, but this emotion was overwhelmed by an even greater rage. These humans, they were courting death. After embracing Hell's abyss to become a god, its slight spiritual awareness had now turned into true wisdom. It wasn't brainless, it was capable of thought. However, since it originally was just a primitive beast, after becoming an evil god, its mind was completely washed by the stormy spiritual energy of Hell's abyss, filled with only violent and destructive chaotic emotions. When these factors were combined, it was obvious that although it was capable of thought, it did not like to think much. Most of the time, its actions were still guided by instinct. At this moment, it was furious, and its first response, naturally, was to retaliate. That was what it had longed to do, but had been unable to do so before. The Chaos Array had opened up the connection between its divine realm and the real world, but not fully enough. It couldn't wait, nor could it afford to. Its minions outside, having reached their limit in the face of the Alliance's onslaught, could not advance any further. It had to take the initiative to step toward the real world. And in doing so, it trapped itself between the cracks of the real world and the Storm God Kingdom. When those humans entered and defended the Chaos Array, occupying parts of its divine realm, it couldn't even attack owing to the conflicting laws within the crevice, other than futilely creating ordinary storm beasts around the humans. But now, those humans had come close enough to it, and its power could finally cast off the veils of reality and Hell's abyss to directly impact those daring and offensive humans. And when that barrage of artillery fire came from the sky, although the artillery positions were far from it, not within attack range, the active assault initiated by humans had established a causal connection, breaking through the veil of reality, allowing it to reach across boundless distances to harm the ordinary warriors. Even though it was injured, it could finally unleash its boundless fury upon those despicable mortals. Very well, then die. The clouds in the sky grew denser, and the terrifying lightning, which had only been posturing in the sky, finally struck down. Its target was those artillery pieces. With its massive claw reaching up to the sky, lightning bolts, following its will, fell from the sky in multitude, striking down upon the artillery positions. At least 7 artillery pieces were destroyed in the electric blaze. At least 30 Alliance gunners perished under the lightning. It took another deep breath, its wide mouth aimed at the armored troops charging toward it. A dense storm began to condense within its gaping maw, and a terrible storm bullet was about to form. However, in the end, it was unable to spit it out. The storm bullet had been forming in its mouth for half a minute. But during that half-minute, the artillery position, which had already suffered from the lightning strike, did not cease fire out of fear. In half a minute, the remaining artillery pieces continued to fire at full speed. The 155 mm howitzers made by the Alliance could fire 8 rounds a minute in rapid-fire mode once the firing coordinates were set. In half a minute, nearly 2,000 shells from 500 artillery pieces rained down upon it. It realized it might have underestimated the threat of the artillery. Even a single grenade to it felt just like the bite of a mosquito. But taking on 2,000 grenades was like being bitten 2,000 times, and that was too much to bear. It was left reeling from the bombardments, and even the storm cannon it had in its mouth lost control, exploding within and spraying out its divine blood. Even greater rage surged within its heart. As the artillery continued to pound it relentlessly, it summoned lightning, once again striking the artillery positions with another round. This barrage was even more ferocious than the earlier ones, destroying over a dozen more cannons. At the same time, it erected a storm wall in front of itself as a shield. This storm wall indeed served to block the barrage, allowing it a brief respite from the constant hammering injuries. However, under the relentless artillery fire, the wall appeared to be on the verge of collapse, and it had no choice but to reinforce it. The storm wall held, but the lightning it hurled at the artillery positions weakened in turn. And yet, these were just the gunners. The bigger forces of the Alliance army had yet to arrive. Before that, 2 armored assault columns had already reached a position 5 kilometers from it. While it was entangled with the artillery, the armor was closing in. In fact, at this distance, the main and secondary guns of the tanks were already making their presence felt. Of course, if that were all, it would have been manageable. While the caliber of the Lion main cannons wasn't as large as the 155 mm howitzers, the power of their 125 mm railguns firing armor-piercing rounds was even more tremendous. Moreover, the Lions were also equipped with reflector, laser guns as secondary armaments that lay flat on them, which were also terrifyingly powerful. However, despite their strength, there were only 18 Lion tanks. Their limited numbers were still an issue. But get a little closer, and the machine guns and heavy grenade launchers of the hundreds of armored vehicles could unleash their wrath. Get even closer, and tens of thousands of infantry would also join the fray, their light weapons, squad rocket launchers, and heavy grenade launchers provided at the company level would all come into play. Single weapons might not inflict strong enough damage, but even the most ordinary G9 squad machine gun could spew out hundreds of bullets per minute. A regular G9 rifle could also empty a whole magazine within a few seconds. The ammunition brought up could hardly sustain such a rate of fire. But that wasn't a big concern. If all the ammunition carried by the soldiers were to be fired, it would be nearly 10 million rounds, plus the bombardment from various weapons. If the additional supplies from the support trucks were also expended, that number could increase by several times more. Evil God? What about the evil God? Could the evil God withstand all that? Using the storm wall to fend off the artillery while watching the humans' army slowly approaching, and even as hundreds of Wind Falcon fighters suddenly appeared in the sky and took advantage of a temporary breach in the storm wall to fire dozens of missiles, smearing its face with explosions. The primal fury owl, whose brain hadn't been used in a very long time, finally came online. It began to seriously consider, maybe, just let this one go? Primal fury owl planned to slip away, no longer moving forward, giving up this chance to venture into the real world. As long as it was willing to retreat, it could truly return to its divine realm, breaking free from the dilemma of being caught between the true realm and the real world. Once there, if humans dared to follow, it wouldn't just be able to strike down a single wave of lightning or fire a single storm bullet anymore. Its held-back state would be released. After all, that was its divine realm, where it could truly wield the power to control the entire territory and deliver wide-scale attacks. Within its divine realm, the number of enemies no longer mattered. If those humans didn't pursue, then let them be. Just wait for me. Next time there's a chance, I'll definitely devour all the Rage Owl Star people. However, when it truly intended to retreat and return, it was shocked to discover it couldn't go back. Originally, moving forward was difficult for it because it meant dragging its powerful divine body towards the real world. Every step forward was akin to trudging through the entanglement between the curtain of hell's abyss and the real world. But retreating was supposed to be easy. With one step back, it would be giving up the struggle with the curtain of different worlds and returning to its own domain, enduring loneliness and torment. Previously, it was something it wouldn't consider, but now, having taken a beating and learning pain, it wanted to leave. However, what should have been a simple step back became impossible. The path back, the channel away from the state between the true realm and the real world, had been sealed by some special force. Why was this? Or even evil gods capable of fear? The voice that spoke sounded somewhat surprised, and this surprise seemed to carry a tinge of feigned emotion. Primal Fury Owl lifted its head and looked into the distance. There, a small figure was floating. It was too far away, appearing too minuscule. The entire body of that fellow was probably no bigger than a single one of its eyelashes. Yet, despite the vast distance and difference in size, they could still lock eyes with each other. In that gaze, Primal Fury Owl instantly recognized that this human was the main culprit blocking its way back. That strange force sealing off its route of retreat originated from this person. And this guy was still acting all high and mighty. The infuriated evil god, without any hesitation, summoned a bolt of lightning, striking towards it. However, it missed. A peculiar force obstructed its command over the storm. The lightning, which should have been as easily controlled as breathing, strangely became somewhat sluggish at that moment. And it was this brief sensation of sluggishness that caused its lightning call to miss. Ji Hang, who had dodged in advance, stylishly directed the lightning descending from the sky to hit nothing. Underneath him, not even a single Alliance soldier could be found. There was no collateral damage at all. It was a complete miss. The more furious evil god summoned even more lightning, striking towards the tiny human. With its intelligence, it now understood that this little person was the leader of the humans. If it could kill him, perhaps it wouldn't necessarily have to retreat in disgrace. Since you dare to stand before me, then die. For the first time since facing humans, Primal Fury Owl sent a message of spiritual energy to its opponent using human language. Of course, Ji Hang also heard this message, full of threat. Far from being scared, he was even excited. This was precisely the situation he wanted to see. He had noticed that Rage Owl Evil God wanted to flee. But of course, he wouldn't let it escape so easily. If it succeeded in escaping, then why had he gone through all the trouble of bringing tens of thousands into the divine realm? Why not simply deal with that chaos array and be done with it? Letting Primal Fury Owl go might temporarily calm things, but it wouldn't decrease the potential future troubles. Ji Hang was intent on killing it. However, if the evil god insisted on attacking fiercely, continuously bombarding the troops with lightning, that would indeed be problematic. On one hand, the reduction in troop numbers, particularly the number of artillery units, once reduced to a certain degree, would result in decreased firepower, and more effort would be needed to finish off the evil god afterward. On the other hand, such a loss of troops was something Ji Hang was very reluctant to accept. Especially the loss of Wind Falcons and Lion tanks. These two, among the current regular armaments of the Alliance, were considered to be of the highest value of extraordinarily expensive weapons. One Wind Falcon cost 7,500 tax currency. One Lion tank, 6,000 tax currency. The Alliance's monthly production combined for both didn't exceed 20 units. Losing too many would take a long time to replenish. Thus, making his appearance within Primal Fury Owl's line of sight was deliberate on Ji Hang's part. He intentionally let it know that the one blocking its retreat was himself. He deliberately provoked it. He hoped that the evil god would focus its target on him. He had assumed that it would take quite an effort. In fact, he had been prepared to take a risk by combining provocative words with the use of the ability, mental tampering. It was indeed a risk. No matter how much trouble the evil god on the other side was in at the moment, it still represented a part, even if an extremely minuscule part of the nature of hell's abyss. Using spiritual energy to probe the other's mind, Ji Hang feared it would cause serious trouble for himself. What if, in the process of attempting to influence the opponent's mind, he became influenced by the essence of evil power inherent in hell's abyss? But now it seemed there was no need for such complexity. The moment he showed up, the enemy naturally prioritized him as their first target. And what followed was just a matter of course. The reason why the Rage Owl evil god's normally effortless control over the power of thunder and lightning experienced a sluggish effect was due to something Ji Hang had acquired since obtaining it and was now, for the first time, truly playing a role. Trait: Enemy of the Storm. You are the enemy of the storm. You can compel the storm to serve you. When there are targets using storm-type psychic spells around you, they require your permission. Otherwise, they will be suppressed, and their spiritual energy power and casting success rate will both decline. This trait was obtained from an event reward a year and a half ago, when he reclaimed Revival City, thwarted the cult schemes, and expelled the incarnation of the evil god. After obtaining it, Ji Hang hardly ever used it, mainly because he hadn't encountered any enemies that utilized storms since then. However, it unexpectedly played a big role now. It was only now that Ji Hang realized how powerful this enemy of the storm trait was. Even the evil god that controlled lightning within his own domain would be affected by this enemy of the storm trait, causing problems with his lightning potency. Of course, this was still related to the primal fury owl being stuck between the true realm and the reality of this world, but it was still incredibly astonishing and brought immense surprise. Originally, Ji Hang needed to focus intently to perceive the fluctuations of lightning just before it struck. In order to dodge and advance a dodging after the lightning appeared was impossible. If he made a mistake, he could only rely on his protective spiritual energy to withstand the attack. More importantly, he had to prevent the primal fury owl from retreating and firmly lock down the exit behind the reality veil, which also required consuming a considerable amount of spiritual energy and his focus. With all these factors combined, the difficulty was maxed out. Even after leveling up and receiving an enhancement of spiritual energy in the true realm, Ji Hang couldn't claim he was especially confident. But now, it was easy to manipulate. The time before the lightning formed was too long, a full 3 or 4 seconds. Ji Hang felt even his grandmother could have reacted to it. All that was left was to use telekinesis to control, slightly shifting his body to the side, then he could watch as the lightning missed its mark. The only thing he needed to be careful about was his position, making sure there was no one directly beneath him, to avoid the misfired lightning from falling below and causing additional damage. Under such circumstances, Ji Hang played with the Rage Owl evil god for a long time. The more it missed, the more frustrated it got. To this point, Ji Hang's respect for this second-rate evil god from the depths of hell's abyss had greatly diminished. Rage-filled, foolish, brash, yet cowardly, it largely had itself to blame for its current predicament. And when did it realize it couldn't keep playing with Ji Hang like this? It was when the ground assault troops were less than 2 kilometers away from it. It was when its storm wall was about to give in. But what could it do? Even after it realized this, it seemed powerless. Even if it redirected the lightning back to the cannons, which barely had any dodging capabilities, one bolt would only destroy 3 to 5 cannons at most, no more. It could also choose to bomb the tanks, but there was no guarantee that the lightning would heed it after all. Its ability to summon lightning storms was now severely disrupted by the enemy of the storm trait. And the storm wall before it was about to crumble, yet it had no means to continue, not even enough energy to patch it up again. It had tried to mend it before, in fact, it was constantly investing power into it, but the reality was, its repairing ability could not keep up with the depletion of the storm wall. The breach in the wall grew wider, and the speed of repairs slowed down more and more. Now, with each volley of cannon fire, a quarter could penetrate the storm wall and hit its body. And as the human ground forces drew closer to within 1,500 meters, the threats increased manifold. At this distance, many infantry weapons could pose a threat. The G9 rifle's effective range was less than 1,000 meters, but its maximum range could reach around 2,000 meters. Indeed, beyond 1,000 meters, bullets would fly unpredictably, hardly aiming true. However, their target was a monstrous evil god whose size rivaled mountains. So what concern was there about the trajectory? Just shoot towards that spot. How far off could it possibly go? Not to mention, squad machine guns, mortars equipped at the company level, heavy machine guns with explosive rounds. These weapons, though individually certainly not as powerful as cannons, tank guns, or airborne laser guns, were perfectly capable. However, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of them. Not to mention, there were over 1,000 mortars alone. Upon reaching their combat positions, the infantry swiftly deployed, and the 60mm mortars began their thunderous barrage. Machine guns fired ferociously, interspersed with the crackle of rifles and the whoosh of rocket launchers. By then, the already precarious storm wall was virtually obliterated in an instant. There were indeed some remnants left, but at best they only intercepted 10% of the incoming firepower. The remaining 90% of shells and bullets virtually rained down on him without impediment. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about accuracy. Its body was like a small mountain, not a metaphor but a statement of fact. No matter what weapons the Alliance soldiers wielded, they couldn't possibly miss a small hill. To be honest, the Rage Owl Evil God's ability to withstand attacks was already comparable to a mountain peak. Such intense firepower was unleashed. At least 20,155mm howitzer shells, over 10,000 mortar rounds, and millions of various bullets were fired. Even a mountain would be leveled and brought down by such an assault. The Rage Owl God was like an immovable mountain throughout this process, completely passive in taking the hits, without any ability to retaliate. It couldn't retreat. Ji Hang was blocking its exit. It couldn't advance. The reality curtain made every move a struggle. It couldn't sustain the storm wall. Any energy spent was immediately consumed. It couldn't launch a counterattack. The relentless bombardment and bullets caused excruciating agony. It no longer had any rage left in its heart. Desperately trying to retreat, it mustered all its strength, attempting to break through Ji Hang's blockade of its path, even abandoning its defenses, which were pointless to maintain anyway. Now, it genuinely felt the threat of death, of demise. This was a sensation it had never experienced since embracing Hell's abyss. And at this moment, Ji Hang was also under tremendous pressure. An evil god, once again in a profoundly awkward position due to the reality curtain, its desperate struggle in the final moments was terrifying. However, the more critical the moment, the firmer Ji Hang clenched his teeth. The deity will die. Just hold on a little longer, just a bit longer. Human warriors kept firing fiercely. Even as their ammunition neared depletion, with no resupply in sight, they shot relentlessly. The elite of humanity, 12 phoenixes and 30 battle nuns, now launched their final charge. No longer relying solely on their ranged weapons, they advanced while shooting. A closer distance would increase the lethal power of their weapons, and at the same time, hand-to-hand combat techniques could be brought to bear. Even though the significant height difference meant that even the towering interstellar warriors were reduced to clipping toenails, it still dealt stronger blows. Not to mention, among them were two powerhouses. Mattins in his Terminator power armor wielded a power sword. Superior Georgette held a golden halberd blessed with the power of faith. These two, they took the job of clipping toenails to the extrema. They were truly capable of slashing dozens of times in succession, severing half of the evil god's foot, as big as a house, from its body. And this seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The colossal body of the evil god truly collapsed with a thunderous crash. Luckily, it kneeled first and then fell backwards. Otherwise, the very moment it fell, like a collapsing mountain, would probably have killed many people. Ji Hang, floating in midair, slowly descended. He breathed heavily, his head throbbing intensely. Yet, he couldn't suppress the incredibly bright smile that spread across his lips. Victory! Humanity triumphed in the war against the evil god. The Alliance's god-slaying operation, a success. Ji Hang, having landed, was truly exhausted. The primal fury owl attempted to flee back to its own realm, its efforts to escape the interlayer of the reality veil thwarted by him. In the evil god's final madness, Ji Hang bore immense pressure. Had it been him before the upgrade, it would have been impossible to endure. Indeed, even after the upgrade, it was still unsustainable. He could hold on for two main reasons. The primal fury owl was weakened by more than one grade due to being in the interlayer of the reality veil. And as a wielder of spiritual energy, entering the true realm brought Ji Hang closer to the source of power, which allowed him to use spiritual energy that had been elevated by more than one grade. With the weakening of the one and the strengthening of the other, Ji Hang was given the chance, with his mortal body, to slaughter a deity, to achieve such a great feat. But no matter what, the slaying of a deity was a reality. After that, he was supposed to ascend to godhood. The primal fury owl was dead, but the portion of the essence of the true realm it represented was right in front of Ji Hang, trapped in the fissures of the reality veil by his spiritual energy. Next, he could grasp this clump of essence of the true realm, swallow it, digest it, and assimilate it. From then on, he could take its place and become the new storm god. Ordinary people, of course, don't have this opportunity. But Jiyu Heng was different. The true realm had already opened its arms to him, accepting his existence. All he had to do was want it, and he could do it. A golden path lay before him. Just a few steps forward, and he would cast off his mortal body and become an undying, eternal deity. This was a path akin to that of the emperor. He already had the opportunity to start, just a few more steps forward. The evil god fell, its body gradually dissipating. The warriors watched this scene from afar. Everyone cheered and leapt for joy. To be honest, seeing a creature that once existed only in religious myth, an enemy as large as a mountain, who wouldn't feel intimidated? They couldn't even be certain that their weapons, those terrifying cannons, could harm a deity. Not until now, when they saw its vast body fall, did they completely rid themselves of doubt and believe that they had won. Naturally, the warriors' gaze turned toward their commander, their leader, the noble governor they revered. Long live the governor! Long live the government! Where is the governor? There was some commotion amongst the crowd, and more worried were the star warriors and battle nuns. Especially the latter. They were not ordinary mortal soldiers. They had seen the governor falling from the sky after the battle of gods ended. The phoenixes might be a bit slow, but the merciful lilies, sensitive to such situations, realized immediately that this was a very bad sign. Georgette conveyed a possibility to Maddens that made the latter's heart tremble with fear. You mean, Mr. Gu might be overwhelmed by the whispers of the abyss, his mind altered, even enslaved by evil thoughts? Impossible, that absolutely cannot be. Maddens refuted vehemently. Georgette quickly spoke to soothe. It's not a certainty, I'm just saying it's a possibility. We might now be in hell's abyss, and the erosion of the human will by hell's abyss is terrifying, especially for wielders of spiritual energy. Mr. Gu has expended an immense amount of energy in the recent battle. He is at his most vulnerable now. We must check his condition immediately. And then what do you plan to do? Georgette couldn't see the expression on the face of the warrior leader inside the helmet, but she could hear the aloofness and wariness hidden behind the query. It was at this moment that she suddenly realized something. She didn't know when it had started, but the Phoenix's address for Governor of Rage Al-Star had changed from Mr. Gu, or Your Excellency, as the merciful lilies did, to the Governor. This shift was subtly significant. She had noticed it earlier and had some speculation. Now, hearing Madden's question, her speculation was further deepened. But now was not the time to explore these things. She certainly didn't want to start a conflict right after fighting side by side. She hurriedly spoke to reassure, my sisters and I can offer help to Mr. Gu. Our chanting of prayers to the Divine Emperor can protect his soul from dark invasion. If the governor is indeed harmed, we can expel evil spirits and thoughts. As she spoke, Georgette paused, then continued, but no matter what, we must find the governor as soon as possible. With every minute we delay, the probability of something we don't want to see happening increases. Madden's attitude softened. All right, whatever the case, we indeed need to find the governor as soon as possible. Having reached an agreement, they set out into action. Finding the governor was not hard. They remembered where he had been floating in the sky earlier. The governor had fallen straight down, so they just had to look in that area. However, the first to find him were not them. When they saw the governor from afar, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, a circle of people had already gathered around him. Clearly, it wasn't just them looking for the governor. Loyal soldiers of the Alliance, realizing that the governor had fallen, also came looking spontaneously. Some ordinary warriors closer by had discovered the governor's figure. They might not understand much, but seeing Mr. Gu's state, they could also guess that the situation of the esteemed governor was probably not very good. Therefore, the loyal soldiers spontaneously started to protect Mr. Gu. Around him, they left an approximately 50-meter wide clearing, forbidding anyone to approach, including themselves. When the Phoenix Battle Group and the Sisters of the St. Lee Nun Association arrived, the outer ring of soldiers still hesitated, but that's when a political officer stepped forward. He looked like a company-level political instructor, holding the rank of a lieutenant, not really a high-ranking official. Clearly nervous, he stood in front of the Phoenix and the battle nuns. Yet, he bravely did so, "Please halt, Governor." Before he could finish, Georgette's voice burst forth from her helmet, "Step aside." She didn't even stop her footsteps, intending to bypass this mortal soldier. She was anxious. She could already sense the uncontrollable evil energy surrounding Mr. Gu. This confirmed that her previous suspicions had indeed come true. Hell's Abyss was truly not a place for humans. Even a powerful spiritual warrior like Governor Gu Hang, when spiritually drained and weak with exhaustion, would still be corrupted by the pervasive will of the Abyss. She needed to get to him quickly, to use the Sisterhood's faith-based protection to help Mr. Gu drive out the evil forces. And if things really got to the worst state, she would make the decision. A person corroded by evil thoughts, serving as the governor of a planet, that would be disastrous. But this governor had always been supportive of the Sisterhood's anti-cult activities on the planet. When he heard her request to quickly deal with the cult members, he immediately agreed, and within days, mobilized the organizational power of the entire political body to carry out the operation according to her plan. In the end, he even came personally, with the stance of a powerful spiritual warrior, to resolve the final issue. Without this governor, defeating the evil god would have been impossible for them. Georgette understood this point profoundly, and because of this, her heart was filled with immense conflict. But no matter what, she had to reach Mr. Gu first. With all this on her mind, she didn't even notice that the instructor was still blocking her way. Or rather, she didn't care. With a flick of her hand, she brushed the mortal aside. The instructor, shoved aside by a tremendous force and stumbling away, steadied himself, then drew his pistol and aimed it at the battle group leader. This action set off the alert of the battle sisters behind Georgette, who also drew their weapons, aiming at the bold mortal. But subsequently, the soldiers surrounding Mr. Gu also raised their weapons. Those far away didn't know what had happened up front, but they saw the instructor being shoved and being pointed at with guns, and the nuns seemed to be trying to break into their encirclement. In an instant, both sides were filled with hostility. The lieutenant instructor did not shoot rashly. He loudly said to Georgette, "Sister leader, our alliance warriors hold great respect for you and your sisters and are very grateful for the help you have provided to Rage Owlstar. But please, no further, the governor is unwell, and we will not let anyone harm him. If you insist on this, then please step over our bodies." With that said, he turned off the safety of his pistol. Georgette turned around, took off her helmet, and looked the lieutenant instructor in the eye. There was no sign of retreat in the mortal's gaze. The battle group leader sighed. She realized she had made a mistake. Perhaps in other places, ignoring the opinions of mortals was no big deal. But not here. She changed her approach and said, "We are here to help Mr. Gu. You have also noticed Mr. Gu's condition is not right, and we are here to assist him." As she spoke, she raised her left hand. From her hand, a sphere of light arose. She softly said, "Do you see? This is the blessing from the Emperor, capable of protecting humans from demonic invasion. Mr. Gu is currently facing such a threat and urgently needs our help. So, please let us through, all right?" It turned out, the battle nuns, who proclaimed themselves daughters of the Emperor, knew how to speak kindly after all. Her softened attitude, the assistance she spoke of, paradoxically plunged the resolutely determined lieutenant instructor into a state of indecision. He looked at the light in the hands of the sister superior, his mind wavering. If there was a threat to Mr. Gu, then needless to say, fighting to the death was the only option. But they said they were here to help, and Mr. Gu's current state seemed to indeed require some professional help. Yet if he let these nuns pass, what if they were to harm Mr. Gu? Seeing the mortal officer's conflicted hesitation, Georgette decided to turn up the heat. Her pleading eyes turned to Madden standing beside her. The Phoenix Battalion leader also hesitated. He knew more, but that made him all the more reluctant to trust Georgette. Battle nuns. Though the St. Lee Nun Association weren't the type associated with the tribunal, not the kind known for their bloody, dark reputation, hunting heretics and illegal spiritual energy users with fervor, they were still battle nuns, belonging to the imperial state religion, not their own people from the Rage Owlstar Alliance. If something really happened to Mr. Gu, who could guarantee that these nuns wouldn't go mad? At such close quarters, protecting Mr. Gu would be difficult. In fact, the choice now was essentially about making another decision. If something truly went wrong with Mr. Gu, what should the Phoenix do? With this in mind, he couldn't help but direct his gaze towards Priest Rizzo beside him. Rizzo, however, only offered him a smile, choosing not to provide any advice. Mattins took a deep breath and made a decision. Sister Superior, his buzzing voice emerged from the helmet, have your battle sisters lay down their weapons and comply with this officer's demands. If Mr. Gu requires your assistance, he will speak up. If he has not done so, let us wait quietly by the side. I have complete faith that Mr. Gu can resolve the issue on his own. Mattins, you know what the current situation implies. How can you be so irresponsible? You are a warrior of the Emperor. I certainly am, as are all the Phoenixes, Mattins said. So, what's the problem with the Phoenixes pledging loyalty to the Emperor's representative at Rage All-Star, to Governor Ji Hang? Georgette was visibly disappointed. She knew that once Mattins had also made his stance clear, whatever she wanted to do today, it was now impossible. She and her sisters could perhaps ignore these mortal soldiers and force their way in. But with 12 interstellar warriors present, that was a different matter altogether. The 30 of them were no match for 12 superhuman warriors. Not to mention, there were Mr. Gu's legions. Her expression grew cold, she put her helmet back on, and said, understood, we will wait on the outskirts. Let's see together how the situation unfolds. That's exactly what you should do, Mattins replied. Ji Hang generally knew what was happening outside. But he had no time to manage it. The Sister Superior's guess was correct. Ji Hang's spirituality was almost entirely depleted in the recent battle, in the confrontation with the evil god, with various passive defensive effects also dropping to their lowest. And for this reason, the mental intrusions from the true realm, from Hell's abyss, finally bypassed the defenses, revealing their most harmful aspects to spiritual energy users. Mental interference, psychic temptation, will manipulation, personality alteration. Even Iron Will had not been of much help. Iron Will fought to fend off spiritually harmful effects to the host. It did its job faithfully, blocking the extraordinary powers changes to Ji Hang's spirit. However, what was happening in his soul at the moment might not necessarily be deemed harmful. Two distinct paths lay clearly before Ji Hang. Iron Will could fend off harmful mental interferences, but it certainly couldn't make certain choices for Ji Hang. It quieted down. It seemed to be waiting for Ji Hang to make a choice, too. To remain human, or to ascend to godhood, by means of the body of the slain evil god? To remain human, or to ascend to godhood. This choice now lay before Ji Hang. Truth be told, the lure of ascending to godhood was immense. Eternal life, unending immortality, what countless rulers of mankind had yearned for in their dreams. Now, it lay before Ji Hang, ripe for the taking. Though Ji Hang had just personally slain an evil god, that didn't mean becoming a god was all that awful. The primal fury owl met its end because of its own foolishness. Ji Hang was not the kind of being that essentially was a mindless beast when it became a god. He believed that if he ascended, he certainly wouldn't end up like that creature. On the contrary, if he became a god at this moment, the very thing the primal fury owl had ceaselessly sought for hundreds of years would be within easy reach. Hadn't that evil god always wanted to tear the veil between its divine realm and the real world, to bring its kingdom down to the human realm, to pull the entire Rage Owl Star into the true realm and make it part of its divine realm? After his ascension, Ji Hang could achieve that immediately. The Chaos Array was already in place, no need to worry about that. He didn't need to bother with establishing a cult, as the entire Alliance government could convert on the spot. Those people who worshipped him, respected him, and relied on him could soon be transformed into his power. With the strength of millions of believers from the real world, the connection between his divine realm and the real world would be greatly fortified. It wouldn't take him long to bring the laws of the divine realm into the real world and have them override the laws of physics. At that point, the goal of bringing the divine realm to the human realm would be basically achieved. Meanwhile, he would also possess a springboard to advance into the real world. He could lead the believers of the Rage Owl Star, along with the demons he created in his divine realm, on an expedition through the vastness of space, pulling planet after planet into his divine realm and enslaving countless people as his followers. Dream on, said Ji Hang coldly in his heart to some entity that he didn't know if it actually existed. He had come to realize that this was not a broad and easy path, but a thoroughfare to utter destruction, the kind one was sure to perish on. First and foremost, the core point: if he embraced Hell's abyss and accepted the control of spiritual energy completely, then he would no longer be himself. His will would be driven by the instincts that Hell's abyss foisted upon him, his thoughts gradually twisted and replaced. He would become a puppet of power, a part of Hell's abyss, a slave to spiritual energy. No matter what he would eventually become, he certainly wouldn't be himself. Secondly, even if Ji Yu Hang didn't care about no longer being me, it would still be utterly foolish from the coldest consideration of practical benefits. Indeed, he could easily pull Rage Owl Star into his divine realm and greatly enhance his own strength, but then, what next? Embark on an interstellar conquest? Don't make me laugh. While he was here killing the battle nuns, ascending to godhood, beginning to convert the people's faith, and overlaying the planet with the laws of the true realm, the Imperial Navy and space would take notice. Even if that single escort ship couldn't do much to him, what he would face next was an onslaught from the Tianma fleet, equipped with 7 cruisers, 33 escort ships, and over 100 patrol craft. Not to mention, the millions of Star Realm armies stationed in the Tianma star sector would also make their way here. By then, the Imperial forces that come to fight him might be more numerous than the entire population of Rage Owl Star. In the unlikely event he won, that's when the real trouble would start. The war machine of the human empire would truly get going at that moment. An even larger fleet, with billions of Star Realm Army Corps, would come again to Rage Owl Star. Along with them might come the Protection Army from the sect of Mechanics, the forces of the Tribunal, the Battle Nun Association from the state religion. Perhaps even a fully manned starfighter battle group, with its battle group fleet and mortal auxiliary army, would arrive on Rage Owl Star. A planet completely dragged into Hell's abyss and wholly dominated by subspace laws is something the Empire would absolutely not tolerate. The war that had ravaged Rage Owl Star serves as an example of this. Even if one of the 4 nameless true evil gods, who had nearly split Hell's abyss among themselves, sent a great demon from their ranks to participate directly in a full assault on an Empire world, there was a good chance they would be sent packing, let alone the ascended Ji Yu Hang. An inferior deity among inferior deities, likely to be scorned even in death for causing a commotion. Traitors to humanity face but one path. Death? My loyalty is there for the Emperor to see. Dream on, I refuse. As he reaffirmed his stance in his mind once more, a terrifying shriek arose deep within his soul. Instantly, Ji Yu Hang felt a soul-shattering pain. This force, bursting forth from within, maxed out in an instant and almost tore him apart. Though it was wordless, Ji Yu Hang felt as if some terrifying entity in the unseen depths was manipulating everything with the intent to destroy him for failing to obtain that entity. However, the iron will, which had been silent for quite a while, started operating at this moment. Ji Yu Hang had made his choice, and so anything within his mind, his heart, his soul that was identified as harmful was now being repelled by iron will. However, iron will does not operate out of thin air. Anything that is not strong enough is easily kept out. The intensity of this current situation is somewhat too high, requiring Ji Yu Hang, the host, to provide more abundant spiritual energy as the source for the iron will ability to exert a greater effect. But the problem is, Ji Yu Hang doesn't have any left. He just finished a battle and is in a state of spiritual energy depletion. If that were not the case, he would not have been so easily vulnerable in the first place. Nevertheless, after iron will took effect, Ji Yu Hang felt the soul pain alleviate significantly. Although it was still painful, at least he could think now. And the first thing he thought of was, if this continued for about another 2 minutes, he would die. The next thing he needed to consider was how to save himself. Normally speaking, there would be no way to do so. With his spiritual energy drained, what could he possibly do? But Ji Yu Hang casually opened the system panel. Here, he noticed 2 changes. First, in the hero interface, his personal interface, which after the rise to level 6 showed the words experience insufficient, had now changed to can level up. As expected. Over the past period, although Ji Yu Hang's level had been stuck at 5 without increasing, the many things that happened during that time had accumulated in the experience pool and did not just disappear. Perhaps, when leveling up from 5 to 6, not all the experience was depleted. Now, he had eliminated an evil god, which also provided a substantial boost in experience points, making him fully sufficient to level straight up to 7. The inevitable increase in spiritual attributes with leveling up should be enough to solve Ji Yu Hang's current problem. However, when he tried to click to level up, Ji Yu Hang was a bit taken aback. Last time, to go from level 5 to 6, he needed 2,000 salvation points. This time, to go from 6 to 7, it was going to cost him a whopping 10,000. That's just too exaggerated. Ji Hang was indeed startled by this number at first. But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Going from level 4 to 5 only required 500 salvation points, and then it increased to 2,000 for level 6. Considering this progression, it was only logical for it to reach 10,000 to level up to 7. Ji Hang currently did not have enough salvation points on hand. However, he had not forgotten that in the system interface, he also saw another change in the display. He exited the Hero interface and entered the Event interface. Storm approaching. Event completed. The cult following the primal fury owl, in their final moment of impending doom, erupted in a burst of madness, summoning the evil god they worshipped to step into the human world. Yet you and your brave warriors, on the other hand, stepped into hell's abyss, facing the evil god directly. Not only did you repel the invading evil god, preventing it from descending to the human world, but you even killed it. Regardless of the choices you will make afterward, right now you and your warriors have truly achieved a great feat. Event reward. Salvation points plus 15000. Your trait, Enemy of the Storm, has been upgraded to Master of the Storm. You are the Master of the Storm, wielding the power of wind and thunder at will. You have mastered a series of storm god skills, and now you can effortlessly control the power of the storm. Any attempt to summon storm powers in your presence will be met with absolute suppression. Your spiritual attribute plus 2. Excellent. A timely assistance. By clicking confirm, he received the settlement rewards of the event. The Storm Dominator trait itself was strong and useful, giving Ji Hang a new spiritual energy system in addition to the regular telekinesis control system. Moreover, purely in terms of destructive power, the force of the storm energy was obviously stronger. Of course, this trait was of no use at the moment. However, the 2 spiritual attribute points that came with the trait were indeed tangible. It directly doubled Ji Hang's spiritual energy. In an instant, Ji Hang felt a sudden sense of coolness arise within him. The once depleted spiritual power began to surge out of nowhere significantly. It didn't fully recharge, and he felt his current spiritual energy was about 60% of his full capacity. Yet, even this 60% was almost equivalent to his peak state before acquiring the Storm Dominator trait. After obtaining this fresh force, the protective efficiency of Ironwool soared instantly. The malicious screams that sought to tear apart his soul were all blocked out. He could still hear a trace of them, but it was already harmless. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Glancing over, he saw Georgette and her sister nuns were still blocked outside. But these valiant women were clearly very concerned about his condition, constantly staring in his direction over the crowd. It was a moderate bother, but for now, Ji Hang didn't bother with them. He had a very important task at hand. He raised his gaze toward the distant body of the primal fury owl. The body of the slain evil god lay there, with its massive form gradually dissipating. It was being broken down into its most basic energy, returning to the true realm. The rate of dissipation was not slow, but the godly body was so huge that it was still not completely dissipated. However, what Ji Hang was looking at right now was not these signs. Through his spiritual vision, he could see the most central thing, still caught between the true realm and the real world. It was the divine core of the primal fury owl, or rather, its true realm essence. In his spiritual field of view, it looked like a glowing sphere. The so-called choice before him was, plainly speaking, whether or not Ji Hang should fuse with this entity. If he fused, he would be embracing Hell's Abyss, and Hell's Abyss would accept him. Consequently, he could naturally replace the primal fury owl, become the storm god, and transform into that. The inferior deity among the inferior deities. He indeed chose to refuse, but this thing was caught in the veil of reality and couldn't escape for the moment. After Ironwool had blocked the disturbance of the soul's shrieks, Ji Hang could faintly feel that this god domain, now ownerless, was gradually beginning to collapse. Without a master, it could no longer sustain itself, and this god domain would shatter into the most common form of chaos in Hell's Abyss in the next few days. At the same time, it was also beginning to reject him, pushing away all beings not native to the true realm. But the feeling of rejection was not yet strong, and Ji Hang still had time to do some things. His spiritual energy reached out toward that true realm essence. Don't get it wrong, Ji Yu Hang of course wasn't trying to fuse with it. He just felt that it was definitely a good thing, including the collapsing god domain. It was all good stuff. It would be a real pity to let it go to waste, not to fuse, or to give up. Ji Yu Hang wanted it all. He was thinking about methods other than fusion to take control of it. As the spiritual energy probed, he discovered it wasn't strong enough. He couldn't control it. The remaining power of that entity wasn't much, but its status was high. Even though caught passively in the reality veil, all of Ji Yu Hang's attempts at using spiritual energy to drill into it were blocked. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yu Hang did something else. He reopened the hero interface and selected himself. He had wanted to level up to 7 earlier but lacked the grace points. However, now, having received the 15,000 grace points as event rewards, that was certainly more than enough. He directly chose to upgrade. 10,000 grace points vanished and were replaced with the familiar upgrade options. The same 5 options appeared before him. This time, he was of course going to choose spirituality again. Ji Yu Hang had already invested a lot in this direction and had reaped a lot. If nothing went wrong, he would of course continue firmly down this path, taking it to the extreme. If nothing went wrong, the upgrade might result in an attribute increase. Drawing another spiritual talent might lead to another boost in spiritual attributes. He wasn't asking for much, just hoping for another 2 points increase in spirituality. With that, Ji Yu Hang's currently controllable power would leap forward significantly, and he might be able to try to grasp that divine origin. However, things did not go unexpectedly. Just like every previous upgrade, he would subconsciously click on the unique option that had always been locked. He clicked it this time too. Normally, a prompt saying, "Unique sequence upgrade path not unlocked, upgrade failed," should pop up, letting him choose again. But this time, it was different. Unique sequence upgrade path has been unlocked, upgrade successful. The upgrade project for the unique sequence has been unlocked and successfully upgraded. Huh? Wait, where are my spiritual attribute points? It's not that I'm not curious about the unique sequences upgrade project. Ji Yu Hang really was. But the key thing right now was to get that essence of the true realm. Spiritual vision is the top priority. Don't mess this up for me. However, the thoughts that had flashed through his mind in an instant, concerning this so-called unique sequence, vanished like smoke the moment its effects materialized before him. Firstly, a familiar warmth flowed from every part of his body. Ji Yu Hang could clearly feel that his body had grown stronger. At the same time, the spiritual energy that had already recovered a great deal and was no longer dried up now surged even further. This was the change brought about by the upgrade. Upon leveling up to LV7, both Ji Yu Hang's physical and spiritual attributes had grown a bit. This was the benefit of leveling up itself, and most importantly, there were the goodies brought by the unique upgrade path. Inferior deity. You have taken control of a fraction of the true realm's essence and declined the temptation to become a deity. Now, you can separate a part of your will, and with protection, control this essence to acquire a subspace inferior deity incarnation. Spiritual attributes +2. It was clear that he was able to unlock the unique sequences upgrade options because he had obtained this essence of the true realm. Ji Yu Hang was now even more grateful that he had chosen not to merge with it. Although he hadn't merged, he could still indirectly control this essence of the true realm and, through it, further control the Storm God Kingdom, which was fundamentally a part of the true realm. Doing this through the system was much safer than a direct physical fusion. Wasn't this better than a direct fusion? As such, Ji Yu Hang's overall role attributes had become: Hero. Ji Yu Hang, Faction Leader, LV7, insufficient experience to level up. Physique. 12, Spirituality. 27, Traits. Psychic Caster, Rage All-Star General, Master of the Storm. Talents. Protective Spiritual Energy, Advanced Telekinesis Control, Mental Manipulation, Iron Will, True Realm Essence. This new talent, True Realm Essence, originating from the unique sequence, gave him 2 more points in spiritual attributes. This was a significant upgrade. Usually when leveling up, the spiritual talents drawn typically only add 1 point. Today, his personal strength has grown at a staggering rate. Earlier, he gained 2 spiritual points from the Master of the Storm trait, one from leveling up, and another 2 from this unique upgrade path. In such a short period, he had collected 5 attribute points. This meant his spiritual attribute strength was now over 7 times what it had been before. Still using the Beastman fleet general that Ji Yu Hang had encountered in the past for comparison, at Ji Yu Hang's current strength level, it wouldn't just be about crushing him through the heavy green skin armor. Ji Yu Hang could now exert enough telekinetic force to twist the Admiral's armor into a pretzel. Matins wouldn't fare much better either. His Terminator power armor probably couldn't withstand Ji Yu Hang's psychic strength now. Not to mention, now that he had mastered the Storm series of divine arts, using the power of thunder and lightning, and expending the same amount of spiritual energy, the pure lethality and destructive power were even greater than that of telekinesis. Facing a squad of champions entirely equipped with Terminator power armor, Ji Yu Hang could achieve victory with relative ease. However, the increase in spiritual attributes was still a basic gain. More importantly, of course, was the mastery of the true realm's origin within the Storm God Kingdom. But after calming down a bit, Ji Yu Hang realized that this was different from a direct fusion. After fusion, he would become a god. Not to mention many disadvantages, at least by then, he truly would be an inferior deity of the true realm, and his foundation was far better than that of the beast-based primal fury owl. The moment he ascended to godhood, he would certainly be stronger than that brainless creature. But now, he was still essentially human. He could only indirectly control things like divine origins, the essence of the true realm, the divine realm, a series of such things. However, reaching this step was already quite satisfying. Under his spiritual vision, the sphere of light trapped within the veils of reality no longer resisted fiercely but had become docile. His tendrils of spiritual energy touched the sphere of light with ease, and he could drag it and move it slowly. Ji Yu Hang pulled it out from the veils of reality and put it back into the Storm God Kingdom. The obstacle that had previously stopped the primal fury owl dead was now easily overcome by Ji Yu Hang with deliberate effort. The humans still lingering within the God Kingdom suddenly saw a clear ray of light, crisply shining down upon the desolate ground. People couldn't help but look up, only to see one after another, beams of light, like sharp swords, piercing the clouds and reaching the ground. Soon, the sky, originally covered with dark clouds, was riddled with holes. The clouds were dispersed, and people saw an immense, blue, and constantly sparking, sun, in the sky. The people present could not help but grip their weapons tighter, vigilant for any sudden developments. The most alarmed were the battle nuns. They could sense that the blue electric sun in the sky contained a power similar to that of the previously defeated primal fury owl evil god, which made them wonder if the battle they had just fought was in vain. Had they just killed one evil god only for another similar one to appear? But they quickly detected differences between the two. From this blue lightning sun, they didn't feel the overflowing malice commonly associated with the cult followers, demons, and evil gods they had encountered in the past. The nuns couldn't help but want to investigate further. But at this moment, another attention-grabbing event occurred. The military governor stood up. Georgette looked hesitantly at the military governor, then up at the blue sun in the sky, unsure if the military governor's sudden awakening had anything to do with the current phenomena. But before she could speak, the military governor already addressed them. "Warriors, our mission is accomplished. The evil god that covets our homeland has been annihilated, and the world is safe. Now, let us return to the real world and savor this victory." The military governor's voice echoed within the minds of every soldier. At the same time, Georgette received a specific message in her mind from the military governor. "Commander of the nuns, I know you have many questions, but please believe that nothing is wrong with me. We will discuss in detail once we are back in the real world." Even though Georgette had 1,000 questions at that moment, she had to suppress them for the time being. Polar Industrial City, the headquarters of the group. Here, it had been temporarily cleared out to serve as the Alliance's command center in this city. At this moment, one of the large offices had been tidied up spotlessly clean, with no extraneous items left behind. About a dozen sisters, under the leadership of Superior Georgette, were using some kind of green material to draw many complex and sacred patterns and lines on the walls and floor of the room. After completing these, they gathered around Ji Yu Hang, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the room with his eyes closed, and chanted sacred texts under the direction of Superior Georgette. Outside the door stood a group of space warriors, along with Alliance Brigadier General Thaddeus. They were not in the mood to chat idly, they even felt they should not be standing there. Logically, even if Mr. Gu needed to undergo an inspection, there should have been these loyal warriors standing by his side, guarding him, rather than just waiting outside the door as they were now. But what could be done? Despite the unreasonable demands made by those battle nuns, what really made them comply was the order from Mr. Gu himself. Mr. Gu had told them not to worry and to wait outside with peace of mind. In Mr. Gu's words, that meant he had complete trust in these battle sisters who had made significant contributions to Rage Owl Star and the Alliance. What else could be said? They could only wait. Inside the room, the sacred ritual conducted by the sisters had reached its final stage. The sacred text they were chanting became more and more grandiose. Visible light was even emanating from them, spreading outwards, merging with all the sacred patterns they had drawn, causing a slight tremor in the air and immersing Ji Hang, who sat with closed eyes in the center of the room, within it. Finally, the chanting ended and the light dissipated. At this point, Superior Georgette, looking slightly weary, slowly began to speak. "Mr. Gu, our inspection is over." Hearing this, Ji Hang opened his eyes and said with a smile, "How did it turn out?" Georgette could tell that although Mr. Gu's question was phrased as a doubt, it was actually filled with strong confidence. And now she truly understood where that confidence stemmed from. "We can now confirm, Mr. Gu, that there is absolutely nothing wrong with you," Georgette stated. There was no such cliché as, "Although I didn't find anything wrong, I still feel like something is off." Georgette and the sisters she led trusted the results they came up with. They had used the highest standard of detection available. Mr. Gu, under investigation, also seemed very open, with nothing to hide. And the final result indeed proved that there were no issues, no signs of corruption by evil whatsoever. What then was there left to doubt? On the contrary, they breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past year and a half, their activities on Rage Owl Star had been greatly supported by Mr. Gu, and the cooperation could be considered quite pleasant. Of course, they did not wish for Mr. Gu to encounter any problems. The current result was a cause for celebration for everyone. Ji Hang stood up and, with the help of two battle nuns standing behind him, put on his coat. He then said to Georgette, "According to a message from Revival City, the visitor from Corellia 3 will arrive tomorrow. By then, I will take some people and try to rush back to Revival City. I plan to host a banquet to welcome our visitor from afar." "No, there's no need," Georgette declined with regret in her tone. "The situation with Corellia 3 is dire, and there is no time for banquets. We will depart immediately once the ship from the Sisterhood arrives. This is not a sign of disrespect to you, Mr. Gu, but we must hurry, please understand." Ji Hang sighed. "All right then. You have important business to attend to. How could I possibly insist on stopping you? I just truly wished that you could rest well for a day before leaving after having just eliminated the cult and faced the evil god. We have several days' journey from Rage Owl Star to the Corellia star system, which is more than enough time for us to rest. All right, since you are determined to leave, I won't hold you back. I will allocate 3 Wind Falcons to take you to Revival City right now to await the ship's landing." "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Offering to have the battle nuns stay was merely a formality. If they wanted to leave, then let them. It would even save the money for the banquet. Besides, these nuns have an incredibly sharp instinct in certain matters. Having them around could indeed complicate things. The nuns from the Sacred Order of the Merciful Lily couldn't find any issues with him, which was expected. After all, there was nothing wrong with Ji Hang. He hadn't tried to assimilate the divine essence left behind by the primal fury owl. The control over it was due to the system's capabilities. What could those nuns possibly find from their investigations? However, if Ji Hang wanted to test out the newly acquired essence of the true realm, it would still be better to have the nuns away. He stepped outside, comforted his loyal subordinates for a while, and after some time, he saw that the Wind Falcons carrying the nuns back to Revival City had departed. He then found an unoccupied office. After declining to meet with the surrendered management of Polar Industrial Group and ordering that nobody disturb him without permission, he began to summon his spiritual energy. In an instant, Ji Hang's vision widened, and he found himself in a desolate space with a bright blue lightning sun in the sky. This was his spiritual projection into Hell's abyss. In the past, achieving this would have been troublesome. It required a large number of people in the real world, a great sacrifice, and complex rituals to create a pathway for a brief descent. Now, Ji Yu Hang could do it with just a thought. He looked up at the blue sun for a moment. That object was the essence of the true realm. With its presence, the storm god kingdom, which should have collapsed into chaos indistinguishable from the rest of Hell's abyss, was preserved. Although the land was still barren, at least the dark clouds that once enveloped it were gone. With a thought, countless points of light suddenly emerged on the desolate ground. At a glance, there were about 3,000. They changed and expanded, eventually becoming recognizable figures dressed in uniforms of the Alliance soldiers. Colonel Derek lowered his head, looking at his hands emitting a blue glow, translucent in appearance, his expression bewildered. Did I not just die? What is this now? The commander of the 31st Airborne Division, Colonel Derek, was now feeling bewildered. He was convinced that he had died before. At that time, he was commanding the artillery troops, firing at the colossal form of the evil god. But just then, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. All he felt was everything momentarily illuminated by a bright light, and after enduring intense pain for just a moment, he plunged into darkness. That must have been death, right? Dying on the battlefield resulted in no resentment. To die in a battle against an evil god was even more honorable. His only regret was that he couldn't see the outcome, yet he firmly believed that under Mr. Gu's leadership, the warriors of the Alliance would surely triumph. Only, he hadn't expected that after a person dies, there really would be souls and an ascent to heaven?
No, that's not right. He looked around him. This environment was very familiar.
Apart from the strange blue sun, still casting electrical arcs above and the overcast clouds that had cleared away, the terrain looked just like where he and his troops had fought to the death. And beside him, there were many translucent little blue people like himself. Among them, he recognized many facets. These were simply his soldiers. What was going on? Warriors, look at me, a familiar voice echoed in everyone's hearts. That was Mr. Ji Yu. They instinctively looked up, and beneath the non-dazzling blue sun, Mr. Gu's figure floated there. The multitude of warriors couldn't help but give a military salute in respect. Ji Yu Hang solemnly returned the salute. Then, he slowly began to speak. I am deeply sorry for awakening you from the eternal rest you should be enjoying. You came at my summons and died for the safety of the Alliance, and you deserved to rest in peace. However, our mission is not yet complete, and I still need your strength to shine after death. I will not insist if anyone wishes not to. Please silently chant, eternal rest, 3 times in your heart, and I will send you back to rest. You are still a hero of the Alliance. Those who are willing will stay and continue to guard our world with me. After that, Ji Yu Hang closed his eyes. He wasn't just talking. If there truly were any unwilling souls, he could indeed send them back. However, after careful sensing, out of over 3,000, he didn't hear a single, eternal rest. Then, opening his eyes with satisfaction, he said, very good, I am pleased to continue fighting alongside you. Our first task will be to establish our base here, on this land that once belonged to the evil god, but now is ours. We will construct the Hall of Valor here. This will be the final resting place for both you and all the future heroes who will battle for Rage Owl's star and the welfare of humanity. Now, the one with the highest military rank, step forward. In this group of over 3,000, the highest ranked was naturally Colonel Derek. His death was both surprising and expected to Ji Yu Hang. Expected, because in the little time after the battle when Ji Yu Hang had returned to the real world, he had seen the casualty report which mentioned the death of the commander of the 31st Airborne Division. So it was quite normal to see Derek here. The surprise was, it's rather unfortunate for a commander of his rank to be struck down by lightning. Ji Yu Hang had been quite taken aback when he first received the news. Colonel Derek. Oh, he was now a colonel. It is the Alliance's custom to honor achievements posthumously, and the fallen are not forgotten. Those who are to be promoted get their ranks, those due for medals receive them, and dying in battle is in itself a merida as long as it isn't a stupid death or one in violation of orders. Promotions and medals for fallen soldiers are meaningful. Ceremonial ranks and medals are sent back to the families. Higher ranks and accumulated medals increase the amount for pensions and support for the underage children, widows, and elderly parents of the slain. This is another reason for the high morale of the Alliance army. No need to worry that one's sacrifice will be in vain. The Alliance will remember it all. Now Colonel Derek was in charge of this unit, and he had quite a lot to do. All the valor spirits stemmed from those who fell in the previous battle. Some died fighting against the storm beasts summoned by the primal fury owl, while even more were struck down by thunder and lightning while battling the storm monster itself. Don't think that creature died in vain. Before its end, it summoned over 1,000 bolts of lightning. Excluding the lightning targeted at Mr. Gu, which he evaded frantically, plenty fell upon the troops, resulting in nearly 2,000 deaths. These casualties came from various units of the Northern Frontier Army Group, with diverse arms and institutional structures. Reassembling and organizing them was a test of Colonel Derek's abilities. Of course, Gu Hang believed he could handle it. Once he dealt with re-establishing the organizational system, their first task was to transform this barren land according to Mr. Gu's suggestions and to construct some buildings here. Although it was always windy and never rainy here, with no climate change, and although the Valor Spirits, now dead, didn't seem to need a shelter to protect them from the elements, Gu Hang still hoped that these Valor Spirits could retain their recognition of being human. They had simply transformed into another kind of form, and they ought to continue regarding themselves as people. If not, what difference would there be between them and those storm beasts summoned by the primal fury owl? And since they are people, then even though conditions within this divine realm aren't great, one should still try to create conditions for them to live as much like people as possible, to anchor this point even more solidly. After watching Colonel Derek go off to busy himself with his things, Gu Hang started to ponder his own matters. His main objective for returning to this divine realm was to thoroughly explore how exactly to use this new ability. Summoning Valor Spirits was just an unexpected bonus. After completing the upgrade and obtaining the talent ability of the True Realm Essence, Gu Hang sensed that the souls of those who had died in battle were still drifting here. They could not return, and Gu Hang was also incapable of making their souls leave the True Realm wholly to return to their physical bodies in reality. However, he could use the True Realm's essence to exert control over the Divine Realm and use spiritual energy to bond, mend, and fill their shattered souls. Frankly speaking, these Valor Spirits were fundamentally no different from the storm beasts summoned by the primal fury owl previously, both being a combination of broken, dead souls with spiritual energy. But Gu Hang was not like that beast. What kind of imagination could a beast have? It would only create a bunch of brainless things like itself. Gu Hang, on the other hand, largely preserved traces of humanity, such as personality and memories within those soul fragments, and he used spiritual energy to recraft bodies for them. Gu Hang would not only grant them thought, freedom, and will, but he also preserved the potential for their advancement. At this point, there was a fundamental difference between them and those brainless storm beasts that could only serve as cannon fodder.
Thinking this far, Gu Hang suddenly realized, these Valor Spirits, didn't they somewhat resemble demons?
Existing in Hell's abyss or rather the True Realm. Bodies composed of spiritual energy. Possessing their own will yet controlled by him. A god-like being who's not a god. The future advancement depending on the aggregation of more spiritual energy to strengthen themselves. Shaking his head, he forcibly discarded this train of thought. Don't get carried away with wild thoughts. Afterward, he began to consider the utilization of the entire divine realm. Now, not only could he easily immerse his consciousness into this divine realm whenever he wished, but he was also capable of effortlessly tearing open a fissure to his divine realm in the true realm from the real world. This would be very useful. In battle, the torn fissure could allow his newly formed Valor Spirit Legion to descend into the real world at any moment as a surprise force, appearing on the battlefield without any signs. The strategic value was immense. Tearing open a fissure to the true realm could also, should Gu Hang choose to do so, allow him to use spiritual energy in the real world to an exaggerated extent. Especially when using Storm Series psychic spells, the power would become extremely exaggerated. Right now, his real body had already reached a level where he could eliminate a unit of veteran endgame warriors on his own. With the power of the divine realm now bolstering him, although he still wasn't at the standard of an evil god since his spiritual essence was still limited and he could control only so much power at once, a 3 to 5-fold enhancement in his strength under the furious power of the true realm was very normal. Then, perhaps he could single-handedly destroy an elite Star Warrior trooper squad. Even in stellar battles, his personal might could possibly influence the outcome of the fight by interfering with or enhancing something like a void shield. Even some of the smaller ones, like patrol-class starships, he could destroy if they weren't at full defensive capacity, utilizing vastly strengthened storm spells. After a considerable assessment of his full combat strength, Ji Yu Hang couldn't help but shudder. It was a bit terrifying. Aside from these combat aspects, Ji Yu Hang also came up with some ideas in other areas. For instance, the storm divinity he inherited has strong control and dominion over the spiritual energy storms. So, could the low energy storm problem that has plagued Rage All-Star for hundreds of years be resolved? Directly undertaking planetary level climate and geological transformations would be astronomically expensive. However, by using the power of an inferior deity, Ji Yu Hang could manage the intensity of low energy storms and repair the environment. He could enable the spiritual energy, which essentially permeates from the true realm into our world but couldn't be stored due to environmental damage, to be converted back into utilizable spiritualized gas fields, an approach that may now be feasible. The only requirement was that he would have to spend a considerable amount of time in places where the low energy storms were fierce. But it wouldn't be too troublesome. After all, he always had a lot of administrative work to deal with. Working in Revival City, or having a mobile office, staying in one place for several months, there was not much difference, and it wouldn't interfere with his work and tackling of low-energy storms at the same time. This was not mere speculation. He planned to verify the feasibility of this idea in Gaota province, firstly visiting Rubbish Town, now Gaota City, after he set out. Besides, Ji Yu Hang had thought of another possible method. Ripping open the veil of reality would create a massive disturbance and was something Ji Yu Hang certainly wouldn't do until absolutely necessary. But creating a tiny slit, or even just thinning the veil slightly to let more spiritual energy seep through it, this would be much less obtrusive. By doing so, Ji Yu Hang might not gain a significant boost in the midst of fierce battle, but the gradually permeating spiritual energy, accumulating day by day, could have a beneficial effect. Within a considerable range, humans with high spiritual affinity would have a greater chance of awakening their psychic powers. In other words, Ji Yu Hang might have a way to mass-produce psychic power users. At that moment, he even started contemplating the name for a mage corps he would form once he had enough psychics. What should he call it? Honestly, mass-producing psychics, giving more people the chance to awaken spiritual energy, was a more feasible task than fixing the low-energy storm problem. Generally, having too many psychics was not a good thing. Psychics always came with many problems, such as not controlling their powers properly, harming themselves or others, or becoming easy targets for Hell's Abyss, causing significant destruction after being seduced in mind, or even being possessed by demons, ripping open the veil of reality, leading to a small-scale demon invasion. But after some consideration, Ji Yu Hang felt these risks were manageable for him. The psychics he cultivated would have their power awakened under the Storm God Kingdom controlled by Ji Yu Hang. Although it also lay within Hell's Abyss, there wouldn't be any sensation of minds being seduced or bodies being possessed by demons, tearing open the veil of reality, and other such grand news, as long as Ji Yu Hang himself didn't wish it. As for the remaining issue of how to control psychic powers without harming oneself or others, that was solvable. In that case, before setting up the Mage Corps, I might need to establish a psychic academy first? Let's call it the Magical School? Or perhaps Hogwarts? Ji Yu Hang mused to himself, entertaining his own thoughts. Feeling quite happy, he turned his attention to the blue sun in the sky. His perspective gradually receded, soon encompassing the entire divine realm. It was still desolate, but in Ji Yu Hang's eyes, it appeared to hold a future brimming with life. However, the process of pulling back did not stop there. Soon, what he saw was not just the Storm God Kingdom. A vaster domain appeared in his view. Beyond the Storm God Kingdom, bathed in the light of the blue sun, lay vast expanses of chaos. Countless colors rolled and entwined within this space, where various elemental forces twisted around each other, creating a scene of indescribable turmoil and distortion. At first glance, it was quite beautiful, but upon closer inspection, the sheer disorder and chaos were almost dizzying and nauseating. Looking further afield, Ji Yu Hang thought he saw 5 distinct and enormous areas amidst the endless chaos. But that was just a glimpse, as he suddenly felt a strong warning from his already formidable spirituality. He cut off the view without hesitation, but the next moment, a severe headache still struck him. By the time Ji Yu Hang realized that something was amiss, his response had been exceedingly decisive. He severed contact immediately and ceased his observation. However, intense pain still surged into his head. Unlike a typical headache, this sensation felt more like his brain was on fire. He instantly terminated the act of projecting his soul into the true realm. In just an instant, his consciousness returned to the reality of his own physical body. This made him feel much better. Although the pain was still there, it did not intensify any further. He gasped for breath, slowly calming the damage suffered by his spiritual energy. It took hours before the pain subsided to a tolerable level and he successfully regained the ability to think. Clutching his head, Ji Yuheng realized that what he had just done was an act courting death. Fortunately, he did not succeed. Ji Yuheng indeed had been somewhat careless. He had thought that after having controlled a part of the true realm's origin, he would be considered an insider of the true realm. Overconfident, he opened his eyes and tried to look up to get a glimpse of the general outline of the entire true realm. As a result, he got slapped in the face. "You presume to consider yourself as one of us?" The more things he saw, the more things turned to look at him. Some were small, broken, inconsequential. But those 5 significant ones, even the mere glimpse of their casual leaked auras, images, and information, were unbearable for Ji Yuheng as an individual. That was the source of the searing pain that almost set his head on fire. He had no doubt that if he had persisted out of folly a moment longer, he would have ended up either brain-burned or insane. Of course, on the flip side, it could be considered good news. Although Ji Yuheng had taken control of that part of the true realm's origin, since he had not fused with it and had not been fully accepted by the true realm, he remained a part of the real world, a human. However, having already paid such a high price and taken such a great risk, Ji Yuheng was not about to let himself gain nothing from it. He began to carefully recall everything he had just seen. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, that scene had been deeply etched in his mind. Now, revisiting it, he began to analyze what each aspect of that scene represented. First and foremost was the vast majority of that scene, a tumultuous and wild tsunami of innumerable colors mixed together, entangled, twisted, and rolling in absolute chaos. That must represent hell's abyss, or, one might say, the primordial state of the entire true realm. Pure, chaotic, disordered energy. It was constantly being consumed and yet constantly replenished. The real world made use of it, and in return, it took its toll from the real world. Among those chaotic spots of light, there was a monotony of solid colors existing. These lights varied in color and size, but Ji Yuheng could feel that these places had an essence very similar to the storm god kingdom he controlled. Ji Yuheng speculated that these were in fact various divine realms, symbolizing different subspace inferior gods. These inferior deities could generally be divided into 2 categories: those that were independent and those that were subordinate to other gods. Being independent did not necessarily mean being powerful. It might also mean being ignored by other dominants. Like the primal fury owl, its legacy, the storm god kingdom, was rather small compared to many other divine realms Ji Yuheng had glanced at. But no matter the inferior deity, whether independent or attached to other powers, none could compare to the 4 supreme gods within the true realm, each possessing the largest territories. 4. Ji Yuheng did not know their names, nor did he dare to know them. Those 4 names were definitely not a secret. On the contrary, every being that entered the true realm, no matter what it was, would be kindly informed by the true realm of the names of the 4 most frightening beings that should not be provoked in a world even more vast than the boundless universe. But anyone with a bit of common sense knew that these names should never be known to mortals. Even those without much sense but with a measure of spiritual energy would receive inherent warnings from their spiritual energy. It was toxic knowledge. Knowing it meant one was not far from being captured by those 4 beings. But Ji Yuheng had seen them. Of course, it was not a direct sighting, but rather he saw the divine realms of these 4 deities, each draped in different colors. One of them, primarily in yellow-green, emitted a heavy atmosphere of corruption and despair throughout its region. This feeling was somewhat familiar to Ji Yuheng, he remembered. About half a year ago, during the incident in Green Valley Province that almost escalated into a demonic disaster, the benevolent father, worshipped by the Nature Salvation Society, appeared to be this deity, and the great unclean one that emerged later was also a subordinate to this deity. Looking at it this way, Ji Yuheng had, in a sense, already interacted with this benevolent father. Besides this benevolent father, there were 3 other divine realms just as formidable as his. The second one was crimson, filled with the will of tyranny and destruction, as if there was a bloodthirsty tyrant seated on a brass throne, with mountains of skulls and rivers of blood beneath him. The third one was purple, suffused with desire and confusion, with the repulsive yet tempting sounds of decadence emanating from luxurious palaces. The fourth was blue, brimming with a sense of mystery and chill, as if containing countless pieces of knowledge waiting to be discovered. Under absolute reason, it represented absolute madness. These four things were the most powerful and unmatched gods within Hell's abyss. However, their relationship didn't seem quite right. In a fleeting glimpse, Ji Hang could see their divine realms intertwining and eroding each other, engaged in constant conflict. Ji Hang didn't know if his guess was correct, but he felt that the struggle between these four gods seemed to matter more to them than invading the real world. If that were true, then that would be incredibly good news. If the four gods were to unite and attack together, it would be an utter catastrophe for all living beings in the real world. Beyond these four, Ji Hang saw a fifth presence that was no weaker than them and even faintly stronger, also occupying a corner of the true realm. That place seemed shrouded by a cold sun. The blue sun within the storm god kingdom, compared to that real frigid sun, was trivial, like a mere speck of dust. The frigid sun did not bring warmth, but at least it did not exude boundless malevolence at a glance like the domains of the four gods did. Under the cover of the cold sun, a large area within the true realm gleamed with golden light. Amid the brilliant radiance, devoid of warmth, it supported an orderly space. A net-like structure secured the majestic sea of spiritual energy to that region to operate according to the will of some great being. Instantly, Ji Hang had a clear guess. That was the Emperor's spirit network. Almost every legal spiritual energy user's first theoretical lesson is about how, 10,000 years ago, the ascended human emperor established the spirit network, enabling humanity to use spiritual energy much more safely than in the dark ages of the past. Now, Ji Hang had personally witnessed the truth of this statement. He had no doubt that the magnificent golden network was the dominion of the human emperor, the spirit network he built. Perhaps, similar to those four fearsome evil gods, the emperor himself also sat upon his golden throne, gazing down at his subjects, glaring at all the enemies of humanity. When analyzing the scene imprinted in his mind, Ji Hang was extremely cautious. The effects of Iron Will were constantly in effect, fearing that even the mere recollection of the scene could cause significant harm. He was also prepared to immediately purge this part of his memory should there be any problem. Fortunately, his caution did not prove necessary. No abnormalities occurred during the recollection process. While the information he recalled, understood, and analyzed might not all be accurate, at least Ji Hang now had a rough understanding of the general state of the true realm. Simply put, it was a situation of one emperor against the four gods. The four gods in mutual hostility, particularly the red tyrant and the purple lust battling each other, as well as the yellow-green benevolent father and the blue mystery, their internal strife no less intense than their external conflicts. A countless number of inferior deities trembling beneath these five great existences, either relying on one of the four gods. Ji Hang did not see any inferior deities relying on the emperor or being weak and reclusive independents. And the space occupied by the emperor, the four gods, and all the inferior deities combined did not even account for half of the entire true realm. The remaining majority was pure, chaotic, twisted, and void space, filled with terrifying subspace waves. When they swelled into a maelstrom, anything and everything would likely tremble before them. The lesser inferior deities might be tossed about like a leaf in the ocean, easily capsized by the waves. Even mighty beings like the emperor and the four gods would likely have to retract their feelers and proceed with caution amidst the roar of the tumult. This was the landscape of the true realm. Apart from this larger scheme, Ji Hang also noticed something else. The true realm seemed particularly malevolent towards him, a peculiar, inferior deity. Although he had stealthily glanced at the four gods, causing himself a headache for several hours, the four gods seemed to pay him no heed, much like a giant would not care if an ant thousands of miles away glanced at it. The nearby inferior deities presumably hadn't discovered him. But the vast expanse of subspace waves, particularly the part near his divine realm, seemed rather restless. Ji Hang felt malevolence. Despite not knowing where this malevolence originated from or how it might manifest, this was certainly not a comforting message. But Ji Hang soon stopped dwelling on this matter. On one hand, He was prepared to meet the enemy's soldiers with soldiers of his own, and fend off water with earth. On the other hand, he seemed to have found a method. He could control the storm god kingdom and drift within the ferocious tidal waves of subspace. Thus, he set a course, striving to steer the storm god kingdom, this little boat, towards the glittering domain among the 5 great divine realms. He didn't intend to integrate within it, he merely wanted to place the divine realm as close as possible to the area suspected to be near the Emperor's spirit network. Perhaps, the venerable Emperor, seeing Ji Yu Hang's plight, would lend a hand? Of course, that was quite a flight of fancy. That icy sun, supremely dignified, would likely not easily do anything. But even if he couldn't help, becoming neighbors would at least prevent attacks from both front and rear. When Ji Yu Hang looked over, only the golden, gleaming spirit network region showed no malice towards him. However, it was still unknown how long it would take for the storm god kingdom to drift through the turbulent waves of subspace and get close to the spirit network. Let it drift slowly then. Human Empire, Eastern Cosmos Domain, Tianma Star Sector, Hagian Star. In this world filled with numerous feudal states, where the productive forces were still in the late feudal era, a war was breaking out in Pinsir City, the capital of Lumen Kingdom, the 3rd largest nation on the planet. Caught in the midst of it, LaCroix didn't quite understand the logic behind this war. He had never been adept at these issues, not understanding the reasons or the background of the war, nor what impact or changes it would bring after the war was over. But he understood at least one thing. I'm a soldier, my duty is to complete the mission. LaCroix said earnestly to Miss Wang Qi. My current mission is to ensure your safety and escort you to the outskirts of the city to join up with our main forces. So, please cooperate with me. Wang Qi felt somewhat embarrassed. Do you know I'm the mother of your governor? Of course I know, you are of noble status, and I would die before letting any harm come to you. Then listen to me, we need to go back and save those 4 leaders of the merchant caravans. As long as they are alive, we can secure victory. Initiating a coup during the family meeting, which directly threatens the safety of all the allied caravan leaders, is the best way to settle scores afterward. LaCroix shook his head and said, Miss, I must correct a misconception. I am committed to protecting your safety with my life, but I am not obliged to follow any of your orders. My mission is to protect your safety, and that doesn't include anyone else. Wang Qi became anxious. Why can't you understand? LaCroix paused before continuing, Indeed, I don't understand why you noble people, who can consume in one feast what some commoners can't save in their entire lives, would fight each other to the death. I also don't understand how the survival or death of those 4 fleet masters you mentioned will influence the current situation. But to be honest, I don't want to understand any of that. I am a soldier of the governor, I fight for the governor, and the governor's orders are the highest command. The order is clear. Protect your life. If circumstances permit, I don't mind following your commands to do certain things, but at this moment, it's not possible. Turning back now would severely compromise your safety. Wang Qi was so angry she wanted to say more, but the next moment, her expression drastically changed. She saw, at the end of the alley, the emergence of a steel giant. She wasn't the sort of woman who would be frightened into helplessness, but just as she was about to warn LaCroix, the young soldier who might have been even younger than her son acted first. LaCroix pushed Wang Qi into a house with already picked locks while avoiding several rapidly fired 12.7 caliber bullets, and after running a few steps along the brick and stone walls, he fired simultaneously with the grenade launcher in his hand.